1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. Fifteen seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Hello, I am not supposed to be on screen here, I think.
Welcome, everyone, to the 2022 Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational. February Fever is here. The top 28 players from 5 continents will be playing in 5 final games. After 93,000 hours of cutthroat diplomacy this season, the journey is nearing its conclusion. After 18 tournaments, after multiple leagues in every single format that diplomacy offers, one more event is going to create a legend. This is the 2022 DBNI. I'd like to thank each of you for joining us on the Gameday Live's coverage of the 2022 Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational, particularly to those of you who are watching us live and participating in Dip Chat on the DBN YouTube channel during today's broadcast. Diplomacy community may be dastardly, but they are one of the most supportive and respectful communities I've ever had the opportunity to be a part of. And one of the highlights of these live broadcasts is participating and watching all of the chatter in Dip Chat. Gameday Live would not be the same without it. So thank you all for joining us. And I'd like to thank each of the individuals on screen with me right now. I'd like to welcome some of diplomacy's best elite players, many of whom who have shared big stages like this one. Let's introduce yourselves. Marcus, we'll start with you.
All right. Hi, I'm Marcus Ilstra, and I run the DiploStrats YouTube channel.
Tanya.
Hi, I'm Tanya Gill, and I haven't played Virtual in a year, so.
Don't sell Tanya short. Last season, Tanya was the #1 seed going into the top 28 in our first DBNI season. And we'll definitely be asking for a player's perspective a couple times coming to you, Tanya. And Chris Brand, welcome.
I'm Chris Brand. I run the Cascadia tournament every year, and I won the World Diplomacy Championship in 2016. So.
Yeah, happy to have you. And go now to my fellow co-founder of the DBN channel, Zachary Moore.
Hello, I am Zachary Moore, founder of the Virtual Diplomacy League and also tournament director of this event that you are watching.
Well, thank you each of you for joining us. I am honored to be here. My name is Brian Pravel. I am one of the founders of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network and run the, among many others, the Windy City Weasels in Chicago, one of the most active diplomacy clubs in the world, and have never had the success that these folks are, which is why we've asked them to join us. So thank you. Well, let's take a look. Let's introduce the DBN itself. Zach, why don't you talk to us? What are we about to watch? What did it take to get here? Help set this thing up.
Well, the DBNI is a culmination of a long season, a long year of diplomacy events played in person, played via voice chat with what we call virtual face-to-face, and played in extended games over many months via written text messages that we call extended deadline. And the most successful players from 10 months of events, starting really in March and going through the end of the year, have been invited to this event. Most of them accepted. So this is the top 28 players who accepted that invite is who you'll be seeing today for Diplomacy's arguably biggest crown.
Boy, Marcus, camera loves you today. So that's some operator error on my part. I need to move some stuff around here to fix that. Yeah. So apologize. Zach, thank you for that. And as you can tell, we're just a bunch of diplomacy game nerds who enjoy just passionate about this game, and I appreciate you all joining us and watching us. Yeah, DBNI has turned into a very big event. My favorite element is how it incorporates so many different groups that at one point kind of were in their own silos and has brought people together. Tanya, you participated in the DBNI our first year. What was that journey like? Talk us through how you felt like leading up to that point, and then when you qualified, just what was it like as a player?
Yeah, well, last year is when we really started to get all the tournaments going and everything was sort of figuring itself out, and then DBN was really starting up. So I actually don't recall if when exactly the idea of the invitationals popped up, but at some point, maybe halfway through the season, maybe a bit earlier, people were starting to really think about how did they get in, how did they do that. I had pretty good score with VDL, so I knew that I was like pretty much confirmed, and I'd won a tournament. So when you win a tournament, you get an automatic invitation to the DBNI. So for me, I was pretty laid back. I knew that I would qualify off my tournament win and off the VDL. But you can see like coming up to the last few weeks, when you've got the last tournament, in this case it was Cascadia, can't remember what it was last year, people start to get really competitive, really trying to get just the amount of points needed to get to this tournament, and it can get really exciting.
Absolutely. Marcus, I believe you had a slightly different path to get into the top 28 last year. What was your experience like?
Yeah, so I came in from the extended deadline scene, which is where you play diplomacy through text, and when you play it over a month. And obviously, coming from that into virtual face-to-face, qualifying through extended deadline tournaments and then jumping straight into the DBNI was incredible. Like live play is just so much more intense, and it was a difficult leap, but it was one I more or less managed at the time, and then kind of flopped in the final. But we'll skim over that bit.
You made it to the top 7 out of almost 400 players last year, so that is definitely nothing to sell yourself short on. DBNI has proven to be the largest competitive event when you total up all the players from all the events in diplomacy history. So it's been really exciting to watch everyone come together. The winner of this event, so the top 28 players from the open season have qualified for the Invitational. They were all extended invitations. The top 28 players to accept that are playing in the semifinals. Each player will play 2 games during the semifinals, and the scores will be combined. And the player with the top 7 highest scores will move into the grand finals. And the winner of the grand finals will be crowned DBN Diplomat of the Year and win the Calamar Cup. So really, really glad to see this thing go, and February Fever is here. It is time. So with that, let's go ahead and take a look at some predictions here. So one of the things that I love, I grew up watching the NCAA basketball tournament, and one of my things I do every year is make a bracket and try and get points based on predicting who's going to win the event. And last year we kind of threw something together to try and have something similar because we thought it would be fun. And this year, we put a little more thought into it. We got some feedback from some players, and we are doing there was an opportunity for people to submit brackets in a bracket challenge. So we'll be taking a look at those during the championship game. So we'll collect all of the predictions from our community. And if you would like to right now, this will be pretty much your last chance. If you've not put predictions in, go ahead and put in who you think will qualify for the top 7. So who would be the top 7 players and who you think would win it all. Let's take a look at some of those players right now who could be, we might be seeing in that top 7. So take a look here. So these are your top 10 participants in today's coverage. We're covering rounds 1 and 2, and your top 10 by their DBNI ranking. So we see, not surprisingly, all top 10 are participating. So Saren Kwok is coming in with first place. Saren has played in 25 boards this season. 48% of the time that she's played, she has a top share. So of those 25 boards, her share of the top is 48%, which you can see is significantly larger than her nearest competition. So clearly topping is something she does well. In diplomacy, it's an unusual game in that the objective is to win or to solo. That's to get 18 centers. But it is widely regarded amongst the competitive hobby that for someone to solo, you pretty much need someone else to either make a mistake or there to be some kind of diplomatic failure that causes another player to decide that throwing a win to another player is more important than their own points and their own survival in the game. So most games end in a draw. And for tournament diplomacy, tournaments are somewhat of a variant of the game. We tend to award points based off of some other scoring system. A very common way is who has the most centers at the end of the game. So someone who has the most centers has a high top. They call it a top. And so your top share is the percentage at the time that you are either on top or participating and sharing in a top with other players. Saren's also only been eliminated 4 times, and that puts her in first place overall based off of her score. Next up, we've got Karthik Konath with a top share of 29% and elimination of 16%. So on down the list. So just taking a look here at these players, I just want to ask, is there anyone on this list or anyone else in the top 28 that you've got your eye on, that you think, hey, this person could win it all, or perhaps a dark horse, something like that? I think we'll go in reverse order. Zach, we'll start with you.
I'm glad I get to go first, Brian, because I'm going to take the number 1 person on that list. Don't overthink it. Saren Kwok has the highest top share in the world for a reason. She has the lowest elimination share in the world for a reason. She, basically skipped the top board of the Virtual Diplomacy League because it was just all too easy for her. So I hope she at least finds a challenge at this tournament. But I think Saren has got to be, for me, the going away favorite to win this entire tournament.
It's hard to disagree with someone with the performance that's been so dominant this year. Tanya, I'm gonna use that as an awkward segue. You had the dominant performance last year. How was that an advantage going in? And do you have a different pick, or are you sticking with Saren as well?
I do have a different pick, but not to say that Saren can't win it all. I think absolutely she can. I think there is a disadvantage being the top coming into it. And I think that, Saren does a better job at managing, other people's expectations better than I did, because I didn't really shut down any discussion on being a threat. Whereas I think Saren has been doing that a bit, and not playing in the VDL, not coming right off that top board win, which is what I did. I think I played in the VDL, won the top there, and then 2 weeks later played in DBNI and got completely, I would say, targeted. Maybe I just didn't play too well, but it'll definitely be interesting to see if Saren can sort of. I don't think you want to be number one coming into this. So my pick personally for a win is going to be Matt Krill. I think Matt has played fantastic. He's been very consistent, but he hasn't really quite gotten to the very, very top yet, or at least people don't see him as necessarily the same level of threat that Saren and Karthik might be. I think this is his tournament to shine. He's at a great spot. I'm thinking we're going to see something good from Matt Krill at this tournament.
Yeah, Matt qualified to the Super 7 last year, played in the championship game. And honestly, if you go back and watch the game from the 2021 DBNI championship, had a chance to win the whole thing. So very solid pick. Hard to disagree with that one too. Chris, let's go to you next.
I must admit, whenever I'm looking at these names, I always pick out the Canadians. There's one Canadian on that list. He's now Canadian anyway, as of a couple of years back, I think. Nicolas has got such a huge. I mean, he was world champion, I think, before I started playing this game. So, and he hasn't gotten worse like some of us have. He's if anything, he's gotten better over time. You can't rule out Nicolas. He's just such a likable guy, even while he's killing you. It's very frustrating. There are a couple of other Canadians further down on the list, Riaz and Liam. Riaz I know very well. He's local to me. We've played an awful lot of boards together, and his game has improved a lot over the years, and he's one of those top players now. It's so hard to pick one person out of this lot. Any of those 20, there's no players who couldn't win this on that list. So I'm not going to pick just one. I'm just going to mention those names that stood out to me.
All right. So I'm hearing go Canada. And I will be talking about one of those players with my pick as well. So we'll get to that one. I will say for Nicolas, really solid choice as well. Nicolas is there's three major formats for diplomacy. We've got face-to-face, we've got virtual face-to-face. So face-to-face, obviously in person. Virtual face-to-face is played usually over Discord with a combination of voice and or video. It kind of simulates the face-to-face environment somewhat, and you have the advantage of being able to play from your home and not have to travel. So one of the things I like about it is it's a little more equitable to players who you don't have the cost of travel and the time and things like that. Not that diplomacy is ever a short game, but you don't have the travel time as well. And then extended deadline, which is one of the ways I kind of got my feet wet with diplomacy. I think many players do. Used to be played primarily by mail and then over email. And now it's most commonly played on a couple of pretty popular websites like Play Diplomacy, Web Diplomacy, Backstabber, Conspiracy, things like that. Each of those formats has a championship game most years. The extended deadline games take longer, so they often do every other year for their championship. But Nicolas won the first ever virtual World Diplomacy Championship this year. So he is a two-time world champion, and I believe the only two-time world champion playing in this event. So and the only player that I know of to be world champion in multiple formats. So solid pick. Marcus, let's get to you.
All right. Well, I'm going to go off this top 10 list and pick someone lower down on that ranking. That is Russ Dennis, the player who killed me in the finals last time around, and who came second overall, just behind McNamara, I think. I think he's been keeping his head under the radar well enough that he's not going to get targeted off the bat, and I think he's an exceptionally strong player. People aren't going to realize it in time, and he is going to take that win.
Yeah, Russ is one of the hungriest, most competitive players in the field. And sometimes getting to the top, that can be a disadvantage. But if you can make it, that's when those knives need to come out, and I definitely am expecting to see some knives come out this weekend. All right, my pick, I am picking Riaz Varani, and kind of similar pick to or thought process to you, Marcus. Riaz is well liked. He is one of the most personable people that I know. He's very competitive, doesn't let on. And I think one advantage Riaz has is most of his points have come from extended deadline play and not virtual face-to-face. So one of the pros and cons of playing with the same players frequently is you learn their play styles, you learn relationships, you build relationships over time, which can have benefits sometimes, but there's also oftentimes some baggage that comes along with that. Riaz does not have very much baggage, and I feel like if this becomes a contest of, well, if I can't win, who do I want to win? I think Riaz is going to be a pretty popular pick for winning the beauty pageant, if you will. So I think it's a long shot. It's kind of a dark horse pick, but I'm sticking with it. So Riaz is my pick. So we'll find out from everyone else, all the other DBN analysts, what their picks were during the championship game, and we will also hear from the community. We'll total all those up, see how wrong we all are, kind of laugh, have a little fun, and then we'll get to that game. But for now, it is time for us to get ready for our own games that we're covering. So we are going to move over to round one. Before we do that, let's close the pregame out. Are there any storylines that anyone is looking for? What are you going to be watching for over the next two rounds and over the DBNI as a whole?
I'm probably going to be watching to see how much of this is dictated by like heavy stabs, by very tense games, because obviously at this level you do have to take the advantage when you get it. You know, a big score is the only thing that can guarantee you going forward. But there's a lot of players here who are more of the sort of alliance player style, where they'll stick with someone for the entire game, share that, and try and get them both to the top board. I think it's going to be interesting to see what the distribution of boards is between that kind of alliance play and the kind of back and forth stabby, I need to get there on my own approach.
I think you also need to consider the fact that there's only 28 players and there's, you know, very limited amount of boards. You're going to be playing with people in both games. I had multiple people that I played with in both games. And for me, it was one after the other. And, you know, the stabs from the first game definitely played into what happened in the second game. And I think we really need to be paying attention to that. You know, maybe not so much in the first round, but in the second round, these players are going to have to realize that if you stab, you know, someone in round one, they can be your neighbor in round two, and it's not going to be good for you.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see if there's like a ramp up of the aggression, if you like. The earlier games, maybe everyone's playing a little bit more cautious, get themselves a reputation of being a nice person, and then in their second game they can throw that reputation away and just stab everyone and go for the points.
I'm going to be keeping an eye out for the clash of cultures in this game. Most tournaments kind of have their own play style leagues. You kind of have this prevailing style of play that dominates, and when you get a tournament like the DBNI, all these different play styles from the French League, from Chicago, from VDL are coming together onto one board. And you really end up seeing something very different from what we're used to seeing.
Yeah, one of the other players I'm going to be keeping a close eye on is Greg Matthews. Greg is extremely well known in the extended deadline community. I believe one of the monikers that they use is Ewok. One of the top players in the game but has very limited experience playing in the virtual format. We also have a couple of primarily French language speaking players. The French hobby is one of the most active and dynamic hobbies in all of diplomacy. They've got a very different style of playing, and it will be fascinating to watch all of these different groups come together. And I think it's going to take some people by surprise. Okay, well, let's go ahead and transition over to our game coverage. I'm going to start out. Let's introduce our round one players. Zachary Moore has put together a lovely video for us, and we'll bring that to you now.
I'm worried about Peter. I'm always worried about Peter.
Liam is the Delta variant.
Karthik certainly is really good and scary.
I played personally with Farron, and I got to say, like, her ability to read the board and make an alliance work is really impressive.
Evan Swihart from the great state of Ohio as the best Russia.
Katie Gray, a relatively new name to us. To sort of characterize Liam, he's interesting in that he's a little more chaotic than most. We haven't figured out a stat metric for that yet.
Tommy got style. There's no way around it. Tommy
definitely. Matthew has decided to take what he can get, which is a lot.
How can you compliment Brandon's diplomacy enough?
This is a moment for Subby, I have to say.
Ben pretty much tells Nicholas that he doesn't see the purpose of talking to each other.
Timothy Crosby has some dots, not to be ruled out.
There's just so much bad blood in the West, so I was able to kind of like benefit from that a little bit, which is kind of weird.
Figured I might be safer just staying out of the rat's nest.
You know, there definitely were opportunities for me to move against France.
Honestly, it's about finding people who are willing to take you seriously, not just view me as a threat.
Because it's just something about really good diplomacy players that I'm fascinated by. I really enjoy getting to know them, getting to learn how they tick.
Evan says, thank you very much. I will now take Portugal. I don't think you need it anymore.
Ben seems genuinely afraid of Karthik's abilities.
Farron and Ed are just not getting along at all.
Jason is always a bit of a wild card, so we'll see how that goes.
Hopefully I'm going to work some magic. See what happens.
Now suddenly the pendulum has swung towards Katie now.
I always stab him because just why not? It's fun.
Subby's position just gets stronger and stronger. Timothy puts down an army in Paris, which is a little interesting actually.
Well, we'll see. You always have to play the players and play the negotiations.
I've got a bit of a reputation for being a bit of a villain.
If it comes down to it and we both get to win, who do we prefer wins? And Karthik responds, me.
Welcome to Gameday Live's coverage of round one of the 2022 Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational Semifinals. I'm your host for tonight's broadcast, Brian Pravel. I'm joined in this virtual studio by your analysts, 2016 World Diplomacy Champion Chris Brand and 2021 Ambassador of the Year, Zachary Moore. Chris, Zach, welcome.
Can't wait to get started, Brian.
Man, I've got chills. That's I think that sums up the season so well. The intensity, you can feel the emotion. I think our players are ready, and they are going to need some scores. With only 2 games, every single game, every single point is going to make a difference. You've got 28 players in a cage fighting for a chance to be the 7 who escape. And it's go time. So, Chris, you've played in some big games in your diplomacy career. How are you preparing for an event like this? Put yourself in that player's perspective for a moment.
I feel like there's almost 2 ways you can go. Some people do a lot of preparation and like read up on backgrounds of all the other players they're against and maybe even look at some of their earlier games and that kind of stuff. Other people, some people are looking at openings and stuff like that. I was quite surprised myself to find that some of these very experienced players do go back and reread articles about opening strategy for particular countries and things like that. I tend to be, I don't know, a little more arrogant, I guess, and figure, I know all that stuff. I don't know. But most of it, I think, is the psychological side, because these are high stress games, and you're you're in the moment. You've got to make the right decisions at the right time. You've got to look at the board and say, well, there's an opportunity here. Am I better taking that opportunity, or am I better leaving the opportunity? Will it disappear forever, or is there going to be a better opportunity in the future? And that play is what's really I don't know how you prepare for it, but a lot of it is honestly get enough sleep, make sure you've eaten, have the right amount of coffee and things like that. It's getting in that mindset where you can play this game, because this is a high stress game, and these games are going to go on for several hours, and you're going to be have that adrenaline pumping for all that time.
Zach, as I bring up, I'll transition us over to the player list. I'll just say, what's the one thing you are hoping to see in this round?
What I'm hoping to see, Brian, is one of the extended deadline players putting the virtual and the face-to-face players to shame, putting them in their place. I think these are the ones who haven't been on screen as much on DBN. We cover mostly face-to-face and virtual events. So these are relative unknown players, and a lot of people might be discounting them. I want to see one of them roll over a board.
All right. Well, let's transition us over to our first game and meet our players. On screen, we see the players who are participating in round 1, board 1. And we've got in Austria our 14 seed Katie Gray from West Lafayette, Indiana. In England, our 20th seed Ben Kelman from Ann Arbor, Michigan. France has 4th seed Evan Swihart, Cincinnati, Ohio. Evan coming in on the strength of winning the Nexus Diplomacy League extended deadline tournament. Germany, or extended deadline league. Germany, number 24, Peter McNamara from Melbourne, Australia. It is incredibly telling that this is the first time we're really talking about Peter McNamara, who was the winner of last year's DBNI and Diplomat of the Year. Keep an eye on Peter. There were some questions as to whether he'd make it. He fought hard at the end of the season and managed to come in as that 24th seed. Really interested to see how hungry is Peter. Is he looking for that repeat performance? In Italy, we have the 18th seed Liam Stokes from Victoria, British Columbia, one of Chris Brand's favorites to win this. Russia is number 8, Matthew Krill from Everett, Washington, one of the Super 7 from the 2021 DBNI, and Tanya Gill's pick. And Turkey is number 5, Farron Jane from Austin, Texas, also a DBNI 2021 Super 7 participant. Great group of players. With this top 28, anyone has a shot to win. We've got some of the best players in the game. Obviously, they wouldn't be here if they weren't. Anything that you're looking at, Chris? What are you going to be watching based off this matchup? Zach, anything with these players help set up the storyline for this game?
Absolutely. Well, the first name that jumps out at me is Farron Jane in Turkey. Farron, you can see on the bid section 111111116. So everybody got their first choice of country except for Farron, who got her 6th. But she has a reputation for making top boards in just about every tournament that she plays in. So she's playing as Turkey, one of kind of the least favorite countries, one of the least favorite powers to be in over the last year of diplomacy. It hasn't really been the flavor of the day. I'll be really interested to see if a player of her caliber can overcome that and change the narrative of Turkey.
Yeah, so on that topic, Turkey has been one of the weaker powers over the past 2 years. It's improved in the 2022 season over 2021. 2021, it was dismal in its performance. But primarily, everyone was just doing Austria, Italy, Russia kind of gang up on Turkey alliances. But it's made somewhat of a resurgence. And as you said, Farron seems to find a way to win. So that'll definitely be one to keep an eye on, particularly with Matthew Krill as the neighbor in Russia. Often Russia is one of the main powers that will determine the success that Turkey has in the game. And with the two of them having some history, that'll be definitely something to keep your eye on. So, all right, well, let's get
It's
to
going to be a hell of a game, honestly.
Absolutely. Every single one of these is going to be a hell of a game. So let's get to it. All right. So spring of 1901, orders are in the box and we are officially underway. Zach, why don't you read out our play-by-play, talk us through what's happening across the entire board. Chris, then we'll come to you for some deeper analysis.
Absolutely. Okay, so you look around the board and you look for the bounce points, right? English Channel is often where you'll see both. Possibly you'll see a fleet if there's friction between England and France. No fleet. Galicia, sometimes both Russia and Austria move there. Sometimes neither does. In this case, they're going to both move there to keep the other out. Very cautious play from Austria and Russia. Something a little unusual is what you see in the southeast corner between Russia and Turkey. The majority of the time, I would say a slight majority, you'll see both Turkey and Russia moving their fleets to the Black Sea to bounce each other out and keep that empty. In this case, they've decided to arrange the bounce in Armenia. And what that does is it allows them to build a little bit of trust while also getting that Turkish fleet to Constantinople, where you can bet it will likely try to slip to Aegean in the fall. So that's a sign of early trust building between Russia and Turkey.
Yeah, I definitely, that definitely says to me that Matthew and Farron are getting on well to start with, and they want to work together at least from the start. That you get that Turkish fleet out, but you also protect against the risk that one of you stabs the other. So it's a cautiously throwing your cards in together kind of move. The one that stands out to me is Venice to Tyrolia is an interesting one. With Rome to Apulia, that sort of seems like it's probably pro-Austrian, but you never know with that one. A lot of the time we see Austria willingly cede Trieste to Italy, so that would be a Venice to Trieste move, but this is not that. It gives them a play in the north as well. Peter now has to wonder, can I risk leaving Munich open or not?
Moving into the fall.
And into the fall 1901, you start to see where these alliances are going to be. My eye goes right over to Holland, where England has attempted a convoy. They knew they weren't going to get it. That was just an attempt to bounce Germany out. And then France follows up with a move to Burgundy as well. Italy does a slightly unorthodox thing. Tyrolia is going to slide up to Bohemia, positioning in the center of the board. And as expected, Turkey brings the fleet out. Austria grabs Greece, and Italy notably takes Tunis with the fleet rather than with the convoy.
Yeah, and no bounce in Sweden. So it looks in the north to me like we're starting to see maybe England and France against Russia and Germany. Definitely some friendship between Russia and Germany. Maybe Peter was not feeling the love from the other players in the West and therefore felt that it needed a friend in Russia to compensate for that.
And the position for builds, France with 2. We got Army Paris, Fleet Marseille, English Fleet Eddy. So again, very clear lines between the two of them. They're friends. Germany has a choice to make, only one build. They're going to plop down an army. 2 armies for Russia. Fleet Constantinople for Turkey is interesting. A lot of people would have went Smyrna there. Austria goes double armies. They weren't going to build a fleet. And Italy with the fleet in Naples. Chris, does that tell you anything you didn't already know?
I don't see anything very interesting there. Yeah, Constantinople rather than Smyrna is a little bit interesting. I mean, it's not as easy to get to Eastern Med, but it also can defend Black Sea. So that's maybe a little cautious, but then not a bad idea to play cautious as Turkey, because it is very easy for you to be the first one out as Turkey. So absolutely. I don't dislike it, that's for sure.
Farron doesn't want to become another statistic. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. And honestly, as Turkey, you can play a little bit of a slow game. You don't need to make the gains early, but you don't want to make the losses early. That's the main thing. So this is, I think this is a good play from Farron.
100%.
I know it's early, but based off this opening, is there anyone you feel like is looking better than average based off the power they're playing, and anyone that's looking a little bit worse?
I got to say, I like France here. I think France has nobody moving in their direction. They've got a neutral that's as good as theirs. So they're not really in a position to be stabbed by their current ally, who's England. It's good to have a friend, and it's good to have no enemies, and France checks both those boxes.
But honestly, taking on Peter is so good at the tactics here. Even with England and France against him, I could see Peter holding out for a long time and them getting stalemated for a long time here. So it'd be interesting to see how that works out.
That's a good point. I should change my answer now that I remember it's Peter in Germany.
You've always got to look at who the players are. It's not just where the pieces are.
Speaking of players and pieces, one of my favorites is Liam Stokes sending that army into Bohemia as Italy. That's one of my favorite things to do. You can just cause so much chaos and influence so many things with that unit. And Liam has shown a penchant for some chaotic play at times throughout his the games we've covered, and I'm really excited to see what Liam intends to do with that unit.
Yeah, this is one of those places where you'd love to be able to hear the negotiations between Italy and Austria, because this could be very friendly between them. Bohemia can support into Galicia, but also Ionian is at risk to an extent. You know, there's 2 non-Italian fleets next to Ionian as well as 2 Italian fleets. So is he going to get bounced out of Ionian in the spring?
Well, we will find out in a moment. First, though, I'd like to talk about the name of this game. In tradition, like we did in the previous DBNI, we are naming our boards after some luminaries in the diplomacy hobby throughout history. And David Hood is unable to join our broadcast today, but was kind enough to bring some of these names and history forward. The first one is Jim Meinl. Jim started in the hobby around 1980 and began publishing a dipzine called The Prince during 1982. Dipzines at the time were hobby magazines that were some of the ways that the community helped keep in touch. Wrote articles, were a huge part of the hobby during the 70s and 80s in particular, and some of those continue on today. Definitely a major influence on diplomacy history. Jim was based in Washington State and then moved to Alaska in the mid-1980s for work as a CPA. He actually still has his own CPA practice there today. Almost exactly 30 years ago in 1992, Jim published his first edition Encyclopedia of Postal Diplomacy Zines. This was a mammoth 100-page reference work which documented every published zine since Graustark, the zine that started the hobby in 1963. This was a labor of love for Jim and his team, and an invaluable piece of diplomacy hobby history, which can still be found online today. So you could call Jim the encyclopedist. The other 3 game names are going to also be for some famous diplomacy writers. We owe a big debt to those who have come before us and wrote those zines, and it's just nice to be able to pause and recognize folks like Jim Meinl, who we wouldn't be here without their work. So moving on, let's get to spring of 1902.
Well, let's see how these players honor Jim Meinl with their moves in spring 1902. France gets into this kind of typical France position. 3 armies lumped together near Germany, Fleet Spain, Fleet Mao. They can go whichever direction they want. England tries the convoy again to Holland with support from France, doesn't get in. And while they're at it, they're going to lose Norway to the Russian, who has supported himself in. While also moving to the south with Moscow to Ukraine. Italy, Chris, you mentioned that Bohemia might go to Galicia. It's going to go the other way. It'll support Vienna into Galicia, while Budapest successfully supports Serbia into Romania, popping that unit. And Turkey, Jane, kind of turns around towards Russia here. So you mentioned that small amount of trust had been built. Maybe that trust is being cashed in or burned up. Chris, what do you think about this?
Yeah, the East is definitely interesting. Greece to Ionian, I said that we could see some conflict over Ionian. I don't read that as actual conflict, though. I think that's probably just a hedge of some sort, or sow some doubt there. It doesn't look like it was seriously intended. It doesn't look like they were expecting to get support from Aegean. Let's put it that way. But yeah, the Ankara to Armenia and Con to Black, while Bulgaria actually supported Austria into Romania, right? So yeah, this is a big anti-Russia move from Austria-Turkey here. And then the Italian army went to Piedmont, which is going to be interesting because that has a big effect on Burgundy, because now Evan's got to decide whether to move Burgundy down to cover Marseille in the fall, and then that possibly leaves Burgundy open for an attack from the Germans. So it's always interesting to see Italy interfering in the West. Italy tends to be seen as more of an Eastern player, but has a big play on the West if they want to take it.
Absolutely. And if you're Turkey, you love to see that army moving from Venice to Piedmont, because if you're Turkey and you attack Russia in 1902, you need to see Italy doing anything other than taking advantage of that by flying into your seas.
Yeah, it's a really good point. It's hard. It's very difficult to move north as Turkey without, if you got the threat of Italy and Austria swinging around on your underside.
And Norway is interesting. I don't know that that's a big loss there, because Ben's got 3 on it in the fall, so he could take it back, depending on how much risk he wants to take and what Peter's going to do. Right?
That's right.
Well, my prediction is that Peter can't be too happy about all of the action in Holland over the past couple of turns. So I suspect there could be some coordination between Matt Krill and Peter McNamara. Failed to say, Peter was also obviously a Super 7 qualifier, won the event as a whole. So Peter, Matthew, and Farron all have history in playing in that game together. And right now, they are continuing to make their own history in this game.
Well, fall 1902, you kind of see a little disarmament between France and Italy. They kind of went to each other's borders, shook hands, and walked the other way. And instead, they're actually going to work together over Munich, which might be the surprise of the season. That Italian unit had been helping Austria over the east. Now it's going to help France in Germany, and that's huge for cracking Peter McNamara. It's hard to beat him with 2, but if you have 3 and maybe 3.5 with Russia, you got much better odds of beating him tactically. England goes ahead and takes Norway back. Austria rolls into Sevastopol and puts Turkey into Romania. They also take the Black Sea, so everybody is eating well in the south except for Matthew Krill in Russia.
That Munich move, that's so Evans put a lot of trust into with Liam for that move, because he left Marseille completely open, trust that Liam would move that army back, and supported Italy into Munich. So I mean, Liam could quite happily have taken both Marseille and Munich at this point.
There is so much about this turn that I love. This game, like this turn sums up so much of what's great about diplomacy. You have tremendous trust and risk. Evan had to have just been sweating bullets here. Is he or is he not going to follow through? And Liam, like, choosing to mix things up. So many times in top games, you see patterns that are familiar and comfortable for players, and this is very unusual for it to happen in 1902. It's going to make for a very, very dynamic game, and something that we haven't seen a lot of with. And anytime you can get top 28 players in the world playing in situations that are not common and unusual, means that we as viewers are going to be in for a very entertaining game.
I always say, as Italy, you need to know where your fifth dot is. And it didn't look like it was going to be an Austrian dot. I mean, it could have been Vienna or Trieste, but it seemed more likely it was going to be either Marseille or Munich. And that's always fun as Italy. But then the difficulty with Munich is now you're going to have, if I'm counting right, you're going to have new German units in both Kiel and Berlin. So whether you can actually hold that, I don't know. But maybe you don't need to.
Maybe it's a loan from the Bank of McNamara.
It could be. I've played that, but if that were a loan, I would have expected that with the move to Marseille.
Yeah.
I think Chris Kelly in the comments was pointing out the coordination between Austria and Turkey around Sevastopol, and I think that's really, really telling. And I think that Turkey has a ton of upside here right now. So much so that I'd almost question whether, like, I think, would you agree that France and Turkey are probably the two powers with the best position at the moment right now?
One thing I really like about those moves from in the east is that the southern Russian fleet is gone and is never coming back. Well, you never say never, but it's going to take a long time before that fleet can ever possibly come back, right? So, and that's really nice for Turkey. That gives you that sort of safe border there. So this is Farron's in this game for a long time now. She's not going to be one of those early elimination turkeys, that's for sure.
Well, let's take a look. We've got some videos. Kevin O'Kelly was kind enough to capture some videos for us. So we'll go ahead and take a look at some of the players that we've got. Right now, let's hear, I think to start things off, it would only be appropriate to start out with some of our Diplomat of the Year from the previous year. So let's hear from Peter McNamara.
Hi, I'm Peter McNamara. I've been playing diplomacy for quite a while now. I have played my first game as a teenager, my first online games about 20 years ago, and been playing tournaments for about 15 years. Some of you may recognize me. I've been on this DBN before.
I love Peter's understated delivery in every single interview. Might have heard of the 2021 DBNI Diplomat of the Year, winner of the Calamar Cup, winner of the biggest diplomacy event in history.
And that's just Peter. He just, like, even when you're playing, he'll like make these sort of gentle suggestions, and he's just a very interesting person to talk to when you can get a word out of him when you're playing anyway.
He is very guarded and chooses his words precisely. One of my favorite things was the Diplomacy Briefing, one of the great newsletters. If you are not subscribed to Diplomacy Briefing, you should. It's one of the best ways to keep up with the goings on in the diplomacy hobby. They had a drawing from Lady Razor, one of diplomacy's best artists, and put together a drawing of Peter as a calculating robot conquering through the rest of the field. So we'll have to find that and bring that on to air. It's a wonderful drawing and a great example of Peter's personality. But in this game, those calculations can't be very favorable. Chris, Zach, does Peter have a chance to get back into this game? What would it take?
He's got to harness this green army in Munich. I'm sure it wasn't invited in, but if it's unfriendly going forward, I'm not sure there's any kind of set of moves that's going to get Peter out of this. If he can get Liam to use that army as one of his own, I think Peter can hold out long enough to flip one of his Western neighbors onto his side.
Yeah, I'm loath to ever write Peter off. But I mean, he really needs a diplomatic coup at this point. He needs to change the diplomatic situation in the West there, so that he's got an ally other than Matt. Matt is great as an ally, but he's got his own problems. Basically, he's not able to help Peter out however much he might want to. So he needs to find himself a friend in either Ben or Evan or Liam. And Peter can come to you with those imaginative suggestions, and when you look at them, you're like, yeah, well, actually, we could do that. Maybe that's worth doing. So I'm not writing Peter off by any means, and it's going to be interesting to see what he can come up with from this position.
Well, here's an imaginative suggestion. I've got an unfriendly Italian army in Munich, so I'm going to build a fleet in Kiel. Peter declaring which direction he's going to defend against. And this is kind of him making a pitch towards Liam. Like, I'm going to leave you alone there. You also get the... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. That's I'm being attacked by 3 people. I'm going to show one of them that, okay, and in fact, I'll show all 3 of them that I'm not going to defend myself against Italy. If you're going to give my dots to Italy, then that's going to happen, and that's not a good thing for England and France, right? So then the idea is they then start to have second thoughts, and maybe they should be doing something different at this point.
Going around the board for the rest of the builds, you got that Fleet Marseille for France, which tells us absolutely nothing, and a fleet from Turkey, which tells us absolutely nothing. So we'll head into spring.
I think a Fleet Marseille does tell us something because, well, I mean, you've already got three French armies, right? But right. You can't use a French fleet against Germany, so
that's fair.
You could even have seen a wave at that point. But it tends to say to me that there's not a lot of friendship built up between Italy and France.
No, and going into the spring 1903 moves, you see the tension continuing to grow. A bounce in Piedmont. France is going to go into Western Med from Mid-Atlantic rather than Spain. And the attack against Peter McNamara continues from England, but he does get a friend in Liam. Liam pokes Burgundy, which is exactly what he wants. Farron just continues to grow and build out that position up into Sèvres. Austria slides into Ukraine. They're kind of solidifying that southeast corner of the board. They're almost done cleaning there.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who gets Warsaw and Moscow. I guess that's probably a one each. But the difficulty in the East now is that this AET alliance is doing so well that they're almost at the point where the only people left to fight are each other. So
Fall 1903, France splits the difference back into MAO, also into Lyon, kind of a defensive posture against Italy. England's going to convoy the army into Norway. So moving east, not towards Peter, towards Russia in Matthew Krill instead. And Austria just kind of snakes around Matthew Krill's Russia. They're going to make sure that Warsaw and Moscow fall.
Yeah, the Turkish moves are interesting there. I guess Sèvres is probably going to go up into Moscow in the fall. And this is fall, isn't it? No, they're just swapping those centers, right? Yeah, this is just a rearrangement of those centers. And then next turn, they're going to probably take Warsaw for Austria and Moscow for Turkey. And the attempt to get into Ionian, which was foreseen by Liam by the looks of it, so that there's a lot going on that we can't see here because the AT is obviously solid enough that they decided their next target is Italy, and he knew that was coming and has managed to convince Evan of that and get Evan to back off. I think that's what it looks like. Spain to Lyon, that could easily be friendly. Then there's also a bounce in Piedmont, which seems less friendly. So.
Well, I love what Liam Stokes is doing in this game. He is known widely as a somewhat unpredictable player and definitely doing some unexpected but not random things in this game. Every choice that was made made sense. So. Yeah, absolutely. So let's hear from Liam now.
My name is Liam Stokes. I am from Victoria, British Columbia, up in the Great White North of Canada. I've been playing Diplomacy for just over 2 years now. I'd have to say that my favorite sphere is probably in the East. I think I do well hiding in the weeds there, but until towards the mid game and end game.
Liam, always a fun player to cover. So in this game, looking to kind of hold on what could be some coordination between France and Austria-Turkey. Do either of you think that's likely?
I think if you're Evan at this point, you're weighing up. Like, there's 4 Italian dots there in the mid, and you're looking at, well, if I do decide to side with Austria-Turkey and go after them, how much is my share of those 4 dots? Right? You could obviously, if the 3 of them decide to attack them, obviously all 4 of them are going to fall. The question is, do you get 1? In which case, it's probably not worth it, or do you get 3? In which case, sure, I'd go for that probably. And then, of course, there's what happens next, because Austria-Turkey are obviously in a very solid alliance here. If you help them take Italy, do they then fight? Or is it more likely that you just end up having to fight them off? And in which case, maybe you might as well just help Italy hold those dots. For now, at least. It's always nicer if you're in that position as France, if you can prop Italy up for a bit until they start to lose, and then they're like, oh, well, I'd rather you take my dots than they take my dots, so why don't you move into Tunis at this point, you know? It's always nice if you don't have to fight for dots, but someone's willing to give them to you instead.
I was first to talk in a muted mic. Spring 1904, we get another bounce in Piedmont. France pulls the trigger on England. That is Evan Swihart saying, goodbye, Ben Kelman. Thank you for your service to me. That doesn't mean Peter McNamara's off the hook, because you see Belgium is supported into Ruhr. And Peter, it seems like he's kind of retreating towards these green centers. He wants them back, and he doesn't care what France does behind him. Meanwhile, we see Austria and Turkey do okay. You hate to see the Ukrainian army get popped, but they're going to do some shuffling with Turkey moving into Romania. Ionian, everything is static down there. That's kind of going to be a stalemate for a little bit in the Mediterranean.
Yeah, Mid-Atlantic to Irish is the thing that stands out to me here. That's moving on that undefended Liverpool indicates that there hasn't been much cooperation between England and France for the last year, because England's been more going after the Russian centres, while France has been going after the German centres. So obviously Evan decided that the English centres were easier to get than the Italian ones at this point. And you've got to wonder how much, whether Peter knew about that or not, because pulling those armies back from France could indicate that he might have known that was coming, or might have guessed that was coming. So now is the time to retake those 2 home centres, and don't worry too much if France takes Holland.
Yeah, you could take those 2 and still be building if you do lose Holland.
Yeah,
that feels arranged to me. And if so, I think that's smart for both Evan and Peter. That fleet that Peter can offer could make all the difference in breaking through into the English home centers for France.
Yeah, and Evan needed dots, right? And if he can maybe even agree with Peter to take Holland and also take Liverpool, that's great.
And the fall, Evan has completed the demilitarization of the Med. He is fully invested in the north. Silesia goes back into Munich. So Liam, for the second time, supported into Munich by France. Ben Kelman wisely convoys back to the island. He's sending everything back. And he's also taking Sweden and St. Petersburg. So I believe he will build. Nothing of consequence moves in the east. It's kind of a tempo loss for Austria and Turkey, especially since Liam Stokes has moved armies into Tyrolia and Venice, looking like he may start putting pressure on Austria.
Yeah, some good play by Matt in defending Warsaw, Moscow this year. But ultimately, he's in a position where he hasn't got the units to hold all his dots, and everyone's attacking him. He hasn't really. The only ally he's got is maybe Peter, who can't help him anymore. So this was kind of inevitable at this point.
Yeah, it's a rough go for Matthew Krill. As we said at the top of the show, one of the favorites to win it all. It will not come from this game, most likely. So hate to see that, but some great opportunities for some of our other players. Let's go ahead and hear from Matt right now.
Hi, I'm Matthew Krill. I started playing Diplomacy about 20 years ago, but just came back in 2019 to start playing more regularly. I live up in Everett, Washington, but grew up in the Colorado area, which is where I learned how to play. And I have the hobbies of making the boards like you see behind me. So reach out to me if you'd like one of your own. And looking forward to the DBNI championship here.
Get a little free advertising there for Matt's boards. Love that. I ordered one myself. Should arrive in a couple days. I'm really excited about getting that. We'll probably cover that in a little more detail. He's probably wishing that he was on a different board right now. So definitely shout out here. A couple of folks have said that Warsaw to Ukraine move. Just take a look at that one more time.
Fantastic guess by Matthew Krill. There's a reason he's here. It's not going well for him today, but he's a sharp tactician.
Absolutely. So Matt's one of our top 10 players. We happen to have some stats for him. So just take a look at how Matt's performed over this season. Matt has we've adjusted, so those of you who are familiar with these stats, we've tweaked them a little bit, but the top share, he's got a 31% top share, which puts him in the 90 percentile. So tops significantly more than the majority of the rest of the players. Centers above average player is 2.4 more centers per average game, which puts him in the 91st percentile. His cap 04, he's in the 85th percentile. His efficiency, which we previously were calling the order success rate, at 79%. So most of the time when he puts in orders, they are going through as designed, which is plus 2.5%. His collaboration, which is a combination of his supports received and supports given, was 95%. So that would indicate he tends to ally with someone and does better when he has a partner, at plus 3.6 more than other players on average, supports and receiving supports per game. And give and take, G&T, is 42%. So that means he tends to receive more supports than giving. In this case, higher numbers indicate better or more giving players. Lower numbers at 42%. He's on the bottom, basically kind of right in the middle for giving and taking supports. So Matt, one of our top players, but not doing the best this game. We'll take a look at our builds, but before we do that, any predictions at this point in the game? Who's got the upper hand? Who do we like to win this thing?
Can I give a lower hand? I don't love this line of units for Liam Stokes in Italy, a straight line down the middle. It's hard to see a good path of attack, especially since he can't move west with the way that Austria and Turkey have been playing. I think for the upper hand, I'm gonna go with France here in Evan Swihart. He's got control over his side of the board, and unlike Austria and Turkey, he doesn't have to share it with anybody really.
And Evan seems to be one of the people who's had the ability to pick his enemies in this game so far. He's not been forced into combat with anyone. It's always been his choice. So yeah, I'd be hard to pick anyone other than Evan at this point, but it's early.
Well, and Evan is one of those extended deadline players that you were referencing at the top of the show, Zach, coming in, showing the chops in the virtual format. Evan's played enough games with the virtual format that I believe I may have picked him for qualifying for the Super 7. If not, I should have, because he's got the right mix. He's got the skill that he's demonstrated in understanding the game by winning in the extended deadline format, but also has a little more experience than some of our other extended deadline players with the virtual format. So really good to see that success here. I'm picking Farron, though. I think that is a powerful turkey. The question is going to be, is Farron going to stick with Katie or make a move? I could see a late breaking Kraken, Italy and Austria perhaps moving on Katie, working somewhat effectively for both of them should they choose to do that. I would wait to do that if it were me until after Moscow had been broken, though.
I think this is one of those turns where the adjustments are going to make a huge difference, because what Liam chooses to remove determines a lot whether Austria or Turkey can make gains against him.
Mm-hmm.
And if Farron can't make gains against Italy, then where does she go? Very hard to take St. Petersburg as Turkey from the south, right? And everything else is Austrian, right? If she can't go against Italy, or do you rely on Austria taking Italian dots, and then you agree to take Austrian dots to make up the balance? That's certainly a possibility.
Well, Chris, you are well regarded as one of the top Italian players. You've got a video on Legendary Tactics. If you've not seen that video series after this broadcast, definitely go check that out. Legendary Tactics YouTube channel has some of the best diplomacy content ever created. You've got some things to say about Italy during those broadcasts. What do you disband here?
Yeah, I've been trying to figure out what I do as Liam and what I do as Farron here. You've got an Austrian build, which is almost certainly going to be an army Vienna, which means that your armies aren't going to be making any progress. I think you probably pull Tyrolia and offer Munich as a German janissary, or bring that army south as quickly as you can. You could also argue for pulling Munich. I think I would not want to pull one of the fleets at this point. I think I would be hoping that I could frustrate Farron enough by preventing her from making any progress into the Ionian that might cause some issues between that AT alliance, because as long as that AT alliance is solid, then you've not got a good future in this game, right?
Yeah. So the question for me is, if AT stick together, will they be able to keep up with Evan, or is that in essence giving Evan the top?
Yeah, and I don't know how we're scoring these games. Like, is being one of the top three good enough to? I guess it probably depends on your other game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is open tribute scoring. So if you're new to diplomacy tournaments and scoring systems, every tournament has a scoring system. It values some combination of having a lot of centers, having the most centers, and being one of a small amount of players to survive the game. This scoring system for DBNI is called Open Tribute. Being on top, being the board top with the most centers is the most valuable thing you can do. So I would think that's great news for Evan, but he's got to push. He can't let Austria and Turkey get across the line and force him to split that top. Liam pulls Tyrolia. So a gesture of friendship, I suppose, to Austria, who's going to put down an army in Vienna. Another fleet for Turkey, and Katie should be happy to see that. Fleet in Brest for France. Evan's going to continue prosecuting that attack in the north, but Ben Kelman will not die easily because he managed to get a build. You never like the person you stabbed to get a build, because here's why. He's got a fleet in London. It's going to be tough sledding to take control of that island.
And a fleet in Kiel.
So yeah, that's what I was going to ask. What is that fleet telling us?
Well, I think it's the same thing as before. It's a very friendly to France and Italy build. So I think Ben might have some problems here.
Yeah.
Well, I can't believe we're already at spring 1905, but Liam in Italy has decided he thinks he's worked it out with Austria and Turkey, and he heads west. Meanwhile, France kind of maybe reads that and takes Munich. A lot of bounces between France and Germany in the center of the board, and Austria and Turkey finish taking the easy Russian centers to take and line up those fleets with a little conga line in Albania, Greece, Aegean, and Eastern Med. So now, no matter what Liam had done, they have a force on Ionian in the fall if they want it. Chris, who do you see as the winner from this set of moves?
Yeah, I think despite the fact that Aegean is now in Greece, I don't think that was almost certainly arranged. That they're trying to get the 4 fleets onto the Ionian. I'm not sure that the moving the fleets west by Liam is wise, but then, yeah, you're probably in that difficult situation where if you're sure you can't split up the Austria-Turkey alliance, it's one of those if you can't beat them, join them type of thing. Maybe if I can't convince them to fight each other, maybe I can convince them that I'm useful, my units are useful to them, right? And stopping France is what they want at this point, right? Yeah. And Matt is gone.
Well, he clearly doesn't like what he saw from them in the spring, because any offer he might have made is revoked. The Italian fleets fly back east, and the French fleets maybe reading the room with Ben Kelman. Ben Kelman proved that he could defend himself, so France sends everything south now. He wants a piece of whatever's going on in Italy. Peter McNamara is apparently gifted Sweden. And while he's doing that, he slides Kiel to Holland and Belgium to Kiel while supporting Russia back into Warsaw. So all of a sudden, Peter seems like every single person on this board has made him an offer, and he's taken perhaps all of them.
Yeah, it's interesting that in the spring there was a bounce between France and Germany in Holland, and then in the fall, France is supporting Germany in there. So that was an argument that they've figured out how to work that one out. But Evan's position, sending all those fleets south, and now he's got an English fleet in the Channel. He's got to figure out how to cover Mid-Atlantic and Brest potentially. He's not going to lose Liverpool this year. Well, no, he hasn't lost Liverpool this year. This is fall, right? So he hasn't got a build though, right? So
bold predictions from Chris Brand.
He will build in from.
It's early here. Oh, that's
France
right. He will have a build. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So losing the Channel is not a big deal then. Right. But so Liam's going to be pulling again.
So let's take a look at Ben Kelman. Very impressed with Ben's defense, which is appropriate for someone who played collegiate football, I guess. Let's hear from him now.
Hi, I'm Ben Kelman from Ann Arbor, Michigan. I learned to play diplomacy in middle school, but I've been playing competitively since the virtual community picked up about 2 years ago. For now, I'll say my favorite country is England, but I like playing Turkey more than most people enjoy it.
All right. So, Chris, first priorities. Who has joined us on screen?
That was Loki.
Loki, love it.
He doesn't come and visit me very often, so I'm honored for that.
As are we all. Chris, what can you say about Ben's play? He said he loves playing England here. What's your thoughts on his English play so far?
He mentioned Turkey as well, right? So he's obviously a person who likes the corner powers where you've got that side edge of the board that you don't have to worry about, and you only have fewer neighbors. That can mean a more tactical game rather than a diplomatic game to some extent. It also means that it's harder to get those outright victories, right? Because you're the furthest away from the stalemate line. So it's interesting he chooses those two powers as being the ones that he prefers. A lot of people would say that they're their least favorite powers because for exactly those same reasons. Mm-hmm. It tends to indicate that maybe he's got a slightly different style to other people. But he's played this very well. I mean, pushing up to take St. Petersburg, there is always the risk that you leave yourself very open to France, which he did leave himself open to France, but he's only lost Liverpool, which is not that big a deal. And now he's back in a position where you can't see him losing anything else. And he can take Liverpool back whenever he feels like it, basically. So I think he's played this well so far. He's in the middle of the pack, but he's, the future's not looking bad at this point. I prefer the English position to the Italian position at this point, that's for sure.
So I think we still have our two big front runners as France and Turkey, from my take on it. What are we expecting with adjustments from Turkey? That's the one that's most interesting to me.
Sorry, I may have missed in the fall that move. Turkey followed up into Greece. Oh no, Turkey stayed in Greece. So while Albania went to Adriatic, it's tough to read this. This could be a falling out between Austria and Turkey. It's hard to believe that Katie was fine with Farron taking Greece and therefore losing one as a result, because she didn't have a build to compensate for it. So.
Katie got into Moscow there, so Katie's going to be level. But even still, it seems like this shifts the balance toward Farron.
Yeah. Is this the time where you pull the trigger on moving against Austria? Could be.
Possibly.
Or you could keep pushing against Italy. It'll be going to be interesting to see.
So do you think we're going to learn anything through the builds?
I would be surprised to see a fleet build at this point, because you've got the 3 fleets in the south. You don't need a fleet for the Black Sea. So I think an army is the right build here, regardless of what you're doing. So I would expect to see an army. So I don't think we're going to learn anything until we see the spring moves.
Oh, there's the fleet. So I guess we have learned something.
Well, there you go. I always love it when the players prove me completely wrong.
It happens all the time for me. Anything stand out with these adjustments?
Fleet Brest is interesting. Is Evan still pushing against Ben?
Yeah, it makes you wonder if maybe that Ben going into English Channel was against kind of a de-escalation agreement they had made, and now Evan's got to defend the north.
That now gives Evan the ability to send 2 fleets north, 2 fleets south, and have an influence in both. And then maybe pick up some builds from England to be able to backfill as the Italian fleets start to disappear. But
with 4 Turkish fleets, that's got to influence and make that decision about how to maneuver those fleets and what to do, how far to go up against England more difficult for Evan. So I definitely understand what you were saying about the army, but if Farron is attempting to try and balance and slow the board, the person I think is the board leader in position to do the best, that may not have been a bad play.
No, and that's fair. And the other thing, of course, that it does is it sends a very clear signal to Katie, right? Because an army could be used against Katie. A fleet can't be used against Katie. The only coastal center she's got is Trieste, right?
Yeah, and if they're together, I mean, that's not 4 Turkish fleets, it's 5, because that Austrian is going to be working with them. And that's...
And that's the argument that says maybe you don't need the fleet, but then sometimes you build a unit you don't need to send a message to other people anyway. Right?
Let's find out.
Okay, well, interesting. Liam has ceded Tunis to Evan Swihart's France, and Evan has ceded Liverpool to Ben Kelman's England. So a lot of charity going on in the western half of the board. Peter McNamara, after what feels like an eternity, is back into Munich. A little bit of bounce over St. Petersburg, and the biggest question of what's going to happen between Katie and Farron, I think, has been answered, at least for now. This seems cautiously friendly between the two of them, with Warsaw going to Galicia and Sev to Ukraine.
Yeah, a bit of what did Ionian do? It's very passive in the south with those Turkish fleets. I can't see the move for Ionian. It's a support of something, but does that just support Adriatic?
Or did it support a move? It's hard to... Yeah, I think it does just support Adriatic.
It supported Adriatic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is more of an emotional support than
which
anything.
Doesn't seem to be needed, but I mean, I would have I'm surprised to not see Ionian to Tyrrhenian with the 2 fleets covering Ionian. I guess there's the risk that there are 3 Italian fleets next to Ionian. So
it might have been supporting Adriatic to Apulia. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it would be red. The dots would be red in that case, wouldn't they? But bringing the 4th fleet up means that in the fall, you've got Farron's got the ability to move Ionian and beleaguer it as well. Oh, except that Tunis has moved to Tyrrhenian. So there's 4 fleets on both sides now. So Ionian's this big stalemate, as it often is. But then with Venice falling, the Italian dots are going to go eventually, even if it's armies coming down from the north to take Naples in the end.
All right. Well, France continues to advance into Tyrrhenian Sea. It seems like this is an invitation from Liam. And he also solidifies a position up north. That's interesting, the tactics over on the island between Liverpool, Wales, and London. Looks like a self-bounce for Ben Kelman. And maybe England tried to support Liverpool out, trying to get a little clever there, but Ben was all over it, cutting that support from the North Sea. Farron puts the Black Sea into Sev, which if you're Katie is exactly where you want the Black Sea. Any sort of tension between them is completely resolved. Katie's going to build from Venice, and Turkey, Farron is just going to continue swinging those fleets into position. It'll take a year, but they're in a good shape.
Yeah, the key thing about the English moves is that's defending London without any supports. So North Sea cuts English, which could have supported in, and Liverpool cuts Wales, which could have supported into London. So both the supports are cut. But then, of course, you don't want Liverpool to actually move to Wales, so you move London to Wales as well to bounce it. It's very good, very strong tactical play by Ben there.
Yeah,
very good, very good.
Some quality play in this game so far. Poor Liam though, definitely going down. Katie Gray's stock is continuing to go up.
And look at that Peter graph.
Yes.
3, 4, 5, 6. And now he's like right back in there again. I said you'd never write Peter off. Right?
Love it. Let's hear from Katie now.
Hi, my name is Katie Gray. I'm a PhD student studying aeronautical engineering at Purdue University, but I have just recently moved out to New Mexico. And I've been playing Diplomacy online extended deadline for about 3.5 years. And I started playing virtually almost exactly a year ago.
All right. So Katie was one of the big contenders for Rookie of the Year. And for much of the season was leading that. Came in second, I believe, but definitely one of the players on the rise. Really fun to see her success this season. But for those who play web diplomacy, Katie's no stranger, is very well known in the web diplomacy hobby as one of the top players, and no surprise to those who it's not a surprise to see her performing well in this format as well. So
yeah, I've played with Katie and was very impressed with her game.
Yeah, what great reads. And we've got some solid alliance play right now between Katie and Farron. My question will be, how long is it going to last?
How long indeed? That army in Budapest. It's nice when you have a build and the only place you're allowed to put it is the place that kind of gives you an opportunity for mischief. So Katie has that with the army in Budapest. Still, though, a pretty well separated line. I think France is a very interesting line too. You want to see that check mark going down the middle of the board from Tunis all the way up to NAO. These moves will be telling. Are we going to hit a wall, or is something dynamic going to happen?
Got a reverse Nike swish here.
Exactly.
I don't know where Evan's next build is coming from.
Apparently, it might just be Naples because Liam is begging him to take Naples.
That's what I was talking about earlier, right? It's always nicer when the victim invites you into their centres rather than you have to actually force your way in. So that happened with Tunis, and now it's happening again with Naples.
It does, but it could be perilous because of a great tempo move here from Ferran convoying Bulgaria into Apulia. This is a big gas pedal for AT. All those Austrian units hit the line. Ferran convoys onto the boot, and Evan Swihart does nothing outside of taking Naples, which he'll lose.
Really hurts to lose that Italian fleet in the spring. That's very, very bad.
Yep.
And yeah, this is, I mean, at this point, the AT alliance has to be looking at what they can get over that center line, right? So it's not surprising to see all the armies rushing up into Tyrolia, Bohemia, Silesia.
Absolutely.
So often in games of diplomacy, momentum is such an important factor. And you can just see in unison this massive push from the AT alliance towards that line, while you've got the center of the board with Peter moving in the opposite direction. So we've got that chaos between the three powers in the West that has not solidified, and the East has and is pressuring that line. I feel personally like the momentum has shifted away from France somewhat, primarily because France was moving in one direction and then moved back and is kind of moving back again. Really, really curious to see this in the fall turn, how the board responds. Are they going to react to that push and respond to it? Or are they going to try to continue to press against Ben and maybe have France and Germany stick together?
Absolutely. If you're Peter McNamara, you're begging them to react because it's your neck on the block if the board doesn't react. And here we go. It looks like France is maybe going to go around England. Holland supports English Channel into north. Sweden supports Skagerrak into Norway. So maybe not so much around, well, around in the sense of hands going around a neck. Austrian units continue going to the line. Another Italian unit is blown up. Poor Liam. I think that's it for his night. Goodbye, Liam. A good pace turn, I think, in the Northwest. Chris, what do you think with him getting into North and Norwegian?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how to read those moves. I mean, we've definitely still got France and Germany working together here. The English to North Sea was maybe intended just to cut any possible support for Norway. But there's that fleet in Wales. You don't want to end up with that behind your lines. And France is picking up a build from Naples, so I guess we'll probably see another fleet breast, which will be able to deal with that. How do you pick up the English dots from here? This is the classic thing of those English dots are nice and easy to take unless there's an English army there. And when there's two English armies there, they get really, really difficult to take.
Well, this here is what I've been looking forward to all season. In the middle of the board, we've got two of diplomacy's best tacticians going head to head, and we are about to see, and both of them having similar situations where their partner is perhaps, arguably at least, in a stronger position while they're fighting for the center of the board. This battle for the stalemate line is going to be something that I think everyone should pay attention to. This is going to be a treat.
Absolutely. And before you move on, I mean, you're talking about the tactics that are to come. We got a taste of it, and I missed it on the first look. This guess in the middle of the board by Peter McNamara, he had to choose defend Munich, defend Berlin. He got it right. When Peter McNamara flips a coin, it's 70-30 in his favor.
And what a big deal that is, getting that build from Norway, being able to rebuild that army or to build that army. That was huge.
And honestly, so many times when you're playing Germany and you're in this kind of situation where you've got the pressure in the center, you can pick up a build elsewhere and not be able to build it because you've got all your home centers occupied. That's one of the big problems you find as Germany. But Peter's not in that position. He's got the space. He could use that build. So.
Whew.
Another fleet.
Farron, Farron was hurting for another fleet. Thank God she got one on the board.
Well, I mean, I think this is clear. This is definitely the hey, look, Katie, I'm not coming after you. You don't have to worry. You can keep all those armies way over there because I can't attack you. Right? And this is a good way to play a solid alliance. You may not actually need that unit, but even if you wave it, there's the risk that it could come as an army later, and that would be a threat.
Exactly. If you're Katie, you don't want a wave. You want a build, and you want it to be a fleet.
Yeah. And you always wonder there whether this is Katie insisting on it or whether Farron volunteered it. And
Absolutely. Maybe Katie volunteered it for Farron.
Yeah. And the fleet must say Army Berlin. Neither of those are a surprise, I don't think.
Right. France has got to lock up the south here. I don't know what you can do. You almost just have to play nice with Ben Kelman at this point because I don't know if they're going to have time to take him out and stop this push. But this turn will be a very interesting negotiation between the three of them this turn, I'm sure. And I'm excited to find out how it shook out.
It's kind of surprising that there's nothing up near St. Petersburg.
Right.
So
there's this English center over there, and basically the only person next to it is that German fleet in Norway. So I would imagine we might see some arranged trades of centers or something there. But this Western alliance that needs to happen really at this point. We've got all these French fleets in the north where they're not really doing any good. So yeah. It's not, the Western Alliance is not looking nearly as good as the Eastern Alliance for positioning wise, right?
Yeah, so all season long, we've been trying to get the top 28 players together, and it's for moments like these that this whole season exists. I don't know where this game is going to go. Like, I could see it locking up. Is there a place that is more vulnerable than the other? Is there a section on the board where there's some movement potential?
There's some guesses in the center for a little while, but that's going to lock up pretty quickly. They haven't got the fleets they need in the west down in the Mediterranean yet. So I think we've got a year when the east can make some gains. And if the west plays it right, they can probably lock it up around that point.
And
assuming that's what happens, right? But there's plenty of room for those alliances not to exist at that point as well. So.
And France, Evan Swihart keeps Turkey out of Tyrrhenian, but it's going to cost him Naples. Well, he was going to lose Naples either way. So another build for Austria, like you were saying, Chris, part of that year. And you're going to see that Turkish army from Galicia moving into Ukraine. Certainly cost of the deal over Naples. Those two are related. Failed convoy onto the island for France. He tries to position into Clyde. McNamara is going to put his fleet into North Sea. So finally, they might be able to take one center off of Ben Kelman. What's your read on that, Chris? Are they going to be able to do anything? Clearly, they haven't worked it out with him based on that.
Yeah. They've got Clyde, Norwegian, and North now, but it's still and English. So yeah, it's still a guess, isn't it? They have potential, but it's a guess. But they lost the guess on Munich, which is interesting. That's going to hurt them.
Oh, and if they had gotten it, it's a lock. Once that fleet gets into Baltic, if they had won that guess, it would have not been a guess next year. So props to Katie for getting in there while she could.
All right, let's keep this thing going. This is good.
They do win the guess. Look at that convoy into London, over north, supported by English Channel. So a huge moment for Peter and Evan to make some progress, because Peter's also going to take St. Petersburg. So he'll stay level even with the loss of Munich, and Ben goes down 2. More positioning here with the fleets. You're going to see Naples advance into Rome, and Ionian tries to follow that into Naples, but good play by Evan. He bounces it out. So Evan Swihart's actually going to keep Naples, despite being pushed out of there in the spring.
Well, let's hear now from one of our top players. Take a look at their stats first of all. Take a look at Evan Swihart. So Evan's top share at 60 percentile, so not as high as many, but these stats are going to be somewhat skewed because the majority of play and points for Evan came out of the Nexus Press League. But that's still a pretty respectable above average top share. Centers above average player, 1 center above average player, top 75 percentile, gets off to a slightly above, a pretty good start, pretty consistently. Efficiency at about 75%. His collaboration is 67% and give and take at 14%. So definitely more of a taker than a giver on that stat. Everything else is above average, but not hugely so. And again, I think it's important to keep in mind we are only able to provide statistics on games where we've got all of the backstabber links and things like that imported into our data. We don't have that for all of our extended deadline games because they're not all played on backstabber. So that is a weakness of our statistics. But overall, I think you can see just from this game, Evan is a quality player and definitely deserving of that number 4 seed overall. So let's hear from Evan now.
Hey, I'm Evan Swihart. I've been playing for not quite 2 years now, virtual face-to-face for about 1.5 years. Lots of mixed results and very surprised to find myself as highly ranked as I am.
Well, I don't know about surprised to see as highly ranked as he is. I think he's showing us something here. He's kind of showing the chops, like you said up top, Brian, how it doesn't seem too fast for him. He's played plenty of virtual games, no misorders, no messed up convoys. He plays like someone who's played fast turns before.
Yeah, definitely. So we had said previously that Turkey and France were our favorites. How are we feeling now? Does anyone have an advantage overall?
I can easily see this being a 3-way France, Turkey, Austria top. It's hard to see Peter picking up anything else from this point. He's very much playing a defensive game here. Turkey obviously has Naples is presumably going to go to one of those Eastern powers. The two, I guess they could put Germany into Edinburgh, right? Maybe it's a four-way, fairly equal.
It's hard to argue with that. Yeah, it's really going to come down to who can, if it's not going to be a 4-way, it's who can convince their ally to let them be on top, because it's hard to see anybody forcing their way on top.
I haven't counted out how many centers there are on each side of where the line is going to end up.
Well, I don't think Evan's going to recover Naples this time. Turkey flows in there, gets the fleet in Ionian, and that's likely where those fleets are going to stop because Evan has put the line up. Khan goes to black, likely defensive. Nothing moves in the center of the board. And Clyde takes Edinburgh. So we are near the end of Ben Kelman. And I wonder if it's going to be say goodbye to Ben Kelman and then shake hands and call it a game. What do you see here, Chris?
I think you're right. It's hard to see much else moving. And, this is with a point in the game where in order to get that guaranteed board top, you need to stab your ally. But the danger there is that if the other side doesn't also have a falling out, then you end up losing overall, right? Because the alliance that stays together will be able to take advantage of the side that hasn't, where the alliance hasn't stayed together. So I don't know, if this was the second round game and we had players who desperately needed a better score, then maybe we might see some falling out. But my suspicion is that you're right. We're going to say goodbye to Ben, and then maybe they'll call it a day. I hope not, because it's more fun if they don't. But
right.
So the one thing, I know you said Khan to black was a defensive move, but with Farron getting a build from Naples, it's possible you could build an army and convoy that across into Sev or Romania, something like that. That could make for or even Bulgaria, could definitely make for an interesting game if Farron were trying to build that score up. The question that I have is, do you feel like, Chris, I'll talk to you. Do you feel like the risk that comes with that would be worth that reward?
It might, you're right. That might be worth it for Farron, because it would effectively probably destroy Katie in the long run. And it's a question of how many of those dots would go to you and how many would go to France and Germany. If that's roughly 50-50, but France and Germany are splitting in between them and you're getting your 50% all to yourself, then that's a good deal and you come out on top, right? So it's absolutely not impossible. And Farron is very much the kind of person who could do that or could not do that. And I wouldn't be surprised either way. So.
Well, David Hood always says some of the best players are not predictable. And I would say that is a strength for Farron Jane.
All right. Well, we see a whole lot of nothing in the West. Oh, and here's actually look at the island. Look at what happens in London. Evan Swihart, for really no reason, moves London to York. Maybe was just goofing around. And Peter McNamara, maybe for no reason, unless there was a malicious reason, convoys London to York. I don't know if they talked about this, but it's really the worst thing you could possibly do, because it served absolutely no purpose. And now York, the fleet, is going to switch positions with London. And Evan Swihart has lost London in addition to Naples. Just a devastating mistake from a top player that you could hardly even see a first-time player making. It's too complicated a mistake for a first-time player to make. You have to be experienced to make this poor a move.
That is fascinating, because London to Yorkshire makes total sense because you want to get the army into play on Liverpool. The convoy has to be a stab.
Or it could be an interface. I click convoy instead of support.
That's possible.
If so, that's horrible.
In which case, that's the worst possible thing you could have done. Right? What time is it in Australia when they're playing this? So it could be it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and Peter makes mistakes, but Peter doesn't make a lot of mistakes. But any mistake, I could believe.
The other one that's really fun to me is the support of St. Pete from St. Pete of Moscow to Livonia. What do we make of that?
I read that as Peter knew that they were going to do a bounce in Livonia, and therefore he took advantage of it. And now they have they don't have an issue because this is the full move, but it makes the position a little more awkward for them for sure.
Yeah. So Ben confirming weird luck. Oh.
I would love to hear from Peter on that North Sea move.
All right. Winter of 1909. We've got a disband in Tyrrhenian Sea because of that oddness. And did Farron wave?
Tyrrhenian, though.
Finally, the wave from Farron.
I don't know about Tyrrhenian. I don't like that.
Why not?
Well, because it gives free rein to those eastern fleets. I mean, they've got you outnumbered, but if English comes down to mid-Atlantic, you had the 4 fleets there that you needed to blockade that line, the Tunis, Western Med, Lyon, Marseille line. But without that one, the fleets in the north take too long to get down there. So you're trying to hold that line with 3 fleets.
Yeah, I wonder what's so important about Norwegian that couldn't be the pull.
I think I would have pulled Norwegian at that point, but I mean, that's just looking at the board position, obviously. So.
Does that change the calculus if you're Farron?
Where if I'm Farron, I'm thinking I have at least a reasonable chance of picking up Tunis now, which is, I mean, Farron's already ahead at this point, right?
Yes, by 1.
So maybe this gives her less reason to stab Katie, because if she's going to top anyway, then why risk it, right? Why do that?
Yeah, you might be spot on there, Chris. If Farron needed a stab to get the top before, now with Tunis, she might not, unless Katie's going to try to drive a really hard bargain. But it's So
there's not a lot they could do if they want to. Even if Katie was insisting on, well, I have to pick something up. What do you pick up? I suppose you can move Vienna down to Rum or something like that, but it's not easy, right? They're not in that kind of position where they've got lots of units next to each other's centers. They've got this big DMZ in the middle. So.
Well, Evan Swihart trying to make up for that disastrous turn. He's going to rearrange the armies into Belgium and Burgundy. Maybe a little mistrust of Peter McNamara, and maybe he wasn't sure. Maybe it's because of that convoy that he shows a little mistrust. Yeah. No more attention really paid to Ben Kelman's dots here. In fact, Edinburgh supports London into North Sea, which gets in. Other than that, no real movement. So how do you see these dynamics in the West, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're exactly right. That definitely says to me that there's some mistrust on Evan's part of Peter. And almost certainly I would agree with you that convoy move last turn, Evan's not happy about that and is thinking that, if that was deliberate from Peter, then he needs to be prepared for problems here. So he supported himself up into Belgium, supported the armies up to cover that line. The supporting London into North Sea is interesting, forcing the German fleet to retreat from there. Yeah, it'd be interesting. I don't know what we're going to see in the fall, whether Evan's going to continue trying to take Ben's dots, or is he not at this point?
All right. Well, he tries to convoy away, so maybe not. Yeah. Turkey makes it official in Tunis. You see that Vienna de Gal, that could be what you were talking about with the walk back to maybe take Romania as part of a flip agreement.
Yeah, that could be. And what do you do as Peter here? Now you're being attacked by England and France, and also by Austria. do you start throwing dots to the east to tell England and France, hey, knock it off? Because if you throw Berlin to the east, you're never getting it back again, right?
Right.
That's a dangerous game. Very dangerous game.
I'm very surprised to see that convoy to Holland. That feels like a huge risk to me.
Boy, this to me speaks. There must be some emotion going on in this game. That I can read that convoy as a stab. I can understand why someone would think that. I can also understand why I would claim, even if it were intentional, that it was an interface mistake. But to react this strongly, that's definitely saying I'm more interested in punishing the other player than securing my board top, and that's fascinating to me.
Yeah, I mean, just the fact of giving up Tunis as a result of that convoy, that means you're taking it really seriously. You're as you say, you're giving up the board top, which is the huge thing.
And I'm risking here now throwing the game. So
yeah,
we'll see how Peter reacts.
And Farron's got a nice 2-center lead now.
Yeah, I don't see that changing. Can either maybe the only way I could see that is if Peter gets so upset that he starts throwing and
Katie gains.
Katie gains. Yep.
Yeah. Katie could pick up enough German dots to pull her ahead of Farron, but that's hard to see, right?
Yep.
And those builds by Farron. Oh, they need another army up there. Yeah, that could still be pro-Austrian. There's a lot more opportunity to stab with those.
Yep. Well, more convoy mischief. Liverpool to Gascony, double convoys. It looks like those convoys are for Liverpool to Brest, which if you're Evan, I think I'd prefer Gascony to Brest. I don't know if that was a misclick or a miscommunication, but convoys sinking the West here.
the French army's head south again, which says to me maybe they've made up between Evan and Peter, because now that's leaving Belgium open, right? I mean, they need those armies south to hold the line against AT.
Diplomacy in tournament diplomacy is definitely a game of endurance, and it does seem like perhaps there could be some fatigue setting in with some of the mistakes we're seeing from the Western powers on this board.
I think the convoy might not have been a mistake. Well, my read of that might be that they agreed that they need that army in Gascony to lock up that line. But Evan didn't really want to put that army in Gascony in the spring.
Yeah.
So he misordered that convoy. You can play it off as, oh, I was tired, I misclicked or something like that. The fact that both of them convoyed to the same place is a little weird in that case, but whatever. You know, there's room for plausible deniability type of thing there, right? But putting it in the fall is much more reasonable. So we see it actually go through in the fall.
And,
so I think that's just Evan playing a little bit cautious there.
Yeah, that's a good point, Chris. Like you pointed out, one misclick is an accident, but two missed convoys might be an intent. So
yeah,
he throws
if
down.
I was going to misorder there, I would have ordered one of them correctly and one of them wrongly, I think.
Yep.
So looks like we're setting up for a pretty solid line here if the alliances don't shift. Any predictions on where the game goes from here?
Yeah, I feel like there's going to be a little bit of testing to make sure that everyone knows where the line is and that no one's having second thoughts about it. But I feel like this game is just about done.
Agreed.
And it is. You know what you're talking about. So, well, congratulations to Farron Jane on a well-deserved, well-earned board top, and to Katie Gray too for very solid Austria-Turkey alliance. It's not something that we see super often. It's not unheard of or anything, but it takes some risk, and for especially for the Austrian player who has to move to the center of the line and risk that Turkey is going to gobble up all those dots. Katie played that really well, and Farron showed a ton of restraint. I don't know if I personally would have shown that level of restraint, and it was that patience and the diplomatic signaling and commitment to that alliance that made the difference in giving the East the advantage over the West, who did not have that same relationship. There was a little bit of dithering back and forth and chaos amongst the Western powers, and that is what ultimately gave Farron that board top. So congratulations. And Chris and Zach, thank you for joining this game, and we're going to give you a break, and we're going to welcome onto the stream now Marcus and Tanya. So thank you both.
Thank you. That's a lot of fun.
All right. Right. Well, Marcus, Tanya, welcome. I don't know if you got to catch any of that game. It was a really, really good one. I hope that we continue to have that level of game the rest of this series.
Yeah, I caught that convoy swap. That was quite something.
And I did see, thank you, Farron. This is my bad. I do definitely owe a preview and an intro for Farron. I got so caught up in the success, I overlooked that. So let's hear from Farron. And we'll also take a look at Farron's stats, because she's been one of the most impressive players that we've had on the circuit. Came into the league very as a rookie, the back half of the inaugural season, surprised everyone and by rocketing up to the top, and really has never looked back. So a frequent favorite in every event that they're playing.
My name is Farron Jane. I'm originally out of Austin, Texas. I've been playing diplomacy, like seriously playing diplomacy, since late 2020. I started kind of towards the end of that year. I got into it out of boredom during the pandemic. My favorite country to play is probably England. I really enjoy England. I think I have a lot of success with England. And, I've been really startled and kind of surprised by the success I've had in this hobby. I originally thought that this was something I would just do casually and not really succeed at. And I've done fairly well for myself, I think.
I think definitely.
Yeah, qualifying for the Super 7 and having stats like these definitely is telling. We've got top share at 92 percentile, topping 33% of the boards that she plays on. Top 80 percentile for Cap and Cap 04 means consistently getting larger center amounts than other players. Efficiency is the surprising one. Only 42% of the time are the orders that Farron enters actually successful. So one, I'm going to double check my math, make sure I didn't screw that one up. But if that's the case, I think that's a good example that efficiency does not always correlate to success. Sometimes reacting to the chaos and sometimes even creating some chaos can be all the difference. And then collaboration, almost top 80 percentile, and give and take, definitely one of our more giving players that we've seen in the top. So really, really impressive play by Farron. Not surprised to see that top at all. All right, well, let's move on to our next round, round 1, game 2. And let's bring those players up now. So for DBNI round 1 game 2, we are naming this board after Mark Birch. So Mark is the amalgamator. Mark started a zine called Diplomacy Digest in 1977. And for most of the next 20 years, Mark was perhaps the most well-known writer of diplomacy theory in the hobby. His digest would take up excerpts from other zines on various topics and then use those snippets as a springboard for his own views on strategy, tactics, and hobby politics. He also served as the strategy and tactics editor at Diplomacy World for many years, the venerable zine that is still around today. Definitely check that one out if you've not done so. And Mark was particularly known as someone who could justify in writing almost any potential opening or move in diplomacy. He preached flexibility and a willingness to examine preconceived notions, which means that Mark and I would definitely get along in our assessment of the game, at least. For our players in Austria, in our 7th seed, Jason Massbaum. Jason was the Cinderella story of the 2021 DBNI, coming to us as an alternate and ending up playing both rounds as an alternate and placing 8th place, narrowly, or 8th or 9th place, narrowly missing the top 7. Building off that success, Jason has had a ton of success all year long, winning, I believe, whipping, and just been a contender at every event they've played. In England, we have our number 2 seed, Karthik Konath. Karthik famously won the DixieCon event, which was, I believe, the largest virtual face-to-face tournament of the season. It definitely among the largest, if not the largest. Greg Matthews, coming to us from Vancouver, coming as the number 9 seed. Greg's big points came from winning the Nexus Season 6 tournament, I believe. And Greg is well known in the extended deadline community as Ewok and one of the constant contenders. So I'm going to be really, really interested to see how Greg performs in this virtual face-to-face format. Germany has number 16, Brandon Fogel. Brandon is one of the co-founders of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network, fellow member of the Windy City Weasels, happens to be one of my best friends, and officiated my wedding. So very well-spoken, wonderful human being, and can be dastardly on the diplomacy board. In Italy, we have Timothy Crosby from Florida. Tim comes to us as the 26th seed. In Russia, another weasel, Sabi Ahuja, our 23rd seed. Sabi has joined this league with a storm and has been all over the place, running as GM of or the organizer for the Nexus Press League, has done organizing for Speedboat, which is a variant of diplomacy where you play with no negotiations, no press, and play with 5-minute turns. So it's a very quick way to get in some reps and practice some tactics. A lot of fun. You should try that if you get the chance to. They've also helped GM a bunch of different events, including assistant tournament director at Carnage. So every single aspect of the hobby, Sabi's been involved with. And Turkey, we've got our 19th seed, Tommy Anderson. Tommy did not qualify, was not qualified, I believe, around 40th seed going into the final event of the season at Cascadia. Ended up pulling out a win with a solo the very last game, which gave them enough points to move into the top 28 and ultimately our 19th seed overall. Tommy is well known as one of the more chaotic players in the hobby. Goes by the moniker Tommy the Tornado. So keep an eye on Russia-Turkey alliance as always. Tanya, I'm going to start with you. What are you looking at this game? Who do you like? What are your thoughts? How's this game going to play out?
I think this is going to be a fun game. I think there's a few players, that some of us are less familiar with. Greg Matthews, also, known as Village Idiot on Web Diplomacy. Excited to see what he does here, how that's going to shape out. And, some of these dynamics are a little bit funny. I think Sabi and Tommy have played together a fair amount, and we'll see if that's a good or a bad thing in this game. And then, I'm not too familiar with Timothy, so it'll be exciting to see sort of what happens in this East. I think I can see any alliance really happening. I don't think it's necessarily going to be an RT versus AI, so it should be fun.
Marcus.
Yeah, I mean, the way I'm looking at this, England, France, Germany, right? These three players are incredibly strong. We don't know whether Greg Matthews can bring that to a virtual face-to-face scene. It's going to be very interesting to tell. If someone manages to get on top in the West, I would expect them to do incredibly well because these are the kind of players who can push that advantage. But the East just feels like more of that's where someone is more likely to get on top. And maybe the thing that stands out most to me on this is the bid numbers on the right. You see Tommy Anderson put Turkey as his number one. No one does that. He clearly is okay with having Turkey. Usually that's somewhere you don't want to be because you can get killed quite easily. It'll be interesting to see how well he can pull off this corner play. He seems quite confident in it.
Germany has been the other underperforming, not underpowered, of the great powers this season. And Brandon Fogel picking that with the third pick. I'm going to be really curious to see what that relationship between England, France, and Germany plays out like. I could see it going any way. I think all three of these players could work well with each other or not at all. So I agree with you, Marcus. I think that how that triangle resolves itself and how quickly may end up being what influences this game. Well, let's get to our game. And I thought I had it, and there it is. All right, orders are in the box. Welcome to DBNI Round 1 Board 2. Marcus, I'll have you take the play-by-play to start, and then Tanya, I'll have you add in some commentary.
Okay, so right here, perhaps the most interesting thing right off the bat, Tommy Anderson and Sabir Huja doing that bounce in Armenia. That's a bit of an odd move, but allows them to get the Ankara fleet out. Italy moving up to Tyrolia, but not aggressive against Austria, or at least just yet. The West seems fairly standard with these moves, except perhaps for the bounce in Burgundy. That's clearly those two not particularly trusting of each other.
Yeah, we're seeing this bounce in Armenia a lot lately, I feel. So it's a popular move. Don't know why, but in this case, I guess maybe the formation of an early RT could be exciting to see. But other than that, pretty standard. We have the Venice going up to Tyrolia again, which, you know, I think is a really good move as Italy gives you a lot of options in the fall to influence things. And other than that, yep, pretty standard.
I know that we saw this same Russia-Turkey opening and in the previous game. And as someone else pointed, I think this is Jason Massbaum. Every single opening was the same as the other game. That is wild. Top 28 players apparently may have some kind of hive mind groupthink going on here. Last game, this relationship with Russia-Turkey ended up, I would say, not in Russia's favor. Really curious to see if we see that repeat.
Yeah. So if we take a look at what's happening here in the fall, no bounce in Sweden. What stands out to me immediately, clearly Germany happy to let Russia get that bit of growth. No bounce in Belgium, despite the French unit being in Picardy. So that unit couldn't have gone anywhere else to another supply center. It covers Burgundy instead. So clearly some mistrust there. And Tyrolia tries to get into Vienna. That's sneaky move there by Timothy. And then finally, if we look at the very south of the board, Tommy Anderson going into Armenia, into Black Sea, and trying to bounce the Russian out of Romania. Very aggressive moves on that front. Not what you would expect after an opening to Constantinople.
I agree with you. Guess there was maybe a change of heart, or maybe this was the plan all along, but not quite sure what you gain from moving to Con and then just trying to take the black. But, you know, here we are. And if Tommy can make this work against Russia, that'll be a good start for him, especially if the AI isn't going to be working together. Then, you know, we might see another AT, which would be an interesting mirror of the other game that we just had. And yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with France's desire to maybe cover Burgundy in case Brandon did try and sneak in there. You have two builds coming. You don't really need a third. And why bounce Carthage out of Belgium when he could be an ally in 1902?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that my read on this, it's not looking great for Brandon at the moment. And I don't think I'd be feeling very comfortable if I were Russia as well. Tim Crosby is a player I've played a few games with, and I'm very surprised by the aggressiveness. I would say my impression of playing with Tim is that's not typical. Could be wrong, but my experience, I would have expected more traditional play. Really going to be curious to see how Jason reacts to this. I've seen Jason can be a very good alliance player. He's very known for that. He also can be a punishing player. So definitely curious.
Yeah, I don't think I wouldn't really rule out the AI just yet. I mean, it's not as if you know, this could have been arranged, right? Like, oh, I'll just tap Vienna if you're tapping Gal or something like that. I mean, unlikely. Like, why would you do that? But I'm not going to rule it out quite yet. I mean, the the army, the Second Army, didn't really follow up into Venice or hasn't really made, any sort of aggression towards Austria necessarily. It convoyed into Tunis instead of putting the fleet there. So I think, AI is still really in the cards.
Well, let's hear from Tim now.
All right, my name's Tim Crosby. I'm from Interlaken, Florida. I've been playing diplomacy probably 15, maybe 20 years. I was introduced to it in college. Saw a bunch of people playing. So I wormed my way into the group and got to play a couple of games. Then put it down after I left college and didn't pick it up again until we got internet.
Well, Tim is going to have to put some of those skills he learned to work in this game. Winter of 1901. Any predictions on our adjustments here, Tanya?
Fleet in Italy, fleet from Tommy, possibly 2 armies. Pretty standard stuff. I think we'll see a fleet and an army from France, maybe in Marseille. It's an EF. Fleet and army from Germany.
All right. So the Northern fleet build from Savy is the most interesting to me. Marcus, what do you make of that?
Yeah, that's very committal, especially when you're being attacked this strongly by Turkey in the south, right? Usually you would want to put an army in St. Petersburg just so that you have the flexibility to go south if everything goes south. But here, St. Petersburg, fleet north coast, very anti-England, very committal, clearly saying to Brandon, I want to work with you, but it puts the ball entirely in Brandon's court, so we'll have to see where he goes with that.
Well, Brandon definitely needs the friend. Tanya, what do you make of the build from Tommy? Is that committing against Russia?
Yeah, it's definitely not threatening towards Italy, right? So I'm not sure I like it, really. I think, if you see an Italy convoy an army over to Tunis and, hang around in the Ionian, you probably want to put down a fleet just in case. You don't want to make yourself too tempting. So I guess, I think really this could still be like an RT, just kind of more inefficient than it might be otherwise. But if I'm Italy, I'm happy, happy with that army build.
Oh boy! Well, there in the south, that's a pretty pretty heavy AI showing itself there with the moves into Aegean and Eastern Mediterranean at the same time. Tommy does try to turn around, but here's the problem with putting that army in Constantinople, right? You don't have a fleet to go out to defend yourself, and your fleet is trapped in the Black Sea now. It can't get out there, and Russia, Sabih, they're trying to help Tommy to put up some kind of defense, supporting into Serbia. It bounces Jason out for a turn. It's not going to save Tommy against this kind of an attack. If we pivot to the north here, some interesting moves Sweden holds instead of supporting, which you think has to be a misorder of some kind, right? The move up to Skagerrak is also very interesting because it means that those fleets are lining up to go in either direction rather than going to Heligoland or Baltic, which would commit immediately. And France, just being France, they can go wherever they like and never be invaded.
I think the not supporting yourself into Norway might have been to be thinking, oh, I don't want them to retreat into Barents Sea and then, having to cover St. Petersburg and just sort of tapping Norway to keep England honest. I've done that move in the past where I'll just tap it so that I stop a convoy of an army into Norway. So that could be it. And perhaps the BE doesn't necessarily think that they need to take Norway and are perfectly fine to sort of let the West play out as it will. As for the RT versus AI situation, I don't think this is why you put down a fleet in Turkey if there is a fleet in Ionian in 1901, right? You don't take that risk and make another army because you're just tempting AI to sort itself out. And now you're in this strange position where you can only be defensive and you can't really be offensive. And like, we'll see what plays out, but I would tip it in the AI's favor here. And Jason's a great he's great at strategy. So there isn't a reason why he should lose out here.
Yeah, I do also want to say the English Channel Fleet. I mean, we can see what it's doing now, but it had the potential to convoy over to Wales completely unopposed, something I missed at first. England's, and yeah, now we see the moves. England is in a very, very bad spot here. Gets Holland blown up, gets London taken, can't defend Liverpool, gets Norway taken by the German with Russian support. No friends for Karthik on this board. I struggle to see him living very long after this. But hey, I mean, he also got Belgium taken as well, which I missed there as well. Yeah, is he down to 2? That's just 2, and one of them is completely indefensible. That's incredible.
I think, Tanya, I would call this targeting.
I think it's possible. I mean, I'm not ruling that out. That's really unfortunate. That shouldn't happen. So I think.
Yeah. In the south, there's like very little to talk about here. Tommy trying to rejig his units, but it's very difficult when you've got that line right against you.
And yeah, it's just, a lot of red arrows, a lot of failed supports. Like Tommy's trying to support, is that Ionian into Greece? So, perhaps he still thinks he can convince Italy that he's, better to attack Jason, which, maybe. But this is probably inefficient is what I would classify Tommy's moves as, yeah.
Well, inefficient play that somehow turns up in his favor has been a hallmark of Tommy's play throughout the 2 years we've been covering his games. So this is not surprising. I don't like this position. I would, for most people, say this is very bad. Probably is, but for Tommy, there's always a little bit of wild card for me. So we'll see. Marcus, I'm going to start with you here. Who's got the advantage right now? Do you feel like we're starting to see an early leader? Any early storylines?
I mean, Greg, I've got to say it's Greg. Usually you need to convoy that army across to England in order to take it to fight off those English units to make sure that you have the power there. But that requires you taking an army away from the continent, so it's a bit of a mess. The way Greg has managed to just take Karthik completely out of the blue here, it's incredible. And also, if you look at the position of Russia and Germany, Russia's fleet is still behind the German. So Brandon is not going to be able to advance unless he has complete trust in Sabi. I'd say this is looking very, very good for Greg Matthews.
I'd agree with that. I love the French position. If Germany can get Sabi on his side, then I also like the German position. I mean, I love a fleet in the North Sea. So, what could go wrong there? Also, I think I will, I will see.
I just have to highlight this. I'm sorry, Tanya.
No worries. We'll see what whether the disband comes in Skagerrak or Barents or where Karthik thinks his best sort of survival dot, where that could be.
Those adjustments mostly make sense. I think the interesting one to talk about is the fleet in Berlin. Tanya, what does that tell you?
Tells me that possibly, well, he needs another fleet, and Kiel is full. So that's all it really tells me. And I think that's what he's going to tell Russia. I needed to build a fleet. I need another fleet. You want me to have another fleet in case I have to attack France next. I need to build it in Berlin. Whether it goes into the Baltic or we see it following up into Kiel, then to go to the west, I'm not sure. But he needed that fleet, and that was the only place he could do it.
Marcus, is there any scenario you see where that fleet would be? Whoa, sorry, my dog just came in and hit the keyboard. Is there a world in which you see Russia and Germany fighting? Would that be good for either of those players, or do they need to stick together?
I think it could be good for Russia. I mean, obviously we see the moves here, but it could have been very good for Russia to invade Germany, especially now that Norway and Denmark are open, right? Just walking into those two centers, getting the builds they need, and just establishing themselves as a strong power. Because the South is kind of locked up. They're not going to make any progress there anytime soon. So if they want to put a force on this board, they need to get in there somewhere. But they also need to have some sort of opposition to France, because if they attack Germany here, France probably gets more out of it. So they need a strong Italy as well that's willing to move west if they're going to do that. I think we missed the last turn of moves here.
There we go.
Yeah. But yes, so we see that Russia and Germany sticking together is probably the biggest and most important thing on this board. We do see the Lepanto managing to successfully guess their way across into Syria at the same time as they take Burgundy. Not Burgundy, but Bulgaria. Burgundy would be an interesting one. So Italy, Austria clearly getting the advantage on that side of the board as well. But up north, still looks like Greg's in quite a strong position, even with this Russia-Germany against him.
Yeah, and I kind of wanted to mention this during the builds, but I was a little shocked that Karthik decided to keep that army on instead of one of his other fleets, which I think could have, like the fleet in Skagerrak is probably what I would have kept over the army in Ruhr. Lots of open dots there, whereas, you know, how are you going to break Germany's three armies if you're going to keep your army there? So bit of a strange decision from Karthik. I think this will really result in his inevitable quick death. So a bit unfortunate on that end. Other than that, it seems, you know, I think I support the German decision to try and work with Sibi here instead of attacking Russia. I think the moment you attack Russia, I think France has more of an incentive to walk towards you than maybe swing the other way.
Okay, well, we see Norway being traded off to Russia here. I assume that was with permission, although the support on it makes me think maybe it wasn't. Elsewhere on this board, we do see an attempt to take Edinburgh, and Greg is actually leaving Karthik Liverpool, which is going to be important here because he got that rear unit blown up. So he's going to get a rebuild in Liverpool behind Greg's lines. That could be what tilts the balance against France here if England decides to try and get his home centres back. Down south, we see an interesting thing here in Munich going to Bohemia and Ruhr going to Munich, which allows Greg to just walk into Ruhr unopposed, get the advantage on that front. I'm not really sure what Brandon's intention with that was. And of course, down south, we're just seeing that Lepanto, that AI, solely soldier on, even though they do lose Bulgaria here. Good moves from the Russia-Turkey alliance to protect that. But they do lose Smyrna in the process.
I mean, I suppose the move to Bohemia might have been influenced by, you know, if you're Brandon and you're thinking you're working with Russia and they're going to be losing out to this AI, why not, you know, tap Bohemia, try and save Galicia or something like that. Unfortunately, France attacked Germany, and now you could have done better things with that army in Munich. But of course, hindsight, 2020, and this is looking pretty good for Greg. If he can really get the upper hand on Germany here, then I see a strong top board.
Yeah, I think
the question is
Brandon,
really about Liverpool, right? On that front.
Yeah, but like, how much can Karthik do? Really, he already has Eddie. You think there's gonna be a fleet?
I mean, I would put down an army to try and secure London in some way. But if England is going to try and keep Germany on side here, or get on Germany's side and start working against France, this actually provides a decent chance for England to get back into this game after that terrible position from earlier. Okay.
Chose the fun option. I always love the fun option.
I think I would have put a fleet down because there's this beautiful open space near the Mid-Atlantic Ocean, possibly, that is always fun to sort of run towards when you're at your last legs.
Well, if I were Brandon, I would be remembering the interview with Greg where he said, I'm known as something of a villain. That was a lot of trust that Brandon put into France there. And we'll see whether or not that costs him.
I mean, it's cost him Holland off the bat, as long as Greg holds it. And interestingly, Greg and Karthik still working together here. Karthik not making that run for Mid-Atlantic Ocean that Tanya was talking about. Although there's still a chance later, maybe. It does seem like Sabi, they're supporting Brandon out into the North Sea, successfully bouncing that English Channel move. So Russia and Germany are back together again, even though Germany is clearly quite cautious about it moving back to Kiel. And then down south, perhaps the most interesting thing here, because we are seeing the Turk continue to get dismantled. There's not really much he can do about that. He offers the support to Armenia, saying, please go around me. It's not working. But the interesting thing we're seeing down here is Naples to Tyrrhenian and Ionian to Tunis. So potentially some problems coming for Greg Matthews here.
Yeah, and I think, if you're Germany, you pretty much have to pull back to Kiel here to A, cover Kiel, and B, you can't keep Holland anyway. So not necessarily that it's not trusting Sabi, but I think that's the move you have to make in case if Ruhr goes to Kiel, and then you're really, really doomed. So a pretty defensive move there, and it makes sense in my opinion. And yeah, I mean, look, the Turkish moves are. Tell me why you're not support holding. What did Romania do? I can't really tell here. Yeah, why are you trying to take Romania when there's really nothing Russia can do towards you, and you're probably not going to get it instead of support holding your center, right? I mean, it's just there's no point to, I think, trying to take Romania here. I think Tommy, right off the bat with that army build was kind of doomed, and he's down to one, which is spring. I think this is the end of Tommy, most likely.
Yeah. And then coming in here, we see Italy take Greece, which is an interesting one. It's probably agreed given that Austria is going plus Bulgaria and plus Constantinople. But remember, we just saw the Italian unit get blown up in Galicia. So this is going to be a 2-build turn for Italy, not a 1-build one. Aside from that, we're seeing Turkey go down to 1. And we are seeing Sabi backing out of Galicia. So maybe they're trying to get an Italy-Austria-Russia alliance going here now that Turkey is out of the question. And then up in the north, we see Karthik still trying to support that French attack, but there seems to be some miscommunication there. Greg entering a support hold on north and then backing out of North Sea at the same time. maybe trying to make up his mind on whether to defend against this Italian attack or try and get more centers in the north. That could be the extended deadline problem coming in, right? Where you have 15 minutes to decide on your orders rather than the usual 24 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And, I think what's probably happening on this board is a lot of like, we have to stop France. He's going to get all the centers. Karthik's helping him, which is why we see Russia retreating there, perhaps a quick takeout of Turkey. And now we're at an, AIR, run to the center of the board and see who gets there first. But, I like the Italian position, I will say.
It's definitely improved from where they were at the start of the game. And that voice making Greg Matthews seem like the villain definitely sounds like Brandon Fogel to me. So, let's hear now, take a look at Greg.
Hi, my name is Greg Matthews, and I come from Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. I've been playing online diplomacy now for 10 years, where I'm more recognizable by my handles Village Idiot and Ewok. I spent time playing web diplomacy, play diplomacy. Most recently, I'm playing a lot of Nexus tournaments.
Greg, definitely in the leader's seat, but the board does seem to be responding. Let's see. Before we do our orders here, let's just go ahead and make some predictions. Marcus, start with you. If you've got to pick one power to win this game, or at least top it, who do you like?
It's really tough, right? Because everyone's ganging up on France here, but it's an AIR that's formed. And AIR isn't necessarily the worst for France, especially when they've got this kind of northern power. It's going to be worse for Germany, I think. And then when you look at the south, I think whoever comes out on top of this AIR is likely to do extremely well. And I suspect if Italy doesn't take the opportunity to attack Austria right now with these builds, it might be Austria just because they'll have that advantage of surprise on the people who are moving their units the other way. So I'm a Massbound fan here.
I also love the Austrian potential. I think that there's a lot of it, especially if those Russian armies go towards Germany, then you're pretty solid. I think I wouldn't be shocked if the winner of this board was one of A or I, so Austria or Italy. But, I think it's still open. Hey, Karthik could make an incredible comeback. I won't rule him out, so...
Yeah, that's actually really important to note. We've kind of been glossing over the fact that England is still alive in this game, and actually the AIR's best friend is England, right? If everyone turns around to face them, Karthik can definitely get back into this.
If I were to make a pitch for Russia topping this board, would you say that's unreasonable?
No. Depending on, are FG going to work together? Are they not? Where's that next build? Is it Berlin? Is it comes from Germany, right? So can they crack that? I think I don't think they get any southern dots,
Mm-hmm.
So it'll really depend on, I think, if FG are aligned and if they can hold that line up in the middle of the board, or if Russia can break through first.
Yeah, and I'd add that especially if a Russia-Italy, a Wintergreen alliance forms here, Russia has an amazing chance of topping this board. But it depends a lot on that, because that's a lot of Austrian armies right there at Russia's core that could just punch straight in. Okay. Yeah, we're seeing these Italian moves still extremely pro-Austrian, moving off towards the French and establishing that line there. Finishing off the Turkish units over there. It's still alive in Armenia, but I don't see it picking anything up here. And some interesting misorders around Budapest and Serbia. I'll leave that to Tanya to talk about afterwards.
I don't know what was going on there. I can't even begin to guess why they're. I don't know. Maybe it was supposed to go to Vienna and it went to Serbia. Not quite sure what Jason was doing there, but what I do think he thought was Russia was going to be moving the other way as well, and obviously that did not happen. And the FG is still pretty strong, which is nice. But Germany's attacking France. So still really anyone's game, I think.
Yeah, I love the dynamism of this board right now. There's so much potential for anyone to come out on top, even Karthik, just not Tommy.
I think no, Tommy's. I think my favorite part is England reclaiming the North Sea as he should. Maybe we'll see him in London. I think we might. So.
Yeah. And there's actually a really interesting situation in the south here with that. Tommy's army, despite being about to die, actually creates a bit of a problem here for Austria and Italy, because that Russian fleet could try and go into the Black Sea. The Austrian fleet could try and bounce it, right? But you can't afford to bounce it necessarily because it might stay in Sevastopol, and then the Turk keeps Ankara. But then Sevastopol might not be able to go to the Black Sea because Armenia could go in behind it. So there's a lot of, whoever gets the Black Sea here is going to be at an advantage on that front. And that army in Armenia could decide who does that indirectly.
I also wouldn't be shocked to see Armenia move to Sevastopol and try and get in there instead.
Yep.
We owe Tommy a debt for keeping things entertaining.
Well, it goes for Smyrna, and both sides go for the safe move here of avoiding Black Sea. Would have probably been better for, well, given the moves, for Sabi to go in, but you can't know that, obviously, especially when someone is fighting for survival. Elsewhere, looks like Jason is just making pretty strong defensive moves here that protect against any possibility of attack, going for cutting every angle. It's not going to make any progress, but it does at least hold the centers while he waits to go into Black Sea until that Turkish army is dead. In the north, we're seeing France pull back to defend against this Italian threat, and Germany is just pushing on into, or attempting to push on into Belgium, taking Holland, so Greg is going to be going down one. Karthik, in an interesting spot here, back in his two centers, giving up the North Sea again, sadly. But because that's a fleet and not an army that was built in Liverpool, it's going to be tough for him to take stuff with those two units.
Yeah, and there's a lot of, firstly, everyone gets their chance to be in the North Sea, which is kind of fun. But other than that, there's a lot of suspicion going on. The only real alliance seems to be the AI. Everyone else is just, you have Germany walking back into Denmark to make sure that's covered. England covering both his dots instead of trying something else. France covering London. So it seems like there's a lot of one dotting possibly, or just, inability to trust anyone on that side of the board, which, could end up biting them when you make inefficient moves instead of being able to work together. So we'll see what, I don't hate the Russian position either now. If they can continue their defense and stopping the AI, which will be a bit harder now that Smyrna is in Armenia and Sevastopol is looking grim. But the northern stuff, they're doing well.
Yeah, I should also say, I said before that maybe Sabi should have taken Black Sea. looking at the fact that Armenia is retreating, yeah, that probably wouldn't have been the smartest thing. This is why you don't take everything commentators say at face value. Although having a fleet Black Sea and maybe a friendly army in Sevastopol could be very useful here if Sabi was willing to take that trade. But given it's someone fighting for survival, probably not the best idea.
Well, we bid farewell to Tommy Anderson, and we'll hear his introduction on the way out.
Sure. Yep. Name is Tommy Anderson from the Boston area. Software engineer, which is always interesting. I always find a lot of people in the hobby have either engineers or lawyers, or it's kind of funny how we have a lot of overlap. And yeah, I've only been kind of in the hobby for a couple of years now, really starting to play towards the beginning of the pandemic, and excited to, as things start to let up, start to meet everyone in person again.
Tommy, we bid you farewell. Thank you for the entertainment. Look forward to your next game. And everyone else, we've got that dynamic play that I always enjoy seeing. And as you pointed out, Marcus and Tanya, the alliance the side of the board with the stronger alliance could very well dictate what happens in this game. And right now, the East seems to be coming out ahead. I think the big choice is going to be, for me, will Russia and Italy team up, or are Italy and Austria going to stay together?
Yeah, okay. Well, we've got this, obviously the problem for Russia right here with that army in Armenia and with the fleet in Ankara. You can't defend everything anymore. You can definitely not make progress anymore against this Austria-Italy if they stick together, and they are sticking together. They're making progress. They get into Romania. They don't try and take Black Sea at the moment. They just support Konin, so they were trying to get that Armenia unit to slip in. Sabi does not allow that, but it does mean that the army in Romania gets blown up. Meanwhile, Russia is trying to enlist German support against this AI, and it looks like France and Germany may also have made up on that front. So it may be the entire board unifying against the AI here, except for Karthik, who is potentially about to get killed by Sabi.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's FGR, except with a lot of hesitancy, right? I mean, Holland holding, last turn we saw Germany trying to get into Belgium. So I think they're a bit slow. They don't quite trust each other. And I mean, why should they really? But I think the consensus is we need to stop the most efficient alliance on the board. And, frankly, they do. So Russia's going to go down here, but I guess they'll pick up from Karthik here, who for some reason went to the North Atlantic Ocean instead of up to Clyde, where he could support Eddie. So it's unfortunate for Karthik. But I do think the right moves here are kill England and stop the AI.
And it's pretty apparent that there's no wintergreen.
Yeah.
I guess that could still happen, but it seems very unlikely.
Yeah, and notice it's not even just that there isn't a wintergreen. The Italian is leaving themselves completely open to the Austrian here. The Austrian still has defensive units against the Italian back there, but the Italian can just get walked into Venice on right now, right? They could get walked into Greece. That would be absolutely devastating to them, but Austria can't even afford to do that right now because, as we see here, the entire rest of the board are unifying against them. Interestingly, we do see Greg cut Norwegian just to keep Karthik alive, which is potentially the one bit of discord on that side of the board. And then the interesting bit of progress that's made down here, Greg guessing incorrectly on trying to cut those units in the south and accidentally losing both Spain and Marseille. Something that could have been avoided by playing a bit safer and just making sure that, you keep one of the two. Tried to keep both and ended up being completely taken advantage of as a result.
and that could be the extended deadline thing, right? Where you don't have 24 hours to think about the best set of moves, and you have to put something in, and you have to negotiate at the same time. And holy shit, now you've just lost Spain and Marseille. That's unfortunate. I hate to see that for France here. Yikes. Yeah. But, AI being efficient, I feel like there are better things for FG to have done here than what has happened. But, maybe I'm wrong on that. I don't know. What do you think? What do you think, Marcus?
It seems like they're being super cautious. Keeping a unit in Picardy against an AI, especially when you only have Spain and Marseille on the south side, and you've got Mid-Atlantic Ocean as well. You needed extra units down there, and you're not bringing them because you're afraid of this Germany. And France is actually confirming this by what they're doing to Russia in the north by stopping Karthik from dying, because they're doing this. They're saying, okay, I'll work with you against this AI, but I'm not going to let you gain any kind of advantage over me. I want to make sure England is alive so that we can fight you if we need to. And that kind of antagonism, that's exactly what could win this Southern Alliance the game.
This turn, I think, sealed the deal for the West. I think they had a good chance if they had worked together last time. And the combination of losing Iberia and Russia not being able to build, that's going to be brutal for that. So I agree with both of you. I think you saw the writing on the wall when you were picking Austria. Italy's still looking pretty good, but man, I'm liking Austria right now. Some tough disbands for Greg Matthews. Obviously, there's no love between no trust, I should say, between the Western powers. Now there may be some by necessity. What are your disbands here?
I'd disband Gulf of Leon for sure. I would. Depends a lot on what you're trying to do, but I would probably give up Portugal as a lost cause right now and just go and turtle up in the north instead. You're letting that alliance through in the south, but it's like hang on to the centers you're more likely to keep in the long term. I think Greg has a better chance of ending on more centers if he turtles up on the northern side rather than trying to defend the south.
Yeah, I kind of disagree. I don't think those would be my disbands. I think at this point, if Germany's not on side now, like they'll never be on side, right? So I'm going to assume that Germany's on side. And I'd probably get rid of Belgium and maybe even North Atlantic or London. I think those would be my disbands.
Yeah, I definitely think I keep all of those fleets and make a play for trying to hold the line at Mid-Atlantic and maybe even take a shot at taking Spain back. But man, it's hard because, actually Ben just said this, and I agree. I mean, where else is Germany going to go? So it's a tough spot.
Yep. And also bear in mind, Italy is getting a +2 here, but they're still potentially quite easily stabbed by the Austrian, right? Mm-hmm. So if you disband your southern units, if you take off Mid-Atlantic Ocean and Lyon, for example, you're saying to the Austrian, okay, I'm going to let Italy get even stronger. Do you really want this? Do you want to not attack Italy for even longer? And I think that gives a chance of maybe breaking up this AI where there isn't one otherwise.
I don't know. I'm not sure I agree with that either, because really the only center Austria can walk into is Greece, right? So they lose Ankh, they lose positioning on Russia, in my opinion. And right now they can't even build because all their home supply centers are full. And like, I don't know. I don't stab here if I'm Austria, and Russia still has all their armies bordering my home centers. So I wouldn't be too worried if I was Italy, is what I guess my point.
Well, let's hear from Karthik. So Karthik has done impressive job of sticking around in a rough situation. Always fun to hear from Karthik, our number 2 seed in this event. Has won a couple of big games. Kind of a swing big and swing for the fences, go big or go home kind of play sometimes with Karthik this season.
Hi, I'm Karthik Khanna. I've lived in San Diego, California for the past 4 years, and I went to the University of Texas at Austin, Hook 'em Horns. I've been playing diplomacy for 10 years, and my favorite country to play is Austria. I just like to give a shout out for my diplomacy home, Web Diplomacy, the #1 site to play diplomacy online.
There is fewer things more on brand than a shout out for the Texas Longhorns and for the Web Diplomacy from Karthik. Love that. Let's take a look. He's one of our top players. Let's see his statistics over the past season. 2022 DBNI, Karthik Konath, top share 77 percentile. Really, Karthik's big points are coming from the impressive cap and cap 04 scores, 2.5 centers above average, the average player at the end of most of his games, and 1.7 centers, gets off to a big start pretty frequently. Efficiency, almost 80%. Right middle of the pack for collaboration, and tends to take a little more than give in that relationship. So Karthik, always fun to watch. Not getting off to that strong start this game, though. Just impressive to stick around like they have so far.
Yeah. Okay, so we are seeing this Italy-Austria alliance continue to advance, get into Sevastopol, get into Mid-Atlantic Ocean with a nice guess there between Portugal and Mid. And they get into Bohemia as well. Seems like they're getting fairly unstoppable at this point, except if one of them stabs the other. And then in the north, we see the repercussions of Greg keeping these units on, I suppose. People thinking, okay, if you're not going to oppose this alliance, I guess I'll just go after you instead. Brandon supporting Sabi into Belgium there, and Sabi supporting Brandon into North Sea, and an attack on Burgundy at the same time. Not looking good for France at all.
Yeah, I guess I get the desire for Brandon to just sort of collect as many dots as he can before the next round, as opposed to trying to top the board maybe, or change the dynamics by stopping the AI. I sympathize with that, especially if, you have Russia on your side, like maybe you can try and stop them, but I don't know. I love the Italian position. I think that this is very likely to be an Italian top board. And I don't see anyone really attempting to stop that. And as long as Russia is attacking Austria, I don't see this being anything but like Tim's game to lose.
Well, Greg Matthews playing up to the Village Idiot moniker, not the Ewok moniker right now. This is rough for him. I think that move, like what we're seeing is that decision to not go for Liverpool, in combination with England being able to rebuild, has just been brutal for what was at the time looking like a very dominant French position. But like you said, Tanya, how is this going to shape out for the rest of the board? Like, are they really going to gain more, especially with the Italian slipping into Sev? That's now a very unstable line. I think this Russian line could be about to fall apart.
Yeah, and I do think that France's problem was when they attacked Germany. You look at the board and you see that the AI is doing really well in the East. Then you really need to reconsider whether attacking Germany is something you want to do when Greg did it. And I guess that just broke any sort of trust the two had. And this is what we get instead.
Yep, and here we continue to see the AI rolling, and really nice moves from the Italian in the West here as well. Not bothering to try and grab any supply centers; they wouldn't have gotten any anyway. Greg was covering, so instead, let's just go for position. Let's just go to the English Channel. Why not? Let's go on a nice jaunt off to the stormy seas, and get ready to take as much as possible. And really, there's not much anyone can do about this right now, especially if England and France continue fighting Germany and Russia. Interestingly, I think, Brandon stabs Sabi here in Belgium, maybe, I'm not sure. But at the same time puts them in North Sea. So I'll leave that to Tanya to analyze. And Sabi manages to blow up that unit in Bohemia, which is, what they could do there, but it does leave them quite open on their home front.
Yeah, it's looking kind of rough, I think, for Russia here. You lose Sev, you don't get that build in Belgium that you could have gotten if if Germany was feeling gracious. I don't know. I don't really know what. It's obviously still Germany working with Russia. I just don't know if, as Germany, I would take Belgium for myself as opposed to letting Russia have it so that they could defend against the AI better. But I'm assuming that, Brandon told Sabi that the fleet is getting blown up. I'm not expecting a change in dynamics here, or we would have probably seen Denmark move into Sweden. So don't know if I like it, but I guess maybe he's thinking the game might wrap up soon enough. If AI will stab each other soon enough, if Russia's down, why not just take the dots I can get and build that fortress around Germany?
Yeah, something else I find really interesting here, and potentially what might change my opinion on who I think is going to win this game, right? Earlier in the game, we were seeing a lot of trust from the Italian towards the Austrian, like a huge amount of trust. These two were, the Italian was leaving all the centers unguarded while the Austrian was standing next to them. And right here, potentially the move that changes my mind on who would come out on top is Venice Hold. Very easy to move that unit away to Piedmont, say, okay, I'm still trusting this alliance. I'm going to go all in on it. I'm going to get my build from Sevastopol anyway, so let's just move more towards the French front setup to go into Gascony and Marseille at the same time. But Italy is not doing that. They're making sure they're defending their backline. That was the worry I had for their position, and they're not leaving themselves open. I think Italy might have this if they keep that defense up.
Well, I think the arrangement with Russia here was rebuilding or converting it into another army is the thought, because they don't need another fleet here. At least that would be the argument I was making if I was Germany. But let's go ahead and take a look at Brandon. So Brandon Fogel is one of the founders of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network and really did not play a ton of games in the season outside of Virtual Diplomacy League, where he placed first in the regular season and then I believe came in second overall, if I recall correctly. Outside of that, didn't really have a ton of games, so somewhat of a blank slate mostly, outside of the fact that everyone has heard him analyze mini games. So I've always been curious to see what it's like for our commentators to be playing. Does that give the competition an insight into the way they think? Let's hear from Brandon now.
I am Brandon Fogel, and I am currently in Florida. I have played most of my diplomacy career in Chicago as part of the Windy City Weasels, and I started playing with them about 6 years ago.
All right, and that is where I met Brandon, and definitely glad that he is he had the idea to start this channel and invited me to participate. It's been a ton of fun. We would not be here without him. Right now, he's fighting to make the best of a difficult situation. Tanya, do you think? I mean, first of all, do you think he even survives? And second, if so, what kind of score do you think he could be looking at the best? Like how many centers?
I think he survives. I think he places second or third, I think. Which isn't too bad, really.
Marcus, what are you looking for as we move into 1908? We've kind of got a nice setup here with Austria in 8th and Italy in 9th. I think you alluded to this earlier. Who do you like to win this thing?
I think I like Italy more now, especially with the army build there. They're protecting themselves, and that's all they need to do. They've got plenty of growth potential on the French front. Austria, they can stab Italy. They're going to be thinking to themselves, is it worth me burning that relationship for the next round, right? If I'm not going to be able to get the board top out of it. As in open tribute, you really need to get the board top if you're going for a stab like that. Otherwise, it's not really worth the lost relationship.
Tanya, how about you?
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I would, Jason likes to top the board, so he might make a play for it. But I think that, and kind of how he played last year too, Jason, is he will go for the alliance over the stab possibly, just because this is the kind of tournament where you will likely be playing, like his chances of playing with Tim again are quite high in round 3 or 4. So I can see him being like, okay, just get me another center, let me be the 8th, or maybe even convincing Tim to share the top board. Like I can see Jason trying to push all of that. But I would be shocked to see a stab in these first game rounds, like a big stab. And that's why we didn't really see it with, I think, Katie and Farron, because it's just not worth burning that bridge when, you go big in the second game that you're playing.
Yeah, diplomacy tournaments are definitely a variant, and one of the things that I love about the variant is that you're not really playing just a single game. You need to score well in your games, but you constantly have a counter pressure of also knowing, especially in a small event like this, that you will be playing with some of those same people again, and you get what I like to call the survivor effect, where the jury of your peers may ultimately decide the outcome of the event as a whole. So it's important not to lose sight of the big picture in favor of something small, especially if it's not going to be a huge score. Perhaps if a solo is in the cards or something like that, it might be worth it because the points total might be uncatchable. But in this kind of game, that seems unlikely, especially in a time-limited game. The first 2 games are 7.5 hours. But if this were untimed, perhaps it might change the dynamics a little bit. But yeah, Peter, thank you. That's the other approach. It's just stab solo and get your points when you can.
I don't know. I'm not sure I'd want a solo if it would possibly make me a target on the top board, right? Got to consider that as well.
Well, Peter managed it last year. Yeah. So he absolutely is. That's true. So what we're seeing here, more advancing from the AI, no attempt to attack either of them. The bouncing Constantinople was almost certainly arranged, and actually Austria moving away from Greece, so they're giving up their ability to stab even more now. And yeah, Italy protecting themselves in Venice, making sure they support hold there. France actually trying to push the Italian forward here with the support into Burgundy. Actually probably saves themselves, well, it is protecting themselves against the German attack. And yeah, it's an interesting position because as Italy, you kind of just want to go for the easy French SCs here, right? They're much more defensible than if you get pushed in front of France's line. But Italy still has that option. They've got 2 units on Portugal. They can crush in if they want to.
I mean, I think it's brilliant. Like, take the support into Burgundy if you can get it, right? I mean, the only thing I'd love to have seen is another army in the French area. That would have been really nice. But I guess we're getting to the stage where Tim is worried about Jason's motives here, and so he's support holding Venice in the spring. Yeah, I mean, this is really great for Italy, in my opinion, because now you have. I mean, you could possibly lose Sev, sure, but Greece is free now. Like, there's no army to walk into Greece, at least this year, and he's not in the North Sea, is he? Did he get in there?
He is. That was the one I was curious about, right? English Channel to North Sea. It's really nice to be in the North Sea, don't get me wrong, but you're also kind of saying, English Channel is such a better place if you're just trying to top the board at this point, right? You just try and grab the SCs that you can. North Sea is saying, I'm going to go for a more long-term commitment with with France.
I don't know, because you're bordering like 5 supply centers, 6 supply centers really in the North Sea, which is going to use a lot of RG resources if they want to kick you out and make sure you don't get a build out of that. So I love it personally. I would love to see an Italian in the North Sea. I think that's a great Italian game, unless they're on like 1 dot. But yeah.
So 7.5 hours means these players will probably get somewhere between 1914 and 1916 before the game times out. So there's still quite a bit of game to be played here. Italy is way across the line at this point. Is a solo in the cards potentially in this game? Should Tim take Peter's advice and stab in solo?
Where do you stab? Like, how do you stab? There's like 6 armies in every dot. Like, I don't see it unless he really manages to push Austria super forward, which is not stupid. So
even being across the line here, I don't think is as much of an advantage as in terms of the solo as you think it is, because, or as you'd initially think it is, because Italy has 4 fleets, and they've also got 2 units tied down in the home supply centers covering their build spots for the moment. It's going to take a while to get more fleets out there. If you just try sniping centers like Norway, or somehow getting a fleet into St. Petersburg, right, you're going to be happy for a moment. You're going to get good reactions off the commentators, but then you're going to get those fleets kicked out of those centers again. So it's not something you can hold. All right, and here we're interesting. So we see Ankara being let out into Constantinople, no bounce that turn. Black Sea deciding to protect Sevastopol instead. It's interesting because that leaves Italy a fair bit more open. When Austria is constantly having to protect Trieste, right, they can't get that fleet build. Italy has free run of the Mediterranean. Ankara to compromises that just a little bit. Up in the north side of the board, we're seeing Austria try and advance into Cilicia. That doesn't work, so no movement on that front. And then up in the north, Karthik retreats back into his 2 SCs that he's been holding for the entire game, while Italy pushes out ahead of the French and the British here against this German-Russia alliance. So it's going to be interesting to see whether France continues to work with Italy now that they've essentially been given free reign of their home territory, right? Portugal is no longer under threat for the French. So they could just try and push the Italian that little bit further forward and then grab their centers back.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if I'm Tim here, whether I'd take Portugal. I think I do. But you don't want to leave a French fleet behind, all of yours, even though he's supporting him in north and whatnot. I mean, the game will end and you do need that center. And where's the next when's the next time there's going to be a Italian fleet in mid-Atlantic, right? If he's not pushing new units that way, he shouldn't go too far forward, is my opinion, without sort of cleaning up behind him. And this is not cleaning up behind you. So I would have definitely taken Portugal, but it's not the end of the world. We'll see what kind of deal he ends up having with France. And, I think if you're France, why not just, if Italy's willing to leave your dots alone and go forward, then I'd keep pushing Italy forward. I don't necessarily feel the need to take Spain immediately or go back into the mid-Atlantic. So there's still a bit of flexibility there, but I definitely take Portugal here.
Well, I say well done to Greg for obviously some good diplomacy there to make himself seem valuable to Tim and finding a way to maintain, not just to survive, but to still be an active participant in the game. And also, I think Sabi's doing a really good job of just finding a good line to hold, proving their value. And that's been, I think that line could hold for quite a while. And that's going to be really interesting to keep an eye on that. So let's go ahead and hear from Sabi right now. And here we go.
Hi, I'm Sabi, and I am in Chicago. I originally am from Florida and Boston and London. And yeah, I really like diplomacy. Started playing this year, and I like long walks on the beach and eating food. Hi.
I love
Cat
that.
gets a thumbs up from me.
Say hello to Ronnie. So that's so good. Really impresses me. I still sometimes forget how new Sabi has been to the hobby, and to see them have this kind of success in this level of game, very exciting to see some new players come in and make an impact like that. All right, well, let's move on. Winner of 1908, we see one adjustment for Germany. What do we expect it to be?
Army Keel.
Not a fleet with the Italians coming in the north. I could see a fleet here, weirdly. It feels like a good spot to build an army and just protect yourself and turtle up. But if you're trying to, with all these Italian fleets getting pushed forward, I could see a fleet.
Yeah, I guess which side is
okay, never
Carthage
mind. I
on?
can't see a fleet anymore.
Yeah. So yeah, he went for the army, but yeah, I agree. Where is Carthage in this? That will be an interesting thing to keep an eye on.
Does Carthage know where he is?
I mean, Carthage is just keeping those two supply centers, right? I mean, he survived a lot longer than I expected him to. I'll give him that. Italy, I think, wants St. Petersburg with a fleet. That's the explanation for these moves at this point. It does also help, push through the Russian line in the east. So that's a huge advantage to doing this. But yeah, they've pushed through entirely, and that's what's going on here. Austria makes a slight bit of progress on Warsaw here with a forced attack. Could potentially have been defended against with some cuts, but that would have been quite risky in terms of losing other things. And yeah, Germany just trying to do what they can to push into Burgundy, to defend themselves in Belgium, I guess, more so. Yeah, we're still seeing this AI hold strong. That's the important part.
Yeah, I mean, not really much to add to that. I don't know if I necessarily agree with going into Barents in this particular moment. I think he's being too fun. He's really it's fun to look at, but it's not necessarily. I mean, I guess he takes Norway, maybe. No, that could still be defended. So, I mean, I think. Oh, he makes it a gamble. I'm not sure. Yeah, he can take Norway for sure if he wants it. So, I guess maybe it was a good move. I don't know. Either way, love Italy. fantastic play. Lots of fun to watch.
I think the problem with trying to go for Norway here is that you can only guarantee if you go in from North, right? And North is just such a better unit than being in Norwegian Barents and Norway, unless your only intention is to take St. Petersburg with a fleet.
Yeah, I mean the real key here is that you cut St. Petersburg and take Moscow.
That's what I was going to ask, is they should be able to force Moscow here, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the play I would make. We'll see.
All right.
Why not both?
Yeah. They take Moscow and they force Norway. Absolutely works. And Carthage is back in the North Sea. England getting back in there with the fleet. So Italy now has this position of Norwegian Barents, Norway, and Moscow. Not something you often see from an Italy. Austria taking Smyrna at the same time just to keep them balanced, I suppose, and Italy moving into Sevastopol to make themselves less of a threat to Austria. So there's still some solid coordination between these two going on. Austria tries to pull Italy into Munich. Doesn't end up working out, but they're still working together, and France tries to push into Burgundy as well, which could have dislodged that if Brandon hadn't ended up bouncing it.
Yeah, I mean, great turn to take Norway and Moscow as Italy. Oh, beautiful map. I love it. Yeah, that's all I can really say.
Right.
Sad for Sabi though. This is you don't really expect to be cut in St. Petersburg by an Italian fleet. So kind of rough how that ended. And you know what? I think this is just goes back 4 previous game years ago. Germany and France should have made up. Why did they not make up, right? And yeah, you get Belgium and Holland as Germany, but now what?
Well, I think we've heard from all of our players except for Jason Mastbaum. And this does seem like the kind of board that is appropriate for Jason Mastbaum. Jason is, again, as we said at the top of the show, the Cinderella story of the 2021 DBNI, almost qualifying for the Super 7 as an alternate. Has just been on a tear ever since then, and been playing in a ton of games, has a ton of reps, and loves Austria. I would say if I ever see Jason playing Austria, it's going to take something special for me to bet against them when they're playing that. So let's hear from him now.
Hey, I'm Jason Mastbaum. I live in Santa Monica, California, and I played my first diplomacy game about 20 years ago. But this is about my 12th year playing competitively. My favorite countries to play are Austria and Italy. And I'm looking forward to having a good time during the Invitational.
Pretty sure I played, my first diplomacy tournament was a 2016 World Diplomacy Championship in Chicago. And pretty sure I played on a board with Jason that game. I know for a fact that we went out and had some Cuban sandwiches afterwards. One of the best things about playing face-to-face, if you have not had the chance to do that, is the socialization. You meet some really, really great players. And Jason's one of those people I always enjoy spending time with. So. Winner of 1909, we've got an interesting situation. I'm going to ask again, is a solo in the cards in this game?
I'd say yes, it's a possibility, but I think it would be Mastbaum's now, just because Italy is spread so wide, right? They've still got their defensive units, so I don't think it's massively likely, but if you look at the positioning that Mastbaum has here, he could walk out with that Smyrna fleet, right? He can quite easily take Moscow and Sevastopol just like that. Italy almost has the Russia problem of having too many fleets in the north and south of Russia, so they're not defending their core, right? And then he just needs to snipe one across the board. I think it would be dependent on him sticking with Italy long enough that Italy maybe makes more of a mistake in their positioning, maybe stops defending Venice or with this many units. But yeah, I think if there's a solo here, it would be Austria's.
Well, these are time limited, right? So I don't think so. I mean,
1914, 1916.
Yeah, you've got very intelligent players on this board, and I just don't see it.
Yeah, I think a lot of it could come down to Greg. I will say for like, I know I was pretty harsh on Greg earlier, and I meant that in the best of spirits. I have so much respect for Greg. I really think he's one of the top players in the game. And he's proving why in this situation where, in my opinion, he has no business still being part of this game. Not only is he part of the game, he's perhaps controlling this game. And the outcome could very well be decided by what Greg decides to do. Love to see that. And no, Zach, I am not backtracking.
I do agree with what Michaelis is saying in his comment here, by the way. Hang on, let me bring this up. If the French fleet in Portugal wasn't there, I think there's a far bigger chance of an Italian solo. But with the French fleet behind the line, Greg is not going to want a 0 score after all this. And you just can't you can't leave the fleet there and then go off gallivanting into the Barents and still secure enough centers to get a solo.
Yeah, and that's why I said, like, you got to get rid of that fleet when you had that Italian fleet in the mid-Atlantic, right? I mean, that would have been the best opportunity to do that. Of course, then you can't be in Barents because France isn't going to help you into Barents, but I think it would have been a better position overall for Italy if they had gotten rid of that French fleet right there. I mean, I think they do it now, right? I think Spain moves to mid-Atlantic, and we've got the moves, so I'll let you start there.
Yeah, you would think Spain moved to mid-Atlantic and Marseille moved to Spain, but Marseille just got into position to attack the French home centers instead, right? It feels like it's showing your hand a bit too early because now France can make up with Germany and at least try and defend their HSCs, and you still can't take Portugal if it just sits there and taps Spain. You can only guarantee, but you can't guarantee anything. You can take a guess at getting one of the French home centers, and you have to keep your fleet in Spain if you're doing that. But yes, so this is what the Italian does. They move into Gascony, and then meanwhile they had all of the powers supporting them still. England is trying to take Denmark, I think. Actually, very interesting position for Carthage. And then Austria advancing on the German line, sticking with Italy. And then there you go. See, Italy can't actually attack the French position here very easily because they get bounced out of Spain from Gascony, so they still don't have the position on Portugal. They're going to have to spend an extra turn supporting it in. And then they couldn't guarantee either of Brest or Paris. Turns out they could have because Germany taps Picardy, but they didn't have a guarantee of that. So instead they went for helping the Austrian into Munich, which is successful. And they do get St. Petersburg in the north as a consolation prize of sorts, I suppose. And Carthage gets a build, gets into Sweden, and bounces Norwegian out of Edinburgh. Nice going, Carthage.
Yeah, I mean, if this game goes on 10 more years, I call in English top. Great to see Carthage. I think that's what makes him a really good player, right? He never really gives up. Marcus, we got to do sideline for his VDL game, and you could tell every negotiation was going to be, how can I make this the best situation for myself? How do I get another dot? And we see it here, and this is what makes a really good player. So good on Carthage for doing this. Yeah, Austria looks really good. Austria looks really good right now. Jason's in a fantastic position. I think I can see him being tempted to take a dot off of Italy, possibly just to make sure that Jason gets the top score here. But fantastic play.
Yeah, you can see he walks into Moscow as well. So he got 2 builds here. I guess that was arranged probably because Moscow was supported up, but he's definitely making sure he's in the best position on the board right now.
Yeah, he's in a very good position. I agree with your assessment that that now that Russian line is fractured, all kinds of upside left for Austria. So, all right. So 1910, we've got if could go on to play another 4 to 6 years probably at the most. So who do we like at this point in the game? Oftentimes when you get in a situation like this where you get a strong East versus West alliance, it tends to get bogged down. That did not happen in this game. We've got a race on our hands. Who tops this board, Tanya?
I don't see a world in which Austria doesn't top this board, really.
Marcus, do you agree?
No, it's got to be Karthik. No, of course it's Austria. Like, there's no way that Jason gets overtaken here. Yeah. Timothy could have managed it earlier, I think, but he needed to get more builds, and this route didn't give him the builds that he needed. He needed to get them off of the French or off of the lowlands, maybe.
So now the question is, how big will Jason get?
Depends whether he's willing to stab.
Yeah.
And he isn't, at least not for now. Moves out of Moscow, still in position to take Sevastopol note and still not giving up the defense of Romania. But he is pushing across the line, manages to get into Berlin, manages to get into absolutely dominant position on that front. And then the Italian in the north, somehow getting that army into Norway now, potentially getting it ready to be convoyed across to the UK, which would be fantastic. I mean, probably not great for him, but fantastic in terms of managing to do something like that. And repositioning to try and claim the supply centers that he can. Timothy manages to guess correctly on Paris and take that is an important move here, but still not getting Portugal.
Yeah, and is that the German fleet supporting Norway into the North Sea? Is that
yes,
what
it is.
Okay. So I'm not really sure what Brandon is doing. He seems to be giving Berlin, I mean, he couldn't really hold it, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is just my game was ruined. Karthik, your game should also be ruined. I don't know.
Yeah.
But this is an unfortunate situation for the West.
Feels like some emotion for sure. I imagine emotions have got to be really high with this kind of game. You can tell there's not a lot of coordination amongst the West, so I'm sure tensions have been building, and I think it probably just came to a head right here.
Oh, there's the stab. There's the stab. Look at those Austrian moves there, taking Sevastopol, taking Venice. It was that move of Piedmont Marseille on the last turn that enabled this. Just that one turn. Yeah, thank you, Carlos. You got to it first. But yes, you'll note that I was saying it was important that Italy was holding that those two armies back and defending himself there, and this is exactly why. Right, Austria just had too dominant a position. Claims Berlin, Kiel, Sevastopol, Venice, all in the same turn,
and is able to build in every home center.
Wow, and also is in Aegean now, so able to get Greece for free. Black Sea is a bit of an annoyance, but it's still this is huge.
I take back my no way there's gonna be solo because I didn't think it would be this bad, but
Wow.
Yep.
All right. 1912.
I mean, do we think Germany's throwing the solo?
I think Germany's. If I'm Germany, I'm saying we're drawing here or I'm throwing a solo. But if I'm Austria, I'll say okay and vote down the solo. Draw.
I feel like it might not even matter whether Germany's throwing right now. Look at that Austrian core of armies. Even if they lose Kiel, they can probably hold Berlin and Munich, and then they just need Greece, Rome, Naples, and they're done.
Right. I just
and
don't know
same-
why Germany let Austria into Kiel at all, right? I mean,
that was throwing.
That
yeah.
was throwing.
So
That's a good
that's what. Yeah. If someone's gonna throw, then someone can solo for sure. Oh,
What? What?
Oh.
Why?
wow.
Jason.
Jason could have walked into St. Petersburg and held that, and into Greece. Like,
I mean,
right.
maybe he's just thinking 160 is enough, with combined with what I'll probably get in the next round. But I've seen players, especially in the last DBNI, like Conrad Woodring, people like this, get huge results on their first board and then just get wiped out on the second. And because people know what score to go for, you get knocked out. If you've got a solo guaranteed, I don't like this draw. I think that's obvious.
Kind of strange, yeah. I guess there were some guesses, he can't hold Ankh. So maybe it would have been, maybe we were just reaching that end point anyway where the time was going to run him out. So, but I think he could have done it. So sad to see.
Well, regardless, this was a very, very entertaining game. Love to see a race between two powers. I don't often see it between Austria and Italy. A lot of fun. Really, really enjoyed that. So thank you to all the players. And that does wrap up our round one coverage. I would say, from my opinion, the DBNI is living up to its billing. This has been a very entertaining set of games so far. Let's bring Chris Brand back on, and we'll start, Tanya, with you. What are your thoughts about the play we've seen so far?
I think it's been quite good. We got really two different kind of games in that first round. You have that really good AT alliance that didn't break, like Farron didn't try and go for a super big top or anything by stabbing Katie. And then on the other hand, you have Jason who did stab and got like a giant score based on that. So I think it just goes to show that there's no one way to sort of play these games, and we're going to see a lot of interesting, fun play.
Yeah, there were some similarities in that we had an Eastern alliance that tended to form quite quickly, and the West was still a bit of a mess, and therefore the East got the advantage. But yeah, obviously the way they played out in the end was very different. But the early game was perhaps more similar. I loved that Italy play there. I was very upset when he didn't take Portugal, though. I don't see that there was any downside to taking Portugal, and that was just yeah.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and move on to our round two coverage. Really looking forward to this. All right. And thank you all for joining DBNI for Gameday Live for our coverage of the DBNI Invitational Semifinals. We just wrapped up round one and are moving into our coverage of round two, which is being played live as we speak. We've had some really entertaining games so far, and I think does anyone think we're going to have a different kind of play this round, or do we still feel like this is kind of a setup?
I think it depends on the players, right? There are some players who will go all in on that alliance stuff. There are some players who will just ruthlessly fight it out. But I'd expect more alliance play this early. Like, you don't want to bring out the big guns until the later matches.
Well, I also want to thank each of you for watching this stream right now. We are having a lot of fun. Chat has been very active. Really appreciate you joining in. And if you are so inclined, if you could go ahead and give the video a like and maybe post in the comments, those items will show in YouTube that we've got engagement and people are watching and enjoying what they're seeing, which makes YouTube promote it more. And we've had multiple players that are active in even some of our top 28 that have discovered diplomacy through this channel. So just doing those simple things can help share the game that we love with the wider audience, which is our goal here at DBN. So thank you all for that. And let's hear from our round 2 players.
Who is the biggest threat, and how do I handle them and control their score?
You have 2 dogs barking very, very strongly at the door.
I find is as usual, make friends, try not to anger too many people.
Johnny's got all of the cards.
Yes, don't screw this up. Don't screw this up. It's a great opportunity.
Hey, Christoph, you want to take this game in 1904? Yes, I do, said Christoph.
Wes is a very savvy player. I know him from Chicago and Windy City Weasels.
Some very notable and familiar faces, such as Ruben Sanchez and
Robert Shoup, great player from Dresden, Germany.
Both Nicola and Vincent were no doubt waiting to see how many points they would need to make it on the top board.
In France, we have Christian Brown, the Weasels' own, playing out of Peoria in Illinois. Russ is not what gets commonly called an alliance player.
Ed is often a cuddle bear, but he's soon going to become a cuddle bear with a gun.
The Austrian believed my bullshit, which usually never believe my bullshit.
Michalis says, why do you need an extra unit? It's not like you've been using them effectively.
You made a mistake, that means that I'm a slightly better player on this game, and so next time you won't make the mistake and you will top the bar.
He clearly wants to work with Michalis, but Michalis has other ideas.
There was lots of hurt feelings going different directions, except at Christoph.
This is a unassailably great position for Riaz.
I barely look at the tactics anymore. I don't really think about the position on the board nearly as much.
If I'm patient, which I can be, and I'm friendly, I think I'm going to have options.
My position is better, and I'm just going to make sure that I win. If you want to be second, I'm happy to give it to you.
There's some real power dynamics and interpersonal dynamics that I have to try to wade through.
And it seems like a really savvy negotiation on Wes's part.
Well, this turn was supposed to be my masterpiece, and it was an embarrassment, basically.
Zachary Moore, that is so good. Just a small taste of what we're about to see right now. Let's go ahead and transition over to our next game. So game round 2, game 1, or game 3, is named after Richard Sharp. I imagine Richard Sharp is known to many diplomacy players who've been around for a while. Richard was a published author, and in 1978 published a actual hard book, for real book of our game. It started with an overview of the rules, went into strategy discussions for each power, and described the wider diplomacy hobby, and even mentioned some popular variants of the day. Richard's influence on diplomacy theory of his day was outsized, even though he himself later changed his opinions on certain alliance structures and tactical moves. The primary contribution Richard made to the hobby, though, was legitimacy. Having a published book about this game encouraged people to invest their time and effort to the hobby as a whole. And I can say that, as like many other players, I definitely was influenced by Richard's writings and learned to take the game more seriously than many of the other more casual games that I was playing as a result of my study of his material. So we are honoring Richard Sharp for his contributions to the hobby by naming this game after him today. And on that board, we have the pleasure and our own honor of having our 13th seed, Michalis Kamaridis in Austria, coming to us from Great Britain. In England, we have Nicolas Taillet from Paris. France, we have Nicolas Sahuguet from Montreal. Germany, we have Robert Shoup from Dresden. Italy, Russ Dennis in Detroit. Russia, we have our first alternate, Christian Brown, coming in as the 28th seed out of Peoria, Illinois. And Turkey, we have Vincent Roulet from Parma, Italy. So we've got quite the international board here for those of us in North America, and some really, really big names on this board. Chris, I'm going to start with you. What are the names you're going to be keeping your eye on for this game?
Well, the one I have to mention is Nicolas, the second Nicolas in France. That's going to be a problem when we're commentating this one. One thing it's interesting with this is looking at the bids. All the Central Powers, it was their first choice, and France was their first choice, and then the rest of them, it was not their first choice. So that's kind of interesting. I mean, Central Powers you tend to think of as more of the needing to be on top of talking to everyone and dealing with all the other players all the time, not having that sort of edge of the board that you can rely on being safe, and basically having to secure your borders by negotiation rather than by tactics. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see that. And then, as you say, the other thing is there's a lot of European players here. This is a truly international board. It's going to be a lot of fun from that point of view. I wonder whether language will come into
it. Tanya.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really strong set of players. I'm pretty excited to see what happens. I think Canadian Nicolas has a really good advantage here, being both, that pretty familiar face in North America, and also having that French connection with quite a few players on this board. I think are French speaking. So I think this is going to be sort of his ideal situation. And he's in France on as the country on top of that. So I'm excited. I think this is a really good board for him. And yeah, we'll see what happens, but this will be a good match.
Marcus.
I'm really excited to see what Nicolas Taille can pull out of this. He's got Sahuge right next to him. He's got Robert Schupp, who is also a very, very strong player. I mean, everyone in this tournament is a very strong player, but Nicolas T managed to just come off the win at the VDL in possibly one of the best diplomacy games we've ever seen. And having the opportunity to be on the sideline, watch his negotiations for that was just incredible. I really want to see what he's capable of in this tournament too.
Well, I definitely be watching Nicolas for sure. One of our newest players in the hobby, and has just been dominant. And not just dominant throughout the season, really didn't come in until the second half. So a lot of parallels for me between Nicolas and Farron Jane. So we'll see whether Nicolas has similar success. The other one that I'm going to be really watching is McAllis. McAllis has been a consistent, I would say consistency is probably the number one feature that stands out for me, and consistent success. Great reads on the board. I love watching McAllis in the comments. I usually learn something, tends to catch something I didn't see. So those are going to be the two that I'm going to be keeping a pretty close eye on for this game. All right, let's bring up our players now. And for this one, we're going to go ahead and have everyone join. So what I think we'll do is have Chris, I'm going to bring you up to the top, and I'm going to have you lead off in the spring, and then Tanya, I'm going to have you lead off in the fall, and Marcus, you're going to provide color for both times. All right, let's do it.
Let's see what's interesting there. Venice Holds is a little bit interesting. We have the Bounce of the Black Sea, Bouncing Galicia, DMZ in English Channel. Fairly standard moves, really. Venice Hold is the only one you could sort of say we don't really know what's going to happen with that one. Yeah, not hugely exciting.
Yeah, very defensive all around here. There's not much to say about it. It will be interesting to see where that Italian unit goes, because the problem with Hold is quite often it can just walk into Trieste on the next turn, and then you have a potentially very unhappy Austrian.
Yeah, it was very common opening. I would say probably the most common. It probably still is the most common Italian opening, but it's definitely not in favor amongst the top players in this top 28. I can tell you just by watching the games. The more common opening is to go ahead and move that into Tyrolia, which has similar risk to Austria. But this is the classic opening, setting up for the classical Lepanto, is made popular by Eddie Brisson. And let's keep moving.
Yeah, so we get maybe a sighting of a Western triple, maybe, you know, just coordination here. I don't expect Nicola thought he would get into Belgium there. So we get the convoy right in there. Maybe not, you know, I wouldn't be shocked if we see a bit of a readjustment where that English army goes, but pretty standard, taking Norway, letting Russia into Sweden. So not a bad start for Russia, except perhaps a DMZ gone wrong. So Vienna gets into Galicia, which is an interesting choice by Russia not to cover that. I can only suspect that they had decided to DMZ it and then didn't do so. And then Rus taking Trieste, which might have very easily been decided between the two. Too early to say, I think. No, actually, I don't think it's too early to say. I think it was a decision that they made together based on Apulia being convoy to Tunis. I think I wouldn't be shocked if we see an AI here with McCullough accepting that Trieste goes to Italy. Other than that, Vincent gets into the Black Sea, but also offers support from Ukraine to Romania and moves to Smyrna. So some variation here compared to the last two games, which were quite standard openings. Will be interesting to see what sort of happens after this.
Yeah, maybe quite an important move here. Vincent covering Smyrna up, so cannot build a fleet in that position. If Rus does want to go for the Lepanto or go at least against Vincent, then he can get into Eastern Mediterranean for free here. There's no guesswork as part of that. The only place that Vincent can build a fleet is in Constantinople, and the Austrian fleet can trap it there if it wants to.
This one, I love this. So the Galicia was supposed to be bounced, but I guess Austria was expecting it to be bounced, and it was not. So, which doesn't surprise me. Christian, I've played a few games with since we're both local to the Chicagoland area, and consistently surprises me with the moves they make at times. And at first I questioned them, but now I've seen Christian use them to some success. So one of those players that uses uncommon, less seen patterns in the game to their advantage.
I think a question from the comment very quickly, why move back to Smyrna? It can potentially defend against a convoy to Syria, right? It's quite nice to stick the army there potentially, but more importantly, it makes sure that you can let that Black Sea fleet out if you need to. So you can do a fleet con build here and move con to Smyrna, and Black Sea's a con. If you have the army stuck in Constantinople, it can be a little more awkward to like figure out where you're going with that without losing Bulgaria, although it's not really ideal anyway, because you can still very easily lose Bulgaria in this position.
All right, and for our adjustments, anything stand out to anyone here? For me, the only real statement is the fleet build in Liverpool.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Fleet Liverpool, Fleet Brest kind of might indicate that there's some trouble ahead for the over the channel.
There can only be one Nicola.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh yes, there we go. So English fleet's heading towards France in big time, and the French apparently saw it coming because the French fleets are heading the same way. So the interesting thing there, of course, is that the English fleet actually makes it into the channel. Which makes things a little bit more difficult for Nicola S. And then we've also got Germany piling in as well with the support into Burgundy. So, yeah, Nicola needs an ally soon. The German fleets do nothing, basically. Token poke at St. Petersburg that helps defend Norway for the fall, basically, but not much else. And then Smyrna does indeed go to Armenia, which is interesting. Now, is that to defend Syria or is that to attack Russia? It looks like it's probably to attack Russia because we've got the supported attack for Bulgaria to Romania. It was a very popular move. Is that 3 supports for that? Two Austrian and 1 Turkish. And Ukraine makes it into Galicia, but that probably doesn't make a lot of difference at this point. I think that it looks like the AT has the edge over Russia here, and Italy is also a bit of the odd person out in the east. Italy's moves seem to imply an AI, but then Austria's moves more seem to look like an AT. So there's some disagreements about what the alliance structure is in the east.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting to see whether Michalis attempts to kick Rus out of Trieste here, because this would be his opportunity to do so. Obviously, the problem with that Russian unit in Galicia is going to be a bit awkward to deal with.
Yeah, so in the fall, we do see that Michalis does try to kick, he did put 3 on it. He could have put 3 on it, but he didn't do that. I guess what must have happened last turn was a bit of a Vincent thinking that Italy might be going somewhere else with his stuff, and then he could work again with Austria against Russia, but that didn't seem to happen. So not really much, nothing really from Austria here. There's a bounce in Bulgaria. Vincent decides to bounce himself in Smyrna. It's just covering it up. Doesn't keep Romania, tries to backtrack. So good for Russia here, keeping Romania there. And then in the west, we have an interesting choice by Germany to bounce in Baltic. So Sweden is potentially safe for at least this year. And then poor France. we'll call them by their countries so we don't confuse them. Where let me just see. So we get Germany into Picardy, but they don't lose. France doesn't lose anything yet, and it's just an attempt to try and sneak in somewhere, but no change in supply centers.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like someone tipped Vincent off about Bulgaria, because at this point, turning around when you've got that, you're in an AT, you don't do that unless you really think that you're going to be attacked from that position. I don't know who would have tipped him off. Maybe he just had good instincts there, manages to preserve his center, and suddenly Michalis is in a very bad spot, having stabbed both Italy and Turkey at the same time, and has Russia and Galicia and Romania potentially able to squeeze him out.
I had initially thought that it was sort of an agreement between the AT that you take Romania and I'll take Bulgaria, but
yeah, you would think it would be unsupported in that case, right? And you would use the support to take Trieste.
Yeah, I would say Russ Dennis might have a reason to tip that off, and perhaps could be the sign of some IT cooperation. We'll see. Well, it is winter of 1902, and we're gonna. Sorry, I just saw Johnny Gillum's. It's Dipsy Doodle in the East, and is anyone allied to anyone? So when that situation typically happens, it's often good for the opposite theater. But let's go ahead and hear from some of our players in the East right now. Let's get to know. Let's see. Let's start with Michalis.
Hi, I'm Michalis Camarites. I've been playing Diplomacy for about 11 years, since 2010. That was predominantly on WebDip, and I've been playing Virtual for just over a year now.
All right. Short and sweet, just like well, I was going to say like many of his games, but that's not always true. He tends to do extremely well, so that's unfair. I got confused. Those are my games. So. All right, winner of 1902. What are we expecting to see Turkey build here?
Army Constantinople, surely, after a stab in Bulgaria. You'd have to expect that, right?
I would think so, yeah.
Yeah, that's what we got. All right, spring of 1903.
Yeah, so the the Turks and the Russians make up. They're now friends by the looks of it. The Armenian army gets convoyed over to Bulgaria, which goes successfully. Although the Austrians try and support Romania in there, but Russia's not having any of that. I'm starting to read this in the East as a well-disguised AI. The key thing with AI is you want to make sure that Russia and Turkey are fighting. And so Austria's moves, sort of helping Turkey against Russia, kind of help get that to that situation where Russia and Turkey were fighting. So I think this was a well-managed AI, but now we're kind of in that position where we've just got AI against RT. Except what is going on around Greece? Ionian's gone to Greece and Eastern Med back to Ionian. So Italy is made up with Turkey as well. So yeah, this really feels like Michaelis is not reading his neighbors well in this part of the board. He seems to be picking the wrong people to make a move on, or the wrong people to expect to make a move on him. Yeah, he could be in a lot of trouble with armies all around him in Tyrolia, Bohemia, Galicia. What happened on the west? Well, those German fleets finally actually moved somewhere. Kiel actually goes to Baltic without bouncing it with Denmark. So kind of looks like those are going for Sweden. And the English make progress getting into Mid-Atlantic, which is a big deal because you do not want an English fleet in the Mid-Atlantic when you're France. So Nicola's got his work cut out to defend France. He doesn't seem to... The EG seems pretty solidly allied against him. He's not going to get any help from Italy. So, yeah, he needs to pull out his best tactics and hope he can convince one of them that it's not worth it.
Yeah, I mean, something I wanted to point out in the north here is just this is showing off the power of France, right? You've got an alliance of France, Germany with no Russia at their back, and still they're making progress of one province, but not even a center. They haven't gotten anything yet. They really need Italian support, or they're going to be grinding out for ages on this front.
I think it helps that Nicola is one of the best, strategy players in the hobby. So we can expect him to put up a good defense at the very least.
Yeah, he's very good. In fact, I mentioned it earlier, the Legendary Tactics series, Nicola was representing France and did speak about the power of the defense for France and how even if you get attacked by two other powers, you can still recover. It's very defensible and has good recovery. So it's fascinating to me to watch kind of the I'll call Nicola or Old Guard take on New Guard Nicola in England. This is going to be a really, really fun battle to watch, and I think it may come down to the diplomatic skill of who's able to influence Robert and Russ.
I was half expecting Robert to take Belgium here, but I guess Nicola, Old Guard Nicola, didn't manage to convince him to do that. So yeah, we'll start off with the West. As good as Nicola can be, he does lose Brest. So far we have a point for the new Nicola. It's a pretty good alliance with the EG, and we saw in the last game that if you have a good alliance right off the bat, that can mean a lot. So good for Nicola, new Nicola, and Robert getting it together. I maybe take it back because sometimes you wonder why players have to be so clever all the time, but we have England support holding Sweden while denying Robert a build, which I don't really know why, unless it all right, yeah. So that was a choice. Whereas Robert's actually really trying to help McCallus out here. So a move to Munich to cut that support into Vienna. So Robert is trying to give his friend a helping hand in Austria, but still looking kind of grim for McCallus at this point. Doesn't get to keep Greece this year. Offers support into Romania, not taken. Nothing really taken. In fact, Vincent doesn't do much of anything this turn, which you have to start to wonder, right? Like, if I'm not getting anything out of it, how am I getting out of the box? That's a question that Turkey should really be asking himself at this point. But I think all things considered, McCallus did well not to lose Vienna or Budapest.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about the Norway support hold Sweden is the obvious big move of this turn, and I just don't know that it's correct. It sets you up for it really annoys the German for one when they've got a position on Belgium, and then on top of that, you're currently dismantling Nicolas Sahuge. You have the chance to take him out of this game, as grindy as it is. I think you may have just thrown that away. He's definitely a player who can make use of this.
Well, let's go ahead and hear from Nicolas right now. We'll find out which one it is right now.
Yeah, so my name is Nicolas Taillet. I'm playing from Paris, France, where I've basically lived my whole life except for 5 years, right, that I spent in Germany. And I have been playing for the virtual face-to-face for the past 6 months. And my first ever diplomacy game was 10 years ago, where with some other friends, we sat around this game and they all hated it and I loved it. Then I played 3 years ago a bit of Extended Deadline. I enjoyed it, but not that much. And I have really a lot of fun with playing virtual face-to-face. So yeah, that's about my diplomacy, I would say, background. And regarding the things I like cycling, I like history a lot, European history mainly. And I like playing diplomacy, of course.
Nicolas is definitely one of the up-and-coming players in the hobby right now. Let's just take a look at Nicolas' stats over the past season. Top share, 89 percentile at 31% of the games he plays, he's topping. Look at that cap and cap 04. 97 percentile, ends the average game at 3.7 centers more than the average player, and the single highest cap 04 out of all, I believe around 320 players or something like that, has an average of 3 centers more per turn than every other player than the average player in the tournament. Is efficient at the orders he puts in at 70%, collaborates highly at 91%, and tends to be a bit more of a giver than a taker in the style. So that speaks to a tendency towards alliance play as well. So all around, Nicolas is, at number 6, it's not surprising, but just a solid all-around player. And for somebody who's only been playing about 6 to 8 months or so, very, very impressive. All right, well, back to this winter of 1903. We've got a couple of adjustments. We'll just read those out real quick. We've got a fleet in London and a fleet in Naples. And let's move on to spring of 04.
I was looking to see straight away where that fleet in Naples is going. It's going back over to the east against Turkey again, by the looks of it. So thanks for the help with Greece, and now I'll try and take your dots. Which, given the situation in the West, is probably not unreasonable. there's the possibility of an alliance change after that Norway support, and it looks like it looks like that is happening. That, in fact, that was a signal of the English move on Germany by the looks of it, because we've got a move into Holland, followed up with the fleet going into Belgium. The army fleet in Brest gets killed. Maybe that's not that big a deal. It depends on how many you're picking up from Germany in response, I guess. And obviously not entirely unexpected by Germany, who did the best he can to move back, but then still supported Belgium down to Burgundy. So that was a misread there. But the fleets tried to come back. And then we've got Serbia moving into Romania. So Austria moving into a Russian dot, and then Italy following up behind. Is this the reforming of the possible AI we saw earlier? It's very hard to read the alliance structure. I'm not sure there is an alliance structure in the East, actually. It seems like each turn everyone's doing whatever they feel like works for this turn.
Yeah, I mean, clear stab on Turkey from Italy is the main thing, I suppose. Turkey trying to support Italy up from Albania instead of from Trieste, so the Trieste move is a pretty clear signal. In the north, I suspect that Denmark was supposed to bounce with something in North Sea, given that Germany was still coordinating against Nicolas Aouge. I have a feeling that Tallier may be playing by the mantra of, I want to get rid of all the fleets in the north. I just blew up one of the French ones, so now I'm fine on that front. I'll go and try and get rid of the ones in Scandinavia, which would be fine, except France is Nicolas Aouge. So I suspect there might be another fleet coming out of France at some point soon.
Yeah, I would be surprised if, assuming Nicola holds Brest, which I don't see why he wouldn't, I'd be surprised if he doesn't reel the fleet.
Yeah, so kicks Germany out of Paris, holds Brest. So overall, really good turn for France based on what England did there. It was interesting to me that Germany seemed to continue to work with England despite England blocking Germany from Sweden. So you really need to consider why Robert did that, because I didn't think the moves he made were the best for the spring turn. And he loses Holland, has to support himself in Denmark, will possibly lose Denmark now. It's the position turn really awkward for Germany, and it's a little unfortunate because he should have been able to read that based on the English moves the year before. So meanwhile, in the East, poor McCullough loses out on Vienna, but does keep Romania. So loses Serbia. So you're down to 2 as Austria, not very good. The moves from Turkey are also slightly concerning. It was that whole thing where he needed to negotiate himself into a 5th dot and then just wasn't able to do that. And now, even supporting, Italy didn't need the support into Serbia, but just the fact that Turkey did use a dot to support Albania into Serbia last turn, I feel like there were better things he could have done to try and secure himself a dot, whether it's in Romania or Greece. So now he loses Smyrna. He is sort of out of he does take Greece, though. He takes Greece. So, okay, so bit of a parity there. And, now it seems like he's working with Austria, which... great, I guess. But yeah, I think what really needs to happen, and maybe it's a winter green, that's the logical conclusion of these moves, but the East needs to resolve itself soon because I think the West might end up with an EF.
Yeah, I think the only thing I would want to say on this front is just, Vincent manages to pick up Greece, but he's still got that fleet trapped in Black Sea. He's not got any ability to knock the Italian out of Smyrna. And the Italian is now in Aegean and Ionian, so that Greece pickup is temporary. It's not looking good for him right now.
Well, let's go ahead and hear from our Turkish player. Let's meet Vincent.
Hello, so my name is Vincent Roulet. I'm from France originally, after living in 4 different countries. I live in UK, Italy, Switzerland, so a bit of a European globetrotter, I would say. So the favorite I like to play at Diplo are the one in the West, so France, England, Germany. I like them equally, I would say. I found the East much more chaotic, and my least favorite is probably Italy. So that's in around the way I prefer to play the game. Now, my hobbies, very much of a sportsman. I love very different type of sports, mostly with the ball. So my number one is rugby, but also basketball, soccer, as you say in the US, football. So very much of a sportsman. I also have a wonderful family, wife and 2 kids, with which I like to spend some good time. And tomorrow, going for skiing holidays. So exciting.
Oh, lovely to meet Vincent. That was very charming. Unfortunately, not the ideal start for his debut in the DBNI, but we'll see. I think there's still a chance. It's a pretty defensible power. It's all probably going to come down to some diplomacy. We'll move through these builds quickly here. We've got an army in London, a fleet in Marseille, and a fleet in Venice. Chris, I'll go to you for this one. What are these adjustments telling you?
Well, I already called the fleet for France, right? That just tells me you don't want four armies as France, because then you're locked into fighting Germany. You want to keep your options open. The Italian army says, well, I've already got 3 fleets. I want, yeah. That's an interesting one. I mean, they've got no competition for the Med, basically. So the 3 fleets is enough to deal with the potentially 2 Turkish fleets. So an army seems fine there, unless you were planning to go west, which apparently they're not. And the English army, well, again, I've got the 4 fleets I need to dominate the seas in the north. I'm looking to establish myself on the continent, so I need armies for that.
All right, let's keep on moving. Spring of 05. Actually, before we do this, we'll go ahead and pause and do a who do you like. I'm going to start. Tanya, you're smiling, so I'm going to start with you. This is not going to be easy. Who do you like at this point in the game?
Well, based on spring 1905, I'm thinking I'm liking Italy. Would I have said that prior to these moves? I think I might have, actually. Yeah, I mean, who is fighting Italy? No one. And I think Vincent really didn't do the best in defending himself as Turkey. So I'm sticking to Italy. Italy it is. I think there's comeback for someone in the West if they figure out who's allied with who. But until they do that, I'm going with Italy.
Marcus.
Yeah, I mean, Italy is the obvious answer here. I think the other choice would potentially be Nicola. I'll just leave it at that. No, I think Nicola Sauge is in a much better spot than Nicola Taillé right now, just because he's France. And he's got that defensive line, and he's got the ability to go into North Atlantic Ocean, Mid-Atlantic Ocean convoy, and if he wants to. I think England took the pressure off him too early. But he might go after Italy. You never know here.
Chris?
Yeah, it's hard to pick anyone other than those 2. I mean, Russia's position isn't bad, but he hasn't got anything in the north, really. And yeah, I would tend to agree in the West. I prefer the French position over the English. I think he did let up a little bit too early. Yeah, I feel like France is one of those powers where, if, as long as you haven't got 3 people attacking you, you can afford to wait until later on in the game. And you often see France grow a lot of dots later on in the game. You can sit at 5 for many, many years and not worry about it. Nicola can absolutely do that.
Absolutely. Right, fall of 05.
Did we do spring?
No.
I mean, what happened in the spring, really?
Well, there's a little bit of movement. There's a lot of black arrows there. A lot happened. Okay, this is really nice for Russ with Italy. Basically, Vincent's decided, yeah, I'm not going to fight you. I'm going to move out of your way, which, keep that army alive rather than get it popped. That's not a bad move. Greece, there was nothing you could do about it anyway. He tried to pull that one back as well, but Russ's orders were perfect to prevent that here. Interesting that Russ doesn't mess with Budapest at all. I wonder whether that's by arrangement with Christian or just I had more important things to do. So yeah, it looks like not much longer for Michaelis here, I think. He is in Ukraine. He could survive this year, but it's looking a bit tenuous. I don't know that I ever see a build for him again. Nicolas S does very little in France. He gets back into Burgundy, so he's got rid of all those foreign units from his homeland, and the English fleet from English Channel goes up to north. So he's in a nice, comfortable position now. He's got those 5. He's solid. He's got no threats. The world is his oyster now. Which way he wants to go from here? And Robert in Germany takes Holland. That wasn't quite guaranteed. Nicola chose to advance the fleet into Heligoland, putting Holland at risk. So was that a wise choice? I don't know. I don't like seeing the army popped in the spring. A unit popped in the fall is not as bad, but losing it in the spring means you haven't got it in the fall. Right? If it's popped in the fall, you can rebuild it in the spring, but in the winter.
Yep, I don't have much to add this phase. I think it's looking bad for Make-A-Wish.
Nice. Excellent callback. All right, fall of 05, Tanya.
Yeah, he'll really need to make a wish if he wanted to survive this, but it looks like this is the end for our good friend Michaelis. So pretty good moves here. We have the wintergreen after all. Great moves from, well, you know what? So Bulgaria gets into Constantinople. Greece follows up. Oh no, Greece bounces Bulgaria. Okay, so he takes Greece, he takes Khan, he's got Smyrna. Turkey's down to 2. So it's looking kind of grim for Turkey there, and the West seems to be resolving. And I guess in the East seems to be resolving. The East, we do see good old France going towards Russ, which you can't really blame him. Russ is growing way too fast. At the same time, he is working with Germany now, and I think that makes a lot of sense. I think England really did overplay here when he got too greedy and tried to turn on Germany. When you have a wintergreen and France does want to move towards the east, I can see why France might choose to ally with Germany instead, unless we see a Western triple at this late stage, which is also somewhat possible, I believe. Now that France has taken Belgium, Germany has Holland, Nicola's down to 4, but he does move into Norway. And is that support into Sweden? Yes. Okay. So it's a Western triple. Okay, so that's what's happening. They're saying Russ and Christian are too strong. Let's move against them. Easy.
I'm not sure it's a Western triple. Yeah, probably is, because he took English Channel. He could have retreated to English Channel, right?
He disbanded that, yeah.
But I think it's been very interesting to see this style of play from Taye. It's the same style he used in that VDL final of flip back and forth. Don't stick with one ally for very long. Go after France, then go after Germany, then go after Russia on the next turn. Worked out really well for him, but in an early round of a tournament like this, I'm not sure you want to be showing your hand like that. It can burn people, and that could come back to haunt him.
I think of that as a very European style of play. When you play face-to-face games in Europe, they're much more dynamic like that. And as soon as someone pulls a centre ahead, everyone piles on them and things like that. So I don't know, has Nicola got a face-to-face background?
Not really. He's fairly new, but I mean,
maybe it's just him then.
Yeah.
Right to do the face-to-face.
I mean, it has paid off all season long. So why change at this point in the game? But I do hear what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, for me, this reads a couple things. One, Nicola did say in his Legendary Tactics video that he likes to not have conflict between Italy and France unless France can sneak Tunis. And so I think he's got a good shot at sneaking Tunis. I bet he stops there. We'll see. It could also be that he ends up in an alliance that was the most common out of all alliances in all DBNI this year, the Leviathan between France and England. Have not seen that in the tournament so far, really. And there is potential that your Western Triple is really just a delayed Leviathan. So I think France has got a lot of options here for their play. I think a lot of that's going to be a question of, does that flexibility allow them to catch up to the advantage Russ has? Because it's shaping up to be a pretty big advantage. Winner of 05, we've got Army in Edinburgh and a fleet in Marseille. Army Berlin, Army Warsaw, fleet in Naples, and Army in Venice. Anything stand out to you, Tanya?
Not really. I mean, this all makes sense to me if we're doing the Western Triple, and this is really yeah. I mean, I guess Russia could have built in St. Petersburg maybe, but that was really the only potential for a different build, in my opinion.
Well, I'm going to be keeping my eye on how Italy responds to this. That'll be fun to watch. Spring of 1906.
What happened in Constantinople? Smyrna didn't support Constantinople, and that army ended up getting popped. That looks like a mistake from Russ there. He picked up Bulgaria, which is fine, but he's not going to be able to get Constantinople back now. Well, I guess Sev will probably help. So yeah, okay. But still, losing the army. Well, actually, losing the army might not be bad given the French situation. Rebuilding that back at home might not be a bad thing. Yeah. So the French units keep pushing down into the Mediterranean. You got to wonder how much Nicola wants that. He does not want to end up in a situation where he's got 4 fleets or 4 units down in the Mediterranean that can't go anywhere, and they're just lined up against 4 units of Russes. So, yeah, but sometimes you don't have any choice in the matter. He's taking Tunis, which is obviously a good thing for him. He's not going to lose that again, probably, if I know Nicola. And then, yeah, the moves you would expect from a Western Triple, basically pushing the fleet up into Barents, pushing a German army forward, a little bit of hedging in the center because of that Russian fleet in Baltic, but the Russian fleet Baltic is heading back because he's worried about St. Petersburg. And yeah, the Russian build, I probably would have built St. Petersburg, but it doesn't really matter because Moscow can move to whichever one you don't build, right? So.
Yeah, the only thing I'm doing there is theorizing about whether that disbanding con could have potentially been agreed. It just looked like something Russ wouldn't generally do, but it could easily have been a misorder there.
Yeah, that's kind of why I said it's not necessarily a bad thing. So maybe it is an attempt to rebuild it back at home.
Yeah, I was thinking that it might have been agreed to let Sev into the Black Sea immediately, but don't really know. Okay, so they do their work. Khan is taken. Turkey down to 1, looking grim once again. And then it's going to be hard, I think, for Italy and Russia to stop the Western Triple if they continue to work together. France does give Belgium up to Germany. So takes Tunis, gives up Belgium, says, hey, you need it more than I do, which is probably true. So he does get that. England gets into St. Petersburg, which is, you know what, fantastic. Good for England here. You have Norway, Sweden, and St. Petersburg. Not a bad position. I think at this point, maybe you start to think, maybe it's time to stab Germany a second time. But that Belgium move does suggest that he'll build in Kiel. It'll be a bit harder, but it's mostly positioning here at this point.
Yeah, that's. I think that Nicola giving up Belgium to the German definitely suggests he's looking for a long-term Western triple as opposed to just going all in on this England-France. I think that might actually be the right move given who's in England and what they've been doing with the flipping alliances, right? I suspect giving up Belgium here, having Germany get another build may force England to stick to this where otherwise they would have stopped.
Yeah, this feels like a game that could be almost over at this point, right?
Potentially. It's got the line could be there if somebody doesn't make a move.
Which is an interesting position with Russ 3 units ahead of everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm Russ, I'm voting for the draw at this point for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen this game like 1,000 times. This exact game.
Yeah, the Northern Russian fleet goes because it was going to go anyway, so that's the right pull from them. We've just got to kill Turkey off, and then are we done? Turkey retreats to Smyrna, but that doesn't matter. Yeah, the repositioning of the move around Tyrolia is interesting, with the Italian armies moving south to Apulia and following up from Tyrolia, and then the Germans getting in behind them in Tyrolia. I have difficulty reading that because they could have. I mean, Apulia wasn't at risk, and they are looking at supporting Rome because they can't hold Tuscany, I guess. Yeah, okay, I can see that. I don't like giving up Tyrolia, but it's not that big a deal, I guess. Yeah, this is people who know where the stalemate line is and what they need to do to hold the line, basically doing what's needed. There's not an awful lot more to say than that.
I think it's going to be interesting to see whether Russ donates this Ankara build to Christian, given Russ has all his home centers covered and Christian does not. That's the only thing I'm looking out for here. I'm not sure it's a stalemate line as is, but it certainly looks close to one if it's not one.
Yep.
He does indeed. He does that. So Black gets Ink, which is probably good because he's losing Warsaw. No, he's not. No, he's not. So he can build in Warsaw because it's empty. So not bad there. Nothing really all that exciting. I guess there's a bit of uncertainty in the West with that bounce in Belgium, maybe just to make sure England doesn't sneak in or something like that. So there is a bit of hesitancy, but other than that, they're working quite well. England does get into Livonia, which, we'll see what they do with that, if anything. And Venice, no. Is there a bounce in Tuscany there?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So a bounce in Tuscany and then just more positioning for an attempt to break through the Italy-Russia Wintergreen alliance in some way.
All right. Got the army build. Spring of 08.
Yeah, I think I'm looking at the center and thinking it looks like the East is missing one unit to actually defend Warsaw properly, but because it looks to me like Bohemia cuts Galicia, and then they've got 2 supports for a move into Warsaw. So I think they might lose Warsaw, but I don't think anything else looks like it's going to change from here. Italy is solid, and they both know it. You see all these supports on both sides. They both know that this is lockdown, and there's nothing either of them can do. So we'll just order all the supports and move other units elsewhere. But yeah, this is a play the stalemate line game, and obviously now the units that are in Turkey are free to move to where they might be of use. That Italian army in particular feels like it could be of use somewhere else.
Yeah, I think it's actually the stalemate line is a lot less, because if Warsaw falls here, you need 3 on Moscow. You need to use Ukraine and Sevastopol. Then you are supposed to be using, what supports Galicia? Vienna's going to get cut. Ukraine's going to get cut. Galicia gets taken, and then you're getting forced back even further. You can't even stick the Italian unit in Romania or Budapest without trading a center somewhere, right? So it's going to be a slow advance, but then you look at where the advance is happening, and you're saying it's not happening into Rus. So Nicola Sauge is going to be thinking, am I happy to just let England and Germany continuously slowly pick up centers over that front while I get nothing? I think that's the gamble Rus is taking with covering his entire peninsula and units right here.
Yeah, it's an interesting position for Rus because they've got the lead. It's going to be very difficult, if not impossible, to grow without just completely throwing the game to the other side of the board. So they're really playing to protect that lead and encourage everyone else to try and accept the draw while they're ahead. I guess the real question is there anyone else on the board that could safely make a move to challenge that lead?
Yep, Nicola Tellier, right? He's in England as a Western triple. You can always double back and take centers. And here, moved out of North Sea, so it's not quite as effective. But moving out of North Sea has made the German demilitarize Holland. It's made Nicola Sauge move south. I think that's the best chance of this stalemate breaking.
And the nice thing there is if you do start taking German centers, you're helping Russia and you're not helping Italy. So
Yeah, so Warsaw holds, Moscow holds, but they do take Gao, so that could be pretty key there. Though I do think when Bulgaria ends up moving to Romania and Black takes Khan or something like that, then it will be a bit trickier. Although I guess Warsaw is guaranteed to fall in 1909 because they've got 4 on it. So. Patience might pay off here. I guess the one interesting thing might be that Marseille did go back to Burgundy. So I'm thinking when Germany does get Warsaw, Belgium will go back to France. And we'll see. We'll see if someone stabs the other.
Or at the very least, they have that option, right?
Right.
All right. Well, pressing on Spring of 09. Actually, before we do Spring of 09, let's go ahead and hear from one of our other players. Let's see. We have done... Let's hear from Nicola Sauge.
Okay, so I'm Nicolas Sauge. I'm playing from Montreal in Quebec, Canada. And I'm originally from France, but now I'm representing both France and Canada.
All right. He is. So Nicola, of course, underselling himself as one of the greats to ever play this game. So really fun to see this play out. Let's keep going.
I think we've lost Chris.
No. Well, Tanya, go ahead.
All right.
Oh, wait. Chris, are you...
He's back. All right.
I think I got kicked out or something. I don't know. I didn't do anything.
Probably me.
You'd rather have Nicola than me. That makes sense. I can understand. So Warsaw fell, which was inevitable, and obviously Christian knew that Warsaw was going to fall, so they they pulled back to keep those armies because they're not going to be able to rebuild anything if they lose anything. It looks like a miss, or it looks like Bulgaria intended to support Ukraine back to Romania, which would have been sensible because you want to guarantee that. But that was misordered, but didn't matter as it happens. So Black Sea to Armenia is a little bit interesting. That kind of says that Rus probably asked for that and said, look, you need it to support Sev, but you don't need to be sat next to Constantinople as well. Does mean that they haven't got the option of taking Constantinople, not that they'd be able to rebuild anyway, so that's probably fine. The English army getting over into Livonia actually stabilizes the West quite a lot, because that makes it much harder for England to go in and stab Germany. So I can't see this Western triple. Well, the builds could make a difference, right? Once we've got probably 2 builds, I would expect to see them in the fall push Warsaw over to Moscow so that Germany can take Warsaw, and then they get an English build and a German build, in which case that's not destabilizing. But if you were to get 2 English builds at this point, that would be very, very different situation.
Yeah, that would be exciting.
Yep, so that's exactly what happens. England gets Moscow, Germany backfills into Warsaw, and then actually Burgundy does take Belgium, so we don't actually... Oh, no, we do see a German build, because Germany then takes Sweden with support from English. How generous of Nicola to give him that after the opening moves. So other than that, yeah, not too much. Gal is blown up, which is probably good, but still, I believe there's going to be some Russian disbands, so that is not going to be great.
Maybe Taye is saving his reputation here after all the early turnarounds, and just saying, okay, you're my 2 allies, you can take the extra centers here. And it's going to be 6-7-7, I think, in that theater now, so it's going to end on a few less points than them.
Well, 2 players who have stuck together from the outset in this game are Russ and Christian. So let's go ahead and hear from Russ right now.
My name is Russ Dennis. I'm from Detroit, Michigan, and I've been playing diplomacy since 2008, and my least favorite country is England.
We are all laughing because Russ is widely known as one of the best players for England in the game, so that's hilarious. Russ, if you
his favorite now,
everyone knows he was just talking about real life.
Yeah.
You make it harder.
He is also the editor of the Diplomacy Briefing, which if you have not subscribed to, you should definitely go check that out. Back to our game. So we've got our adjustments. Is there anything anyone could build here to shake up the stability and keep this game going, or do we feel like the builds are going to move towards a draw?
I mean, if Germany builds 2 fleets, but...
Well, what does Nicola build here? I mean, you don't need anything to help hold that line at this point, right? So
Fleet or army, Marseille.
The Russian disbands are at least a little bit interesting. They do have that problem where they really need a Russian unit, and they've got a spare Italian army, but there's no way of fixing that at this point.
They could have just donated Constantinople to the Russian earlier, but I guess that maybe they weren't thinking they would lose their centers this fast.
Well, Ukraine and Galicia. Good double armies. All right, so looks like we're trying to lock this thing up.
Let's see. Armenia comes back to black. That's sensible because from there you can support either Serbia or Romania, whichever is needed. The West gets into Galicia is about the only interesting thing. Marseille goes up to Burgundy. Yeah, well, there's nothing else for it to do, but I'm not sure. I don't know. what's going through French Nicola's head here, or Nicola playing France's head here? I mean, you've got the potential opportunities. This could be just a, if it doesn't draw, then I would much rather be in Burgundy than in Marseille. But yeah.
Yeah, he could have gone to Tuscany and Piedmont here, but when Russ is locked down this tightly, there's no point, right? It's just leaving yourself open for no reason.
Well, there was an attempt into Munich, so maybe he's thinking, I can't suspect he thought that would work. I imagine the move to Burgundy probably, alarmed Germany enough to support hold there. But, he walked back to Marseille. Maybe he's saying, okay, Russ, I can't get anything from you. So I don't want you to top, but I can't get your centers. So where can I get the centers? Well, I can get Germany centers. So that's happening. But other than that, seems like England's just hanging on. Supporting their units, bouncing in Sweden to make sure, I guess, Germany doesn't walk it back to Denmark. And I can't. This is why you don't really want a Western Triple as Germany, but I can definitely see a world in which they lose Sweden, next year. And then good for Russia holding on there. And Italy sticks to just helping out, holding, waiting for that stab. You just have to wait for the Western Triple to fall apart, and then you can make something happen.
Well, let's hear from Robert. Meet him.
Yes, hello. My name is Robert Schuppe. I'm from Germany, based in Dresden and Saxony. When I'm not playing diplomacy, I'm working at the university in the field of linguistics. I'm a researcher there, and yeah, I got into diplomacy. Actually, got first introduced to the game about 7 years ago. Played 4 or 5 games, didn't really catch the bug for some reason back then. Didn't think about the game for a long time, and then sort of got back into it about 9 months ago in the spring of 2021. And yeah, have been loving it ever since and playing a lot more and more over the year, and I'm happy to have made it into the DBNI, I guess.
And now he is one of the top 28 players in this year, so exciting to see. All right, so where we are in this game, looks like Nicola at least tried to make a move, and why not take a gamble? There's a little risk with this, though. If Robert is feeling a little vindictive, do you think that could destabilize the board, or do you think they make up from here?
I'm wondering about that. I'm not sure how much of a risk it is. I feel like England and France could cut Germany out at this point, and Russia would end up with a couple of centers, but would Italy end up with any centers? They could probably prevent it, in which case maybe that's the right move.
Yeah, I feel like almost. Oh,
there we go.
I feel like almost the biggest risk to attacking Germany here, right, is that just England grows faster, even if Germany doesn't throw. But yeah, clearly, no one wanted to play this on from this position.
Well, was this the right end to the game? For Russ, it was probably. Very interesting to see, pulled out to a very early lead, and unlike our previous game where France came out to an early lead, the rest of the board did not unite against Italy. And I think many newer players, myself in particular when I first started, did not recognize the power of Italy as a defensive power. There is lots of defense for Italy, and I think this is an example of playing to Italy's strengths in this game. All right. Well, that wraps up that round. You've all been on for quite a while. We've got Zachary Moore waiting in the wings. Would anybody like a break for this next round?
I'll drop out for a bit.
All right. Marcus, will spell you for a bit. Appreciate it very much. We will see you. This will be our last game for this broadcast. So we'll see you again for the after action.
All right.
All right. And welcome back to the stream, our very own Zachary Moore. Zach, welcome back. Zach, you are keeping up with the tradition and you are on mute.
Yes. Hello. Now you can hear me. I'm so excited to commentate alongside my superiors in Tanya and Chris.
Yes, that is accurate. Let's go ahead and transition now on to round 2, game 4. All right, you are watching Gameday Live's coverage of the 2022 Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational, and we're about to cover round 2, board 4. This board is named Daff Langley. And a little background on Daff. Daff, we're naming the Encourager. Daff and her husband Steve were zine publishers and stalwarts of the diplomacy hobby in Southern California through much of the 1970s and 1980s. She was always upbeat in her hobby writing and often humorous. Hobby once had a literary award, which was won by Daff in 1986 for an article she published in Diplomacy World about holding a house con, well, in your house. The name of that literary award is from the hobbyist who we will recognize with our next game, which you will have to stay tuned for and watch tomorrow. So tomorrow's broadcast will be at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, and Marcus Zylstra will be hosting that game. So definitely stick around for the final conclusion of the semifinals. But for now, let's hear round 2, board 4. In Austria, we have Houston, Texas's Ed Sullivan coming in as the 10th seed. England, we have Christophe Borja from Switzerland, I believe. France, we have Ruben Sanchez from France. In Germany, we have my pick to win it all, Riaz Varani from Vancouver, Canada. In Italy, we have Chicago's Wes Ketchum. In Russia, we have Johnny Gillam representing the continent of Africa, bringing our continents up to 5 for the DBNI, which is pretty impressive. In Turkey, we have number 1 herself, Seren Kwok from Great Britain. Zach, you are fresh. You've had your break, so I'm going to start with you. Bring the energy. What are you watching for in this game?
Okay, I've got my eyes on number 22 in Italy, Wes Ketchum. I saved this. I didn't talk about him earlier in the broadcast when you had me on, but Wes Ketchum is my dark horse to make the top board of this tournament. He's out of the Chicago School of Diplomacy, a feisty player. He's had a lot of recent success there, and I think this is where he breaks out.
Well, and Wes, we've got him listed as Chicago, but recently moved to Europe and Sweden, I believe, to do some research. And we definitely miss him here, but wish him the best in this event. Chris, who have you got your eye on?
I'm interested to see how the West works out. I know both Christophe and Ruben. They're both long-term face-to-face European players. And I was talking earlier about how the European games, they tend to be shorter games. They tend to be very dynamic, lots of changes of alliance structure. And then you've got Riaz in Germany, who is a long-time North American player and has not played in those European-style games. So it's going to be interesting to see how that works out. Because, you know, the two other players, they're not going to be, they're going to be sort of back and forth, maybe. Riaz is going to be looking for an ally. Can he find one? I don't know.
And Tanya.
Agreed. Yeah, I'd be a little bit worried for Riaz with this draw, just because, you know, you've got 2 European French-speaking players next to you. Hopefully he can convince one of them to attack the other. But other than that, I do have to point out that the placement bids again show we've got 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, and Saren somehow top seed, but gets her last choice here with Turkey. So really hoping for Saren to be able to pull something out of this with her last choice when everyone else gets their top choice. So a bit unfortunate. But yeah, you know, the Eastern players are very familiar to all of us. They're all really good online players, virtual face-to-face players. So I think it'll be interesting to see whether they can sort it out or if we're going to get another just back and forth sort of deal. And I do believe Wes is in Switzerland instead of Sweden. So.
That's it. Thank you. I'm
one of those European countries.
Yeah, I mean, it starts with an S. It's my North America, not just North America, American bias coming out right there. I apologize. All right, well, let's transition us over to our game. And we have round 2, game number 4, starting now. We're going to have Chris, I'm going to have you take the spring years. Zach, you'll take the fall years. And we'll have Tanya do color.
Let's see. So no bounce in English Channel. England and France playing very friendly with one another. Paris up to Picardy rather than Burgundy, which is seen a lot of French players wanting to cover Burgundy recently. So that's it shows some trust in Germany. Venice to Trieste bounces with Vienna, which is always interesting when that happens. Rome went down to Apulia, which could indicate that Wes was expecting to successfully get into Trieste, maybe had even arranged to take Trieste, but had changed their mind, perhaps. No bounce in Galicia, which corresponds with Vienna being free to bounce into Trieste. And then no bounce in the Black Sea. Instead, Ankara goes to Constantinople, Smyrna goes to Armenia. So is this a miscommunication? Was there supposed to be a bounce in Armenia, or were those both expected to succeed? And then Moscow goes north, which is comparatively unusual. Most people seem to think of Russia as being a southern power and tend to send Moscow down to Ukraine, and then they can bounce Galicia. So, you know, all these moves kind of tie together. If Warsaw's not going to Galicia, it can go to Ukraine, and then Moscow can go north. Or maybe if you want to send Moscow north, that means you can't afford to bounce Galicia. So.
Yeah, haven't really seen the Northern Russian opening yet, so that's a fun one. A bit annoying if you're Christoph, of course, but hey, exciting for us. And yeah, the East is strange. I would say strange, not usual whatsoever. Don't really know what Turkey and Russia are up to with moving to Armenia and moving into black. Maybe they'll do a Con-Sev swap or something silly. Who knows? That'll be interesting to see.
Has there been a single bounce in the Black Sea in the DBNI so far? I don't think so. I will say, for those of us that are or those viewers who may be newer to the stream, move to black, and maybe those who aren't new, that is one of the most automatic moves. There are times and places, always. There no rule in diplomacy should ever be universal, but moving to black is pretty damn near universal rule.
Wasn't there an article recently about how letting the other side into black isn't actually as bad as people claim it is? So maybe this is the influence of that article.
It's possible. Also, I will say these are the top 28 players in the world, and I am not one of them. So maybe they know something that I don't. But
have you played, Brian?
I mean, some people may question that, but yeah, I mean, this is extremely unusual, to say the least. So definitely standing out. Seeing it 1 or 2 times even might make sense, but every game is shocking to me. All right, fall of 1901.
Okay, well, Tanya proves prescient on predicting the Con-Sev swap. That's what you see. Saren moves her army into Sevastopol. Russia's going to get the fleet out into Con. That's a big flashing sign to the rest of the board that Russia and Turkey are working together. Austria gets Greece, covers Trieste. Still not a lot of trust between AI here. France is going to take 3 builds England convoys over to Norway. That's a response to Johnny's northern opening, and Germany just takes Holland, takes Denmark. No real indication of which direction they're leaning based on that.
Yeah, I think Riaz was worried about that EF connection, so he lets he probably asks Johnny to move north, I imagine, and lets him into Sweden so that he definitely has someone on his side should it actually turn out to be an EF. So I'm pretty good moves, and yeah, the concept swap. I figured it might have been that. It's the only thing that really made sense with that set of moves. I don't really know why you do it, other than I guess you really need to fleet in con. I don't really think so, but it looks fun, and I know Johnny is a player that likes to do fun moves, and I can see Sarah being like, why the hell not? So
I think the theory is that it stops that Russian fleet from being a threat to Turkey and gets it somewhere where it can actually be of use to the alliance. I don't know that I've ever actually seen it in a game before, so it's not a common move by any means.
Well, now we're seeing it on one of the biggest stages in diplomacy history. I will say I do appreciate the entertainment, so thank you, players. Winner of 1901, we've got a couple of adjustments. Anything anyone is keeping their eye out to see?
Yeah, I wonder now that you've done this concept swap, what do you build as Turkey? What's the best build here? Like, I'm not sure.
I think they still do a fleet. I think they still do a fleet and try to pump them out just as if it was 3 Turkish fleets. I wouldn't love to see an army if I was Russia, I don't think.
Do you build a fleet in Smyrna?
Yeah. Well, not Egg. I don't think Egg.
Yeah. I'm also going to be watching if Ruben in France builds 3. That's always fun to see if France decides to defer a build. So, any bets on that?
Nah, he'll build them.
I think Ruben builds 3.
I think he'll build them, yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. Yep. All right. So we've got a continued commitment to the northern build from Johnny Gillum, which is consistent with the entire strategy that Johnny's put down for this game so far. Definitely some risk there. Anything else stand out to anyone with these adjustments?
2 fleets for France, which is interesting. I thought it would be 2 armies and a fleet maybe, but I think it's kind of nice for Riaz. I think he might have I think we're seeing possibly not good signs for Christophe here.
Yeah, I mean, they were friendly about Belgium, so maybe this is the sort of payback for, okay, you let me have Belgium, I'll build 2 fleets.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we've got some shuffling around in the east. That 3rd fleet comes into play down there while they force Italy to defend Ionian, which Italy's going to lose the Ionian in the... Italy could lose the Ionian. There's risk there with Bulgaria. Interesting that Bulgaria went to con. I don't know what that was about. And then Sev comes down to Rum. Rum goes up to Ukraine. You've got to assume that Sev is going to stay in Rum and Ukraine is probably going to take Sev. They're going to swap those 2 centers. Maybe this is now we have to actually swap these centers over. I'm not sure. The French fleets don't really make much of a commitment. Mid-Atlantic and Spain South Coast is still, they could go either way. It's more friendly to Italy than going into Gulf of Leon and Mid-Atlantic, but it's could still easily turn either way. That's very much keeping options open. Bounce in English Channel says either we both had a spare fleet or we don't trust each other, maybe both. French army comes up to Picardy, which can help cover Belgium. So not a lot of commitment to anything in the north. Germany did try to take Sweden with England's help, and the other fleet went out to Baltic. So, a bit of a EG cooperation there. It doesn't feel like a Western triple, but but the West are all kind of friendly at the moment. But Ruben's got his keeping his options open, right? He hasn't decided where his next dot's going to come from yet, or he's decided, but he's not showing us with the builds, with the moves anyway.
Yeah, I think this game is starting a bit slower than, well, on the Western side than what we would usually see. I can't figure out. I mean, there's a bit of coordination between England and Germany, but Germany doesn't seem to be fighting either of them. So I guess we'll find out there. But this is funny about Ed as Austria, because if you're Austria and you see this kind of coordination from Russia, Turkey, you really have to wonder why you're fighting Italy. But the funny part is in Carnage in person last year, I was Russia, and then Katie was Turkey, and we were running a bit of an RT, and Ed did this exact same thing where he attacked Italy instead of attacking the RT. So given it's Ed in Austria, I'm not too shocked that this is the play he's making, but poor Wes must be so confused why it's happening. So we'll see how that goes and if it works out for Ed or not.
How did it work out in your game?
Oh, none of us attacked each other because it was a Western triple. So
well, this could be the same.
Yeah.
That's what this reads to me, is that the East is reading this as a Western triple, but the moves from France to me don't speak Western triple. So I'm going to be watching this turn to see, does the East change or continue with that thought.
All right. Well, I mean, your eyes go right to the boot where Ed tries to take the position. He knows he can't get Venice, but it turns out he could have had Venice because Wes read him perfectly and blocked him out of Piedmont. Ionian stands, and Ionian stands because Aegean holds from Saren. She forgot to order that unit, which has knock-on effects because then Bulgaria doesn't get into Khan, and Romania doesn't get into Bulgaria as Ukraine takes Sev. So kind of a mess made in the south off of misorder. Sweden goes to Germany with permission, we assume, as Sweden goes and takes Norway. It's everybody against England in the north. So if they were thinking Western triple, I'd say that's dead.
So it's a good thing that Saren didn't move that fleet, right? Because if Saren moved that fleet, then they lose. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter in the end. I wonder if it was agreed that Russia would take Sev there, or if that's a bit of a stab. I am curious because I don't see why does
that's a trade for rum,
right?
Or con if those other moves had gone through, right?
Yeah.
What's the point of doing a concept swap and then giving Russia's Sev back? Because the whole point of Russia not having Sev is you never have to worry about a southern fleet. So I'm just wondering about the efficiency there and if there's like full trust. Kind of strange.
Well, Tanya, this is the #1 player and the Rookie of the Year, I believe. So, or maybe not Rookie of the Year, one of the finalists. So,
I don't doubt her. I'm doubting the move to step from Johnny.
I don't disagree. I will say one of the things that's impressed me about Saren's play this season has been. She's been a very good tactician. She demonstrated that pretty early on in her career last season. Was one of our rookies to really make a big splash. But this year, she's developed her social game. And I feel like she's not just developed it, but dominated. Has just completely controlled the diplomatic alliances in many, many of the boards that she's been on. So there could be more to this, but I can assure you I would put money on her coming out on top of whatever relationship is going on down there. So let's meet our #1 player.
I did have a question. Before we go to Saren's interview.
Sure.
Very quickly, on the fall moves, why does England move to York here from London?
Oh.
I was wondering if we were going to talk about Norway.
Right. I mean,
because Germany sided with Russia to help Russia take Norway, right?
yeah. So I'm assuming it's, you know, the tax on England. I just wonder why you moved to York here.
I don't know why you moved to Yorkshire.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
All right. Well, let's hear from Saren.
I'm Saren. I'm from Hong Kong, but I now live in London, and I began playing diplomacy 1.5 years ago during the first lockdown. My favorite diplomacy game mode is Wilson, also known as Public Press. And I once made a bet that if I lost, I would have to say on video that WebDip is #1. So WebDip #1.
I think I can predict who won that one. That's fantastic.
That's a little of a cop out. That's a little bit of a cop out saying that you lost the bet. I think you just have to say it.
All right. Fall of 1902. We'll move on to our adjustments. We've got the build from Riaz. Any predictions on the build here?
Well, if he's going to keep pushing against England, then it's probably a fleet.
Fleet. Yeah, I'm
Well,
expecting.
that is an if.
All right. Looks like that's what we're going to see.
Yeah. Okay, so that new fleet heads up to Heligoland, which gives them a good play on North Sea. Christoph's in some trouble here. He pulls Barents back, which is a wise move. Interestingly, with support from Norway. I guess that was possibly expecting that there might be a self-bounce in Norwegian and being sneaky to support that one back. But Christoph wanted that fleet back anyway, so he's fine with that. England not in a position to cover Liverpool either, and has lost London already. Yeah, can't get London back at this point. So yeah, he can keep Edinburgh, but the rest is not so good. What else have we got? Gascony to Burgundy doesn't seem very exciting. That's probably just a hedging bets. Spain to Western Med is interesting. That gives West some difficult decisions to make in the fall, because is he going to cover Tunis? He's already lost Ionian and retreated to Adriatic. Oh, so he can't cover Tunis, but Seren could cover Tunis for him.
I wonder if that French fleet was West saying, "God help me, just bring one over." And
that may well have been. I'm sure Wes isn't unhappy to see that fleet coming down. Right? It could well have been invited, or please send a fleet my way. And the Austrian move up to actually gets into Piedmont this time, so really making that play for Venice. So yeah, it's bad news for Wes and for Christoph at this point, by the looks of it.
Yeah, and that's why it was such a strange move to move up to York in last turn, because now you had to use that fleet to support hold North Sea. I guess this way it can't be cut, so maybe that's why he did it. I'm not quite sure, but the payoff isn't really worth it in my opinion.
Yeah, no, a strange trade moving up to York. I see that probably was it, trying to avoid being cut, but that's still not worth it, like you said. And in the fall, we see why. I mean, the North's not going to do you any good if you don't have any centers, and England's losing all their centers except for Edinburgh. Liverpool's free, London's guaranteed. Germany's going to walk into Belgium. That's almost certainly agreed between the two of them. Everything's peachy in Scandinavia. Nobody's fighting there. Austria takes a shot at Marseille, which I actually kind of like. If you see Italy going down, he's trying to already thinking about disrupting the western side of the board. And
yeah, but that might be a mistake in practice, though, because he could have guaranteed Venice instead, right? If it goes, it's brilliant. But as it doesn't go, it looks a bit of a mistake.
That's so true. It's a very cute move, and it didn't pay off. But Wes gets what he wanted. He didn't cover Tunis. He retreated to Adriatic, and now his two neighbors have effectively covered it by bouncing each other out.
Check out that forward retreat into West's supply center that he left to cover Tyrrhenian Sea. That's really rough.
Oh my god, I love that so much.
But that's very nice play from the east there, right?
So we've got an efficiency stat. I doubt that the efficiency stat captures how efficient this is. Protecting Tunis and capturing Naples in the same turn, while simultaneously losing Romania. I'm assuming that's arranged because of the support.
Yeah, Romania Con is a trade. Right?
Yeah, that's a trade. But does that mean that they knew that they were taking Naples? Because does Saren go down otherwise?
I mean, I think it's planned as a forward retreat, right? So either you go into Naples or you go into Tyrrhenian Sea. So one of them has to be open. You don't have to do a guess. You can just decide after whichever is open is what you get, right? It's pretty common.
I love this.
Yeah.
I love it. Maybe common for players at your level, Tanya, but for me, I'm impressed. So, all right, fall of 03, winter of 1903. We've got Saren building 1, West dropping 1, Ruben goes up 1, Christoph goes down 2. Before we get to our adjustments, let's go ahead while we still have time and meet West Ketchum. I thought I had that ready to go, and I did not. Let's not meet West Ketchum. Let's meet Ruben.
Okay, yes. Hello to everybody. I'm Ruben Sanchez. I'm French and Spanish. I've been abroad all my life, but now I'm back to France, and I really enjoy to play to this tournament.
Ruben being one of the participants in the extremely active French hobby, and really, really excited to have their games as part of the DBNI this season. Would not be the same without them. We got to cover their games a couple times on our League Night broadcast, which focuses in less on tournament games and more on leagues, which tend to be still competitive, very competitive in some places, but in general, a little more relaxed than a tournament, a little more experimentation. And boy, do the French experiment compared to the hobby and the rest of the world. Lots of very aggressive play, lots of, if you like action, that's a fantastic one to watch. So enjoyed watching Ruben over the course of the games we were able to cover. So, all right, back to our game. We've got winner of 03. Any builds that anybody's got their eye on for this turn?
It'd be interesting to see what Riaz builds, because England's basically dead. Where do you go next? And the build kind of might signal that.
Going to be an Army Berlin.
Army Berlin.
I mean, it's a strong signal, but yeah, let's find out. Yeah. So we've got the disbands in North Atlantic, keeping North Sea from Christoph. Makes sense. And tough choice for Wes. Chooses to disband in Tyrrhenian. And we've got another fleet from Saren, so they continue on.
Oh, that's all the black arrows. Okay, so Wes is in Tunis, but we've got that Russian fleet makes it into Tyrrhenian. That doesn't happen very often. How often do you see a Russian fleet in the Tyrrhenian Sea? Some shuffling of armies with Russia and Turkey going around those Austrian centers. Ed finally gets into Venice. Okay, so the East is basically progress being made by this Eastern Triple Alliance. But they've lost Tunis, but then there's only one French fleet down there. That I feel like they're really lacking that more French fleets down there, because they're facing 4 Eastern fleets with 5 Eastern fleets against 1 French fleet and 1 Italian fleet that's bottled up in the Adriatic. So it's worrying that those Eastern fleets could be heading out into the mid-Atlantic before too long, particularly as Johnny's already got that fleet up into the North Atlantic. So, I mean, the seas are, the West has kind of lost the seas at this point, which is not good. So as expected, we see the German armies heading east, and Livonia goes to Moscow. Why does Livonia go to Moscow rather than Warsaw? I can't see
most of what.
I mean, Rum to Gal I can see, but surely with the build in Berlin, you realize that those German armies are coming your way, and therefore don't you want to either be in Livonia or Warsaw or Prussia? I mean, bounce in Prussia. I don't understand Livonia to Moscow. Maybe it's too clever for me. Christoph sends North Sea back to Edinburgh. Riaz follows up, so it's hard to see how Edinburgh survives that, particularly as that Norwegian fleet, which is potentially friendly at least, has gone now.
So actually, I'm wondering if this was negotiations between Johnny and Riaz, because Norway is supporting Germany into North Sea, right?
Yes, that's true. Yeah.
So perhaps it was just Johnny being like, okay, you back off, I'll back off. And of course, Riaz didn't do it, but Johnny did.
That story seems reasonable.
That seems quite plausible to me.
All right. Well, the fall, we say goodbye to Christoph Borgia, and North Atlantic decides it wants to be back in the Norwegian Sea. That's sensible. France gets to keep Tunis. Russia and Turkey had to on it. They kind of had some decisions to make on how they wanted to do the boot, and they prioritized taking Italian centers, which makes sense. Get them out of the game. Rum walks through to Ukraine, so kind of a fast-paced move here, built on a lot of trust. Turkish armies traveling through Russian centers, but they got a solid line set up around Moscow, Warsaw now. And it looks like Piedmont is going to get into Venice. So Piedmont to Venice and Venice to Rome is 2 Italian centers falling to Austria. This is a big turn for the East.
Yeah, it's really good. I mean, they're being efficient to some degree, so that's good. They're not, I mean, poor West, but I wonder if the better move was to take out all of Italy instead of securing Tunis. But I guess they can get it next turn anyway. But that does mean Ruben does get 2 builds, which will probably be 2 fleets, which will make it a bit harder to advance on Ruben following that, I think. So, yeah, I mean, I think FG are doing fine here, right? So,
yeah, I think I might have wanted the momentum of taking Tunis and also slowing Ruben down.
Mm-hmm.
They're risking that being as far as they get now.
Right, because Marseille gets into Piedmont, right? So he can build a fleet there. I think I would definitely have prioritized taking Tunis, but
how do you, if you're the RT, what was there any thought of perhaps taking a shot at Budapest and Serbia here?
Budapest, Vienna, and Greece. You mean? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's got to cross your mind, hasn't it? Particularly as you know, or you expect Ed to pick up at least 1, maybe 2 Italian centers. Do you really want him building armies in the center there? Maybe you do, but maybe you don't, or maybe you only want him building 1 army.
Yeah, I guess the issue is if you're Russia, you probably don't want to see that stab because you want those Austrian armies in Tyrolia and Bohemia sooner than later, right? So, I mean, maybe Turkey advocates for it and Russia goes, well, if no one's going to pressure Germany, I'm eventually going to lose something. So.
Well, winter of 1904, I believe we say farewell to West Ketchum as well. Feel as if we hardly knew US. Gone too early. But we will see you again in the next round of play. But for now, let's get to know Riaz Varani.
Sure. Hi. Hi, Kevin. I'm Riaz Varani. I'm from Vancouver, Canada. Lived here almost my entire life. I've been playing diplomacy for on and off for about 20 years. In terms of preferences for where I love to play in diplomacy, it's typically the West. I love playing the West. But really anywhere but Turkey is good for me. And I love traveling. I love spending time with family and friends, and I love sports.
And Riaz, my dark horse pick to win this thing. And right now, how do we feel about Riaz's odds? We'll play a little pick'em. Chris, I'll start with you. Pro Camp Riaz or pro someone else?
I mean, Riaz has done a good job in this game, but I kind of feel like this FG alliance, the balance has gone more towards Ruben than to Riaz. And, you know, Ruben is in that nice position where he hasn't really got an enemy at the moment, whereas Riaz is definitely fighting Johnny. So, you know, Ruben can take advantage of that. So I think I prefer the French position over the German position. But, you know, some of that depends on the tactics. In the next year, if Riaz plays this well in the East, maybe he picks up a couple of builds from Johnny, and you know, then he's looking in a much better position.
Yeah, it's hard to see where he really goes, right? There's no easy path. You don't have a good stab on Ruben. You don't really have the jump on Johnny, especially if Saren and Ed are on side with him. Scandinavia is going to be a tough nut to crack. France can help you with it eventually, but then you have French fleets all over the north and Norwegian. So it's a fine position, but it's not a lovely position.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like that because, you know, France got all the English dots, which is a little unfortunate for Germany, I think, to probably not be able to play any of those. But I think Riaz can still turn it around. I think, you know, they get they'll probably crack Russia and they might get most of those dots. So I mean, I have faith in Riaz. I think Ruben's position is better right now, but I think Riaz can do it.
So Tanya, who's your pick at this point in the game to win or top this board?
Well, I feel like it'd be too obvious to pick Ruben. So I mean, the other two already have. So I'm going to go for Ed Sullivan. I'm going to go for Austria.
All right. Well, I'm going to stick with my pick of Riaz. But if I had not made that pick ahead of time, I think I would be picking Saren in this game. I think there is a lot of upside there. And I'm really curious about that unit in Ukraine. It could be there for defense, probably, but it gives you a lot of flexibility. So I like the control of that unit and the positioning of the fleets. But I think Ed definitely has a chance to prevent that move from happening. So let's keep our eye on how that plays out in the spring.
It looks very different once those green units all disappear. The boot goes from very crowded to very empty now. So lots of repositioning from the Austrian units. We do indeed see the armies in Tyrolia and Bohemia. That, as you say, that's very good news for Russia, and very bad news for Germany, because he's in Warsaw, but he's got a distinct lack of armies back home. And Ruhr just supported Belgium rather than moving either of those armies down the other way. Yeah, that's probably not ideal. Norwegian got into the North Sea and then Riaz retreated that one back to Denmark. This is now he's got units, Russian and Austrian units all the way around him, which is he's very much on the defensive now. It's hard to see him ending up with a build at the end of this turn. Ruben, meanwhile, seems to, at least he hasn't gone in against Riaz, so that's not good news for Riaz. Mid-Atlantic fleet comes south, so we've now got 3 French fleets in the Med there. We've pretty much got that line that you need to hold the east off. So this seems like Ruben is sort of committing to this this Western alliance. The question being, what happens about the Russian fleets in the north? Because you've still got those 2 Russian fleets in the north, and you now only got the 1 French fleet in the north. So yes, I don't know. It's got the south secured, but what happens in the north?
If I'm Saren here, I'm kind of annoyed at Russia. Why would Tyrrhenian Sea not support Ionian to Tunis? Now they can't take Tunis. So that just reads like either, if that's a misorder, I'm very suspicious of that misorder. You know, I don't like it, especially since Ukraine is helping you out in the north. So definitely something to consider there. And yeah, Riaz shouldn't have held Ruhr. What was he thinking? Like, Austria just built 2 armies. Where are they going to go, right? Now you're going to lose Munich. So the foresight wasn't there. Well, I mean, do you lose Munich? Oh, you do, because he goes into Warsaw.
Yeah.
Strange. Yeah.
The move
is totally unpredictable.
Johnny's move out of Warsaw into Prussia is one of the most entertaining moves I've seen this season. I don't know if that was the intended effect, but man, there's going to be so many choices that Riaz has to make now. This is I'm not liking my pick for
I feel
this
like
board.
you put Prussia into Berlin because it's unopposed, right?
Yeah.
Why bother fighting for Warsaw when you could just guarantee walking into Berlin?
Yeah.
In which case, Riaz is going to lose 2 home centers this turn.
Well, he loses 1 home center, and part of the reason is because in the east, the guillotine drops Ukraine to Sev, Serbia to Rum. They blow up Tyrrhenian. If you're not going to support us in Ionian, then you can just get out. And Ed Sullivan declines a walk into Munich while stabbing Johnny, which is fascinating because Johnny's not going to last long and he's going to have to pick a new target. You would think Riaz would be the natural choice. But as all that's happening, Riaz gets blown up. His position in Scandinavia is now just as bad as his position everywhere else. He is allowed to take Moscow and Warsaw, so he will, against all odds, if I'm reading this right, somehow build.
Well, I called that wrong, didn't I?
I knew it.
You could have called that right.
I should have more faith in my boy Riaz.
Wow.
He's going to build 2 because of the pop.
I'm not sure how much credit he should be taking for this, but
I don't think you predict that Austria doesn't go for Munich here, but I guess stabbing Germany was better. I don't know. I think I would take Munich. I don't know why he didn't do it, but
I wonder whether this was even a stab. I mean, you could see that Serbia to Rum might have been an arranged bounce with Ukraine because it wasn't supported from Galicia. I think Ed might be.
Saren just lied to Ed, and
I think Ed might be able to take a Russian dot here and still be the good guy who did exactly what he said he was going to do.
Yeah, I mean, Ed just did nothing. Hold. The only thing he did is take Rum. It's, I think the pitch, I think if you're Ed here, if I'm trying to put myself in the mind of Ed, and I'll try not to do that for too long because it's scary in there. But if you're Ed, maybe your thinking is, I'm going to stab Johnny, and then I want Riaz to feel comfortable stabbing Ruben. And so I'm going to show him that I won't take his centers. Although if you're going to do that, why leave your armies on Tyrolia and Bohemia? So I'm going to get out of Ed's brain now.
There's no point actually backing off, right? You want to be able to take Munich whenever you want to.
That's true.
It's fascinating. I love it. I don't know how it will pay off, but it's a big move that will definitely shake things up. And let's go ahead and hear from one of those players who's going to potentially shake things up, and hear from Ed Sullivan.
Oh, hey there. My name is Ed Sullivan. I'm from Houston, Texas, where I'm a lawyer. Let's see. What I'm known for in the diplomacy hobby, frankly, is being the most likable personality since Eddie Brisson. So the tradition continues from Eddie to another Ed. I'll take being popular. I don't really know what I'm doing on a diplomacy board, but I'm good with people. And they seem to follow what I asked them to do, and I've had some moderate success.
Ed, reading the playbook of things that you're supposed to say when you're one of the top players to try anything you can do to deflect attention. Love to see him as part of this tournament. One of the
I might disagree slightly with that. I'm not sure if you should rule yourself the second coming of Eddie Brisson, the most well-known person in the history of the game. That's bold, and I like it.
Love it. All right. Fall of 1905. This is a very interesting turn to me, particularly around the German adjustments, also around the Russian disbands. So what are your predictions, Tanya?
Double army for Germany is my guess. Army Vienna. Not sure what Saren does here. Maybe Fleet Inc, possibly. And then the disbands for poor Johnny, Skagerrak and Norway. Yeah, that's about all I've got.
Skagerrak and Norway, Army Budapest, double army for Germany, and Fleet Smyrna.
Smyrna is interesting.
How so, Chris?
Well, I would have expected Ankh as well.
So does that indicate trust to you?
No, maybe. Yeah, no, maybe this is just okay. I'm allied with Ed. I'm going to be pushing west against Ruben, but I don't know. Do you need another fleet to push against Ruben?
I don't think so. I
4-4
think
lock-up thing anyway, right? In which case, but then do you build an army? That's going to annoy. This might be just a build that's not going to annoy Ed, who I want as my ally, right?
Yeah, I was thinking you build the fleet in Ankh and you move it to black so you can start convoying armies, north. But
well, you've got a Care Bear and a Cuddle Bear that are working together. So we'll see how long that lasts.
Okay, so Galicia to Silesia. That's get another Austrian army up next to that German border. Is it there to help Germany or not? We don't know. Bohemia did support Munich, so that doesn't tell you anything really. Ed managed to force his way into Piedmont, which probably doesn't mean very much either. Saren's units push forward. The army pushing up into Bulgaria is interesting, particularly with Romania moving up to Ukraine. I think Ed just delayed pulling the hammer on Riaz, and Riaz is going to suffer a lot in the fall now because those armies lined up against Munich, and then they've got between Saren and Ed, they've got armies lined up against Moscow and Warsaw. So I think Riaz might suffer from a lot in the fall. Burgundy supports Munich, may mean that he doesn't lose Munich at least. French convoy over into Norway. That's kind of good for Riaz. It's one less Russian unit, but Russia isn't really much of a problem anymore. So it's good for Ruben. Ruben playing is very slow. He's got this locked up in the south. He's not really moving much. He's supporting supporting Riaz in the center, but then he's topping the board already, right? All he needs to do is maintain that lead, which basically means you want the status quo. You want everything else to stay the same and everyone to get bored and say, okay, we might as well call it a day now and you win, Ruben. So.
Does Saren have a stab on Ed here?
That's why I'm wondering about Conta Bowl. I mean, the potential's there for sure.
I think 3 dots. Greece, Serbia, Rome, maybe. Possibly.
It's there.
No, she does not do it.
Bulgaria goes back to God.
But it was indeed there. She could have had it. Not a ton of moves. Let's see here. Fleet positioning in the south. They're trying to get the fleet into Tuscany so that eventually they can cycle in enough fleets to it'll still really be a stalemate. Interesting here from Riaz in Germany. He supports Munich into Burgundy, which is maybe just some weird defensive arrangement because you couldn't have expected that to get in. St. Petersburg has popped. We say goodbye to Johnny and a lot of bouncing and nothing, and Saren deciding she doesn't need to be in Bull in the east. So not a ton of movement, a lot of consolidation here.
Yeah, I mean, Saren does dislodge the Ionian fleet, which I guess was probably planned there to some degree, gets her own fleet into the Ionian. I guess it... yeah, I really don't know why Ed is doing some stuff. Like, I don't know what he really gains out of, like, I understand the need or want to take Ruben down a peg, and maybe Germany is the best way to do that. But I feel like his better bet is to take the centers himself to top the board, as opposed to get Riaz to slow France down, right?
Riaz is +2 here, right? So Riaz is now topping the board.
Yeah,
and it's thanks to Ed helping him, basically. Why is that to Ed's advantage?
Just like I predicted.
I mean, go Riaz, but I don't see why Ed is helping him do that.
This is fascinating. So, all right, let's see. Do we have any other intros? Yes, we do. Let's hear from the man who has the most miles, Johnny Gillam.
Howdy, I am Johnny Gillam, coming to you from sunny but windy today, Rabat, Morocco, where I teach English, and I've been playing diplomacy since this March, or last March, I guess, a little less than a year.
Another fantastic player to join us. Man, there's so much talent in this tournament, and Johnny's definitely earned his way into this event. So sad to see him leaving the event this round, but there is another one coming up. And I mean, who could predict the play that we've seen so far in this game? Certainly unusual.
I do believe Saren is visiting Johnny in Morocco in a couple of weeks. So this game, hopefully by then, the wound will have healed for Johnny.
Love that. All right, well, let's talk builds here. Looks like we've got Riaz going up 2, but only able to build 1. And we've got Ruben able to build 2. What are we expecting for these adjustments?
Could Riaz build a fleet? I don't know.
I don't see Riaz building a fleet. That would just antagonize Ruben, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I could see Ruben building another fleet. And then whether it goes north or south, I don't know. But
yeah, I think Ruben builds fleet Brest. Right.
I think so.
Oh, there he goes.
Gotta love Riaz.
All right. So what is this telling us?
This is telling us that Ed has spent 3 seasons serenading Riaz and Riaz is now charmed off of his feet.
I think that's possible, sadly.
I hope it pays off for Ed. He could have had 3 supply centers, but now he has a German kill fleet. So I hope that that's the payoff he was looking for.
Shipped him a bottle of his best whiskey or something.
But Ruben, from here, the only dots he can take are German dots.
All right, Chris, what are we seeing here?
Okay, now we know why Riaz built that fleet. Well, I said that the only dots Ruben can take from here are German dots. I think Riaz saw the same thing and is thinking, I'd rather be the aggressor than the defender at this point. So St. Petersburg takes Norway, although the retreat to Finland is not great, but it's probably okay. Denmark's got into North Sea, which is rather nice. There's those 2 English dots next to the North Sea, formerly English dots anyway. He doesn't get into Burgundy, but that's not a big surprise. The play, this is an interesting France-Germany battle. Normally you expect lots of army moves with the odd supporting move from the English Channel or the North Sea, but this is going to be a battle in and around the North Sea with the armies fairly stagnant, I think. Interesting that Ed backs off from Bohemia. I feel like this is maybe exactly what Ed wanted to see in the West. And so his reward to Riaz is, okay, you're doing what I want. Now I'll give you a little bit more safety from my side. Just a little bit. I've still got 3 armies next to Warsaw and Moscow and, another one in Tyrolia. So it's not like Riaz can really feel safe, but slightly safer. And then we've got some shuffling of units around in Italy, which is they're trying to get the fleets to. There's only 3 French fleets there, so if you can get the fleets shuffled up far enough up the coast, you can get to the point where you can break that defense and push them back a bit and take Tunis. The difficulty here being that Naples, that Turkish fleet, is now on an Austrian dot. So you've got to be a little bit careful that you don't end up taking a dot that you don't mean to. Be interesting to see how they manage that in the fall.
Yeah, I think you've covered it all. We'll see I wonder if there will be a stab at some point between the second successful AT we've seen today. So, but it is looking a bit rougher for Ruben.
Okay. So the way they've settled it is that Turkey's just gonna keep Rome, and Silesia is going to walk into Warsaw, which is likely agreed between Riaz and Ed. Riaz vacated that in the first place. So Riaz gets a French dot, Ed gets a German dot, Seren gets Ed's dot, and all that leads to +1 to Seren, -1 for Ruben, who is losing this war right now. This looks like a 3-on-1.
It's notable that it took Warsaw from Silesia as well, giving that little bit more safety to Riaz.
Yeah, it's just like really patient play from the AT, right? It's pretty good.
Very, very patient play. And I'll say this game was, I think, in danger of locking up. And it's not locked, but it feels to me like it's like you're wrestling in molasses or something. It's a very slow movement, but there is still movement left in this game. And the patience that these players are showing is probably why they're on the top 28 players, and I'm not, because I would not have shown that kind of restraint.
And you could see that this game could end here, but I don't see Ed or Seren agreeing to the draw at this point.
Mm-mm.
I think they see that they can get ahead.
Yeah, it's about to break open, I think, or at least it has the potential to. Another fleet from Germany. That is commitment.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand the play, but is that too risky?
It's definitely risky. I guess we'll find out whether it's too risky.
I think he's probably got a good read, because I think what he sees from Ed is that Ed doesn't necessarily want to throw 4 armies at Germany with Saren behind him.
Yeah.
And I think Riaz is betting his life on that.
And I mean, there's also the factor that the more fleets he has, the faster he can take units from Ruben. And, you know, that center line in Germany is fairly defensible. So, you know, maybe even if you do get attacked from the south, you can still take dots from the north faster than you lose them in the south. Interesting that St. Petersburg didn't even try to defend Moscow. I guess if it was going to go, it was going to go anyway. So, or maybe that's even arranged. North Sea gets into the English Channel rather than trying for either London or Edinburgh. So this is potentially a big thing, because now that's behind the French lines there. Otherwise, I mean, Riaz has got a bit of an opportunity to reposition somewhat. I'm surprised to see Sweden go to Baltic. I would have thought that fleet would be going north rather than south. Yeah, I would have thought Skagerrak or maybe even Norway with the shuffle around of the armies. I'm not sure what that's about. In the south, this is trying to figure out how to break that those 3 fleets, basically, and not getting anywhere this turn. Yeah, the only move being that Sev to Moscow, which I'm sure Riaz knew that was coming. Whether he was told or whether he just saw it, I don't know. But I'm sure that wasn't a surprise to him.
Yeah, not much to add there. I think you've covered it all.
I wonder if that move to Baltic is just in preparation to set up a line. So it's a great defensive unit.
It does help secure that Berlin line.
Nope.
It's going to
it's a shortcut from Sweden to Denmark if you just go through the Baltic. And he's also going to go into mid-Atlantic. So now Riaz is maybe going to break the Mediterranean line from behind. If I were him, I'd just go into Portugal, but he'll probably break the line from behind. And Ed goes to Bohemia, but bounced himself in Silesia. So just doing Ed things over there. Nothing moves in the Western Med. It's going to be +1 for Saren and -1 for Riaz, but he's got 1 to spare.
Yeah. You got to start, you know, if I'm Ed right now, I'm trying to figure out how I'm topping this board. So I don't know. And I think, you know, if I'm Saren, I'm a little annoyed that the army is still in Ukraine.
I think the strategy for Ed is you let Riaz take Ruben's dots, and then you take Riaz's dots to compensate. So effectively, you're taking dots from Ruben, right? Until you're at the top.
I wonder if Ed's even trying to top. I could see some kind of 3-3, like 3-way shared top kind of funny business going on here. So I hope not. I don't like seeing arranged endings just in practice. I'd rather see people play it out, but I don't know. Something makes me feel like this is there's an agreement here. It's just too weird.
I could see those 3 players agreeing to share a board top for sure.
Yeah. And if that happens, it's a strategy. It'll get you some points. Will it be enough points? Like I wonder if all 3 of them, like maybe 2 out of the 3 of them make it to the top, and 1 misses out because they didn't have quite enough points, or maybe they all make it. Who knows? But something to keep an eye on. Speaking of keeping an eye on, let's see if we have a video for anyone else. I'm not sure if we do. Who have we not heard from? I think we've heard from everyone. So well done. We got that completed. Yeah. All right. Winner of 08. We've got fleet, another fleet from Saren, disband the army in St. Pete. That's interesting. That's not the one I would have disbanded, but if there's dot swapping, that might make sense.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting because St. Petersburg is defensible. You know, you could hold St. Petersburg, but then if all the other units are more important. Oh, look at that. Ed playing nice with Riaz now. Pulled back both Tyrolia and Bohemia. So now the only unit adjacent to his dots is Moscow, which can be covered from Norway. So what have we got? Riaz gets into the North Sea and Ruben forced to retreat back to Edinburgh. Ruben pulls the other fleet back to the English Channel, and someone said that they expected Mid-Atlantic to break the Mediterranean, and that's exactly what happens. Yeah, still gives him the option of walking into Portugal in the fall, of course. So now we've got Seren has made it into Tunis and into the Gulf of Leon. Yeah, and I mean once you've got that fleet in the Mid-Atlantic, that line is broken. So Ruben's got his work cut out for him here. He can slow them down, but as long as he hasn't got an ally, he's going to get ground out of this. Now it's going to be long and slow and painful, but it's going to happen, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's rough for Ruben. He was doing so well. It's kind of sad to see that the whole board sort of, he's fighting technically everyone on the board.
He's fighting everyone, yeah. The only reason he's not directly fighting Ed is because Ed hasn't got units next to him at the moment.
I mean, even Ed here tried to support Burgundy into Marseille, right? So it's rough, and you think by this point, if you're Ruben, you're probably fuming because Austria should have taken German dots or Turkish dots. There should have been some kind of dynamic change, and there hasn't been. So it's looking quite rough.
I really feel for Ruben at this point.
Yeah.
This is not a fun game to play at this point.
No.
There goes Riaz into Portugal. So finally, he gets paid for all of his hard work. And as far as Ruben, he's given up on the Med. He's back in a Mao, which is probably where he should be, trying to defend Spain. All of those Mediterranean sea spaces are lost long term. Interesting here that Ed forces Moscow again. Probably arranged. I don't think Seren thought she was getting to St. Petersburg. And you can see there Aegean goes into Greece. So that's just a simple swap. Surely makes Seren more comfortable getting that unit out of Ukraine. But the ATG keeps rolling on.
Yeah, I don't have much to add. It's just nothing's switching really. So it's just continue to grind on poor Ruben.
Let's winner of 09. Got 2 to Seren, 1 to Riaz. And we'll keep going.
Yeah, so Ruben continues to pull back from the Med, which is exactly the right thing, what he has to do at this point. We've got a convoy from an army over to Edinburgh for Riaz, which is fortunately Ruben is smart enough to convoy an army over into Wales. So we've got another battle for England with the armies battling it out over there. That means that Moscow does get up into St. Petersburg, which you've got to assume was part of the deal. I can't see Ed taking that with the rest of those moves. This ridiculous conga line from Warsaw to Galicia to Vienna to Trieste to Venice to Piedmont and trying to get into Marseille, which is just totally ridiculous. Thank you, Ed. And then in the Med, well, I mean, they knew that Wes was going to move back to probably to almost certainly to Spain. So Tunis goes into Western Med. Ionian goes into Tunis. It's spring, so they can fix that up in the fall if they need to. And Greece follows up to Ionian. So just all those fleets shuffling along in the bottom with a successful conga line in the bottom.
Yeah, you got to either appreciate or hate the fact that Ed and Saren have been Ed especially has just been kind of hanging out and taking his allies' dots while his allies do the hard work of getting those dots. But good for Ed. It's his play style, and he has successfully accomplished that so far in this game.
All right. Fall of 1910.
Okay, fall of 1910. We see another red conga line from Ed Sullivan. It's a great spot to be in, Ed Sullivan, right now, where he's finished writing his orders probably 15 seconds into every negotiation period. Then he just hangs out with his friends. There's a bounce in Norway, bounce in Moscow. France does what France should, which is try to pop that pesky fleet in Portugal, but it's too late. The crawl of fleets continues. Riaz into English Channel, so that island will all be his shortly. I mean, I think the question in this game is the only question left is, do Saren and Ed spare Riaz when they get across the stalemate line? Because I don't know that he's going to get in a locked position by the time they are broken through.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not too concerned about Riaz here, actually. I think his growth seems fine. And Ed hasn't moved those armies towards him. And I don't think Ed does, because do you risk that and possibly have Saren look at your dots and say, I want those, or the other way around? Like, I think it's a little risky for them to stab. Maybe I'm not seeing it. Just based on these moves that we've been seeing for the last 5 game years, I would be a little shocked, but you never know.
I have done some looking around. I was able to locate Wes's video, so apologize to Wes for missing this earlier, but was able to get that. So let me go ahead and bring that in right now.
I'm Wes Ketchum from Chicago. Recently moved to Switzerland. I've been playing diplomacy for about a year.
And that's it. So sorry, Wes, your game was sadly about as long as your interview.
I was going to say that was slightly shorter than his tenure, is it?
Oh my goodness, what a rough game for Wes. But man, the one I think has it rougher is Ruben. This has got to be one of the most frustrating positions in any game of diplomacy, when you can just watch 3 powers that arguably shouldn't be working together, and you can't split them up, and they're just continuing to pick you as the one to feed them dots. I've been there. It's hard, but managing that is part of the game, and we're all, if you play the game long enough, you're going to be there, and learning how to deal with that situation and make the best of it will you can learn some lessons. So hopefully Ruben's able to learn some lessons and maybe commiserate with some of the other players that got eliminated, and maybe look for revenge as another goal for the next round or something.
Yeah, this should not be happening, right? I bet Ruben's really missing C Diplo right now. He would have topped the board had this ended in 1907, right? So.
All right, winner of 1910. We just see the train continue. I think the question at this point is, will the game end when everyone is at 10? Is that what we're playing for? Or does it keep going?
I don't know. Why stop at 10 when you could all be at 11?
I could see either, yeah. I mean, I think it could end when they're all at 10. The thing is, these are all nice people, fundamentally. They're, maybe not when you're playing them on a diplomacy board, but they know how... They've all been in Ruben's position at one time or another. They know how horrible it is. So do they really want to grind it out all the way for an extra... however many points it is? And maybe they should, because sometimes those extra 3 points or whatever it is matter, right? So I don't know.
Yep.
I could see either.
Just let's watch. I don't know what's going to happen. I suspect that they are going to even this out, and I would just encourage our viewers to watch the scores. Right now, Riaz with 10 centers has 100 points. Turkey and Austria are tied for second with 60 points. Let's watch the impact if this gets tied up and see how much of a difference this makes.
Oh, the conga line succeeds this time for me. So Gal didn't follow up to Vienna. I'm a little disappointed about that. So he gets into Marseille, which was inevitable at this point. Ruben loses that other fleet in Spain, which again, I don't know that he could have saved that at this point. I noticed he pulled the one in Marseille for the same reason. You can't get them back fast enough to keep them alive, basically. He probably would have preferred to keep the fleets alive over the armies, I would think. So North Africa makes it up into the mid-Atlantic. We've got an Austrian fleet in the mid-Atlantic, which is an unusual thing to have, but always fun. Ruben actually pulled mid-Atlantic up to North Atlantic, which I guess he was going to get kicked out anyway, but why not do the retreat? I don't know. I wonder whether if he's changing to... I feel like earlier he was concentrating more on defending the south and leaving Riaz free. Maybe this indicates a switch that he's going to be more defending against Riaz and leaving the south free. I mean, I think it's academic at this point anyway. It probably doesn't make any difference. Yeah.
Gotta, applaud him for sticking it out and trying to defend the best he can instead of just throwing all his dots to someone. So I have sympathy.
All right, fall moves. It's yet more trading, right? Austria into Portugal. You've got Riaz is going to get London, so they're not done yet. I mean, if they're going to keep it balanced, they're going to have to play another year because they failed to take Paris, and so Ruben's going to end this with Liverpool and Paris on 2. There's no way to have a 3-way split there, so we're going to get another year. And it's going to look a lot like this.
You feel like you're watching like a draw-size scoring game as opposed to, open to be disgusting.
So where we stand right now, we've got 11 for Austria, 11 for Germany, 10 for Turkey. Will they end it soon? Are they going to keep playing?
You said to look at the scores, Brian. So Riaz, in gaining that one center, has dropped from 100 points to 77 points.
That's a loss of 33. So the maximum score is 300 something points if you solo, but the majority of players who are going to top this board, and we'll look at those scores when we wrap this up, are going to be over 100. So you are not going to get to the top board on the strength of a 11 center split top. Now, maybe you're setting yourself up nicely for a top plus this, but this is not going to be the points that is going to get you into the top 7.
Lots of wave builds there, I see. This is agreed. I don't think there's going to be any funny business.
Yeah, we'll just keep pushing through and see how we end up here.
So you haven't got Liverpool yet. Oh, Liverpool's the one, of course, isn't it? You have to leave France with 1 if you're going to even it up.
If I'm Ruben, it's sometimes, in football games, at the end of the clock, you try to let the other team score to get the ball back. If I'm Ruben, I'm trying to find a way to pull them into my center so they can't have their 3-way split top. I want to find a way to make this not what they want it to be.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate in diplomacy you can't force people into your centers, though.
Yeah, this is the kind of game that yeah, I'll just stop there.
All right, so we've done it. 11-11-1 game in here.
I would be very surprised if it doesn't end now. Yeah.
Game over. All right, well done to Ed, Riaz, and Turkey. if for no other reason than making, I believe, every single one of us correct for our pick for the top four. So this is a very different kind of game than we saw from our others, and I know that for me, who is not a huge fan of arranged endings, that does not mean that it can't be effective. It kills me to see that's too strong. It pains me to see the drop that Riaz had by going from the top at 100 points down to 71 to choose to make that choice. But at the same time, you are putting yourself a good second score, and if you are confident in your next round that, hey, I'm gonna be able to do well twice in a row, it could be enough. So it's going to be a risky strategy, but it could pay off. Tanya, I can see that look. How are you feeling about this game?
I'm just thinking about the game we just saw where, I think Jason's score was like 160, right? And now we have this where it's a 3-way tie for 71. And I would be very shocked if all three of these players made the top board. And then you got to think, like, where did I lose out, right? I mean, someone here has, I feel, lost out on what should be a top board score. And I mean, hey, maybe it works out for them in round 2, but I don't know if yeah. I just see this is just not like it's strange to see board tops like this, right? Where it just is so unnatural, you have to force it. But yeah, I think 71 is really not the score these three players should have really been aiming for.
It's very much a keep myself in play score rather than a get myself onto the top board score, right? It's I can still make it to the top board, but they've still got to get a good result from the next game, basically.
Yeah, definitely. And I also think, I was sort of alluding to this at the beginning, after DBNI last year, I didn't play for a full year because it was like a lot of this kind of play. So it can be frustrating when you're on the other side of it, like Ruben, who probably, I don't think he's going to be very happy, right? Like we wasted a lot of hours for this result. But this kind of tournament, sort of encourage, well, I don't want to say encourages, but the first round does see a lot of scores like this. I think we've seen it less. The last game didn't really have something like this, but at the same time, you can expect something like this because these players know that they'll be playing in the same round together, and why not try and care bear each other to the top board if they can.
Well, it is a strategy. It is a choice, and it is always important to remember that tournament diplomacy is a variant, and it is about winning the event as a whole. So this is very much a gamble about setting oneself up for that next round, giving yourself an opportunity. And we won't know until we see how the next games play out, how that's going to impact your chances. I do think it's unlikely that all three of them make it, but I also think it may be likely one of them does. So if that's the chance that you're playing for, you've got 1 in 28 chance going in, and you can increase your odds that way. Not the choice I would make, but I think I understand it. And I think we have to respect that as a valid tactic, if for no other reason than we've seen it work in other events. So
we've definitely seen it work. That's right.
We've also seen it not work. So we'll see. But that does conclude our coverage of rounds 1 and 2 of the 2022 Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational. Let's close out the show with a quick look at our standings. All right, I did that perfectly, except I forgot to put it on the screen. So here we go. So looking at our, from the bottom to the top, tied for 21st, we've got Wes, Vincent, Tommy, Michaelis, Matthew, Liam, Johnny, and Christoph. moving in to positions 11 to 20, we've got Sabi, Karthik, Brandon, Ruben, Greg, Ben, Christian, Nicola, Peter, and Evan. And now for our top 10, we've got Robert, Nicola, Katie, Tim Crosby, Saren, Riaz, Ed, Russ, Farron, and Jason. So you can see it's got them in position for sure. We'll see how it plays out. Between all of us here, I hope that the rest of the board responds to this. We'll see how they react. They could respond by joining in, or they could respond by punishing that kind of behavior. But I am going to be watching for a response.
Does this guarantee Jason a top board spot?
I
think it might.
Probably.
Probably.
Math is not my forte, as anyone who knows me will say, but that does seem likely. Yeah.
Yep, he's got it.
Yeah.
He's in.
Awesome. We'll be mass bombed already. Let's welcome back to the stream, Marcus. Marcus, you've had a chance to kind of watch through the games throughout the rest of this day. You'll be hosting tomorrow's broadcast, which is at 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. What are you going to be watching for tomorrow?
Well, I'm going to be very intensely watching for hopefully less of that kind of play. Right. Tomorrow we've got the race for the top board. I'm not sure if the players are made aware of the scores live as they're being updated throughout the day or not. If they're not, then it's going to be a lot more of a fight, I think. A lot more stabby and a lot less of, I'll just peacefully three-way draw 11 11 11 1 and hope that gets me there.
I'll go next with Chris. Chris, what are your thoughts on what we've seen today?
Yeah, I mean, we said at the start that we expected the first round might be a little bit more friendly and people holding back a little bit because you still got to play all these people in more games before you get to that top board and on the top board, assuming you get to the top board. And I think we did see that to some extent. There weren't many sort of those alliances that formed fairly early on that then broke up later, right? So I think that's fairly to be expected in a tournament of this kind, and that would indicate that tomorrow's games are going to be very different and very interesting to watch. I'm not going to be commentating tomorrow, but I will be paying attention to see what's going on.
All right, and Tanya, you've played these games. You've now had the opportunity to talk about them. I'd like your thoughts on preparing for that second round. What kind of thoughts and feelings might our players be going through?
Yeah, so I think it depends on how you did this round, right? So there's going to be a lot of players who've scored 0, whose objective is go big or go home, right? That's it. They're desperate. They need to get more than whatever the baseline is going to be, and they're going to do their best to do that. And then there's going to be players who, like Farron, like, the other top boarders that are very close, and they just need maybe a mediocre score to get into the top board. They might not even need to top another board to get there. And they're going to be trying to find someone that they want on the top board with them. This is a big dynamic that happened last year that maybe doesn't get enough attention, but people are going to try to make alliances that are going to help them on the top board, and they're going to try and get their ally onto the top board with them. And that's probably what we're going to see a lot of, and it's going to be some weird play for sure. You'd think, why didn't you stab there? Well, why would I stab there if we can both make the top board, right? And then help each other out then. So I think that's definitely something to look out for, that there will be a lot of go big plays, but there's also going to be plays that we're going to look at and just shake our heads at.
Yeah, players will be playing with their calculators, figuring out the score as best as they're able. So And that's part of the game. That's part of the event, and that's why you have to manage these relationships from the very first game through the last. So, all right. Well, let's close out the show. First of all, I want to thank each of you for joining us. We've been on the air for 6 hours, and we love diplomacy here, obviously, but that's a long time for everybody. So thank you so much. Thank you all for watching. This was a really, really fun broadcast to watch. Some really, really entertaining games today, and a huge diversity of play, which I enjoyed very, very much. Also, just a couple things. One, tomorrow's broadcast again at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Marcus Zilstra will be your host, and you'll be joined by a couple faces that you may not have seen perhaps recently. So excited for that. And if you enjoyed what you saw today and are interested in perhaps participating, there's several opportunities to participate coming up. First, I'd like to give a plug for TotalCon, which I believe is going on right now. So probably a little late if you wanted to participate, but did just want to shout out that there is a diplomacy event going on right now, and say hello to anyone from TotalCon who may be watching the game, the DBNI while playing. Also, we've got the whipping tournament coming up in the very near future. I believe that's in early April. Let me get that exact date. Late April. Last weekend, April 29th to May 1st. So if that's something you'd like to do, you can email badassdiplomacy@gmail.com, and you can register there. You can also check out the NADF and VDL Discord servers, which links to those Discord servers will be in the show notes of this stream. And you can also check out the NADF website at the NADF, North American Diplomacy Federation.org, thenadf.org for more information about that. There is also a event that I was recently made aware of coming up for Extended Deadline, if that's something you'd like to play. We've got the Play Diplomacy has a tournament coming up, and I am just looking up right now the information for that. I apologize, I thought I had it ready. It is... I will definitely make sure this is in our show notes. But it is... oh, I apologize. It is not. I don't have the dates in front of me. But if you go to, what's that?
Is it the Super Pastas?
No, it is not.
Nope. Oh,
nope.
Okay.
Nope. This is a different one. So this is the a new event. Checking the announcements on the site right now. Apologize. We are all professional here. Okay, Play Diplomacy Classic Open. And you can go to playdiplomacy.com. And if you look on the forums, there is a section called Play Dip Tournaments. You can find all of the details there. It is going to be an extended deadline tournament featuring 5 rounds of diplomacy games split into 2 phases. They're going to have 4 qualifying rounds and a 5th medal round to determine the winner of the event. You can find all the details on playdiplomacy.com, and we'll have a link in the show notes. Definitely like seeing more extended deadline events participating in the DBNI. If we get enough players, it may qualify as a DBNI event, and perhaps if it's large enough, an auto qualifying event. So definitely participate that if you can. Any other events that anyone wants to give a plug on before we close out the show?
Virtual Diplomacy League, March 12th on the VWDC Discord server. It's 3 rounds of diplomacy, appropriate for every time zone on this globe. Tanya Gill won the 2020 edition of that league, and Nicholas Delay, who you saw today, won the 2021 version. So you'll be them if you play VDL. You will become them when you grow up.
Guaranteed. I will also give a shout out to the Nexus Press League, which is you can sign up. They do waves every couple of weeks. So check out the Nexus Press League Discord server, which the link will be in the show notes. And you can sign up to play there. They also have on the Nexus tournament server some tournaments coming up. You can find some gunboat games, some speedboat games, which are all non-press games. So lots and lots of ways to get involved. Check out the VWDC Discord server for all of your virtual diplomacy interaction, house games, links to other community sites. I don't know that the hobby has ever been more active or connected than we are at this point in history. It's very exciting to see. Thank each of you for being a part of it, and thank you all for watching our show. Have a great evening, and we will see you back tomorrow.